exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Go, man. It starts right here. This is the road to champs. Starts right here, bro.
You're riddling me of anticipation, eh?
What's happening?
Do not disturb me. Demon time.
Demon time.
Let's get this, man.
Get this, man.
This is just another day.
Third day in the beard.
And it's a great day for it. No cap.
Round that like a SWAT team. Try it, dude.
Yeah.
Can you call me the Tuscan God, will it?
Can I call you what?
The Tuscan God.
The Tusk? No, why would I do that?
Joey, he can't gas us, but I will. You're the best Tuscan player in the world, baby.
No,
See, there we go.
In sync, baby. In sync.
My mom's gonna start yelling at me. We gotta get the going.
Your mom gonna yell at you?
Yeah, it's 7:30. I missed
dinner.
dinner.
Dinner?
Yeah, she made spaghetti.
Hey, yo. Yeah, you're definitely missing that, brother.
I said, Mom,
I
the
just
ref
want to
start
play
the game.
Just want to play a game with my friends.
Like,
My dad would literally turn the internet off. My dad would literally go in and unplug the router. No, you're chilling.
No, not the router. I'm gonna have a vibey day, like.
Let's go, baby. Come on. No, you proper have to have a, you proper have to have a deep, thought, bro.
Absolute meat.
Me, I'm top sirloin.
Why? You're more like a
Fat. All muscle.
What is he,
All
bro?
meat.
Like a cantaloupe.
That's a prey animal.
A grapefruit. No, that's a fruit.
Oh, I'm thinking of You gotta cut this. You're gonna make me look dumb.
Come on.
CDL, do not put that in comments chat because I will get violated.
This is the way the new gen COD talk about the old heads.
It's true. I mean,
yeah.
A lot of be tweaking it.
Nah.
Yeah.
Not for me.
I would have lost 4 there, bro. I had a bogey in my nose, bro. So. I was getting near there.
That was a good war.
That was a good chess match.
Yo, this is who's big cheese.
I like her in the chat. It's funny to me.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, with an incredible year of the Call of Duty League and my first year here, it has been incredible, but we finally made it to the end. It's kind of bittersweet, but my name is Velly. I'm the Des host. We have Ali. We also have Nameless, and I'm going to ask you guys, starting with you, Ali.
What's up?
What has been your favorite part of the year so far?
That is probably the hardest thing you possibly could have asked me. The Toronto Ultra event, I think, was probably the biggest highlight for me, just where it was. It was my first time in Toronto. I loved the city, I loved the crowd, and I loved to end up taking in the end Seattle Surge, so I'm hoping Major IV tops it.
Toronto was so wholesome. I love the fans that were there as well. Nameless, what about you, man?
That was a great answer, but I gotta say, working with you guys, it's been a fantastic season. It's been a lot of fun. We've been bringing the energy every single time, and we got a couple more events left, so let's keep it lit, man. Let's have some fun.
A lot of great moments have happened this year, but the best moment happened last night during the last game that we had of the day. It was in the middle of the Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge game where Lando, one of our commentators, he wasn't here. Everybody was wondering, where's Lando at? Well, last night he had the best surprise ever as his wife, a.k.a. Mama Lando, gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. Lando, congrats, man. You're living a dream.
You know what? It was during the Atlanta and Seattle Surge game as well, so I'm expecting both those organizations to send maybe like a bib or something with their logo on it. But congratulations, Lando. We are so happy here for you on the deck.
Yeah, they could just send them one of Simp's jerseys. It'll fit perfect.
Dude.
I love it. But yeah, let's jump into today. The CDL points. Okay, this is where things get serious now. All this month throughout these qualifiers, we've been talking about the bubble. New York, they need to give points. Well, New York ain't the only team, and right now we're rocking a 3-way tie.
Unbelievable.
Florida, LA, Minnesota, LAG is 5 points behind. Nameless, can you make sense of this chaos at all?
My man, I thought we were gonna have some separation after this stage in terms of these points, but it has just gotten crazier. That bubble, they're all tied side. And we have some huge games today that are going to decide so much. Like if New York lose their match to the LA Thieves, they're trying to catch up to them. They put the LA Thieves in such a good spot. Winners and New York will have to go even further in the tournament. It's going to be wild, man. New York is going to be the biggest tournament we've had all year.
And that's going to highlight our day right there, the Mountain Dew Marquee matchup. But Ali, which one do you like right now?
I like all of them. For me, it's about those three teams that points are so important for them today. I've said it this past weekend when I feel like the points have been taken so much further than the beginning of the season, and it's do or die for most of these teams. New York Subliner fans, I've been saying it all weekend, they're kicking themselves right now, but it would be a huge W today. But then again, on the side of LA Thieves, they need this win to break out of that three-way tie. LAG, if they get their win, they get back into the top 8, 5 points ahead of everybody in the three-way tie. Like, so much chaos is going on today.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. And Ali, can you guess what my favorite storyline is right now with these teams?
It's gotta be New York, right?
Obviously, easily. New York right now will be facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. And the thing is, Nameless, this is a must-win game for both teams for many reasons. And when it comes to New York, they're on a crazy winning streak. They're in the second to last place. Take a look at the schedule. They've been winning all outright. 3-1. It has not been a competition to them. But to close this out against LA, they need the 10 points. They need to secure everything they can, Ant, because Champs is in August, man. It is very soon.
How can you bet against these guys? The New York Subliners have been lights out. Like, them and London have been the two best teams this entire stage. Everybody has kicked it up a notch on the New York Subliners, and it has not been an easy schedule. Like, despite everything going on around them, all the teams winning on the bubble, they have done exactly what they needed to do. If they would have lost any of these matches on this rise to getting these points, they'd be in such a horrible spot. So for them, the work is not done yet. We talked to them in interviews. We talked about the situation that they're in, and like, we're taking it one match at a time. We're just trying to win this tournament. We're not even thinking about champs, and I think honestly that's why they're having so much success. They're just focused on improving and doing the task at hand and making work with what they have in front of them, and it's been great so far.
You're right, and in order to make champs, NYSL are going to have to win their own major and secure at least 65 points to shoot up in the overall standings. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Thieves are in a must-win position to break away from the pack. This squad, yeah, they're in the top 8 right now, but how comfortable can you honestly feel with everything that we've seen this year in Vanguard?
Especially because LA Thieves has been so up and down in this stage alone. Their controls look fairly strong, but series are going either one way or the other. LA Thieves is either rolling a squad or a squad is rolling them. So I really need them to find some ground and footing. And for me, it's been Drazah. Drazah heading into their match yesterday was the player to watch, okay? He was, like, I believe 5th overall. And when it comes to KD with a 1.14, 72% non-traded kill percentage, that was their guy. Well, against Florida, he really struggled.
You know what, Nameless, man, at the end of the day, nothing comes free in the Call of Duty League, and we all know that best, right? See, the thing is, Los Angeles Thieves faced off against Florida, and Major Maniac made them look sorry, man. He tore them up in that S&D.
And honestly, it should have really been a 3-1. Like, Florida Mutineers, they choked in that game 4, and, you know, it's just commendable how they were able to have the composure to bounce back when he gets that search and destroy, and it was led none other than by Major Maniac. This is exactly what they brought him in for, man, and he was not playing slow. He was getting in the mix mid-map. This ace, absolutely incredible. It just broke the souls of LA Thieves. You could see it mid-game. Like, he was literally just running around gunning them at will. Just the reads, picks up the last 2 here and gets the bomb defused. Like, to pull off an ace under pressure like that, that's massive, and that's what the Florida Mutineers needed, man. They looked like one of the most lackluster teams after that roster change. 2 Real was struggling. Major Maniac muscled their way through this stage.
And with an up and down season, the LA Thieves having currently their best stage right now. It's currently 2-2, going against an undefeated team in this online stage of the qualifier. This is gonna get crazy, but also let's talk about OpTic Texas and Toronto Ultra, because when it comes to both of these teams right here, it has been extremely weird for the fact that Ali, I didn't expect both of these squads to be 1-3 right now.
No, not at all. And the weird thing as well is the fact that they are having really similar runs when it comes to stage 4 as well. When it comes to OpTic Texas, you know, when LA came back in, we all thought this is it. This is the glue that they needed. This is what's going to push them forward. Well, they're 1-3. So this is a confidence match for both these teams, but more importantly so for Toronto Ultra, because they are sitting at 150 points. Should LA Thieves get that win today, guess what? They're all tied up. So scary scenes for the Ultra camp. camp.
And let's talk about OpTic Texas for a second. Nameless, man, they've gone through so many subs, different play styles. All the subs play differently as well. But the thing is, iLLeY came back as their IGL, and OpTic has now looked the same, and now they're going to have to build up some type of momentum. Champs is in August, man, and they don't have a lot of time to slack if they want that big pay.
I mean, yeah, he comes back, they get the win over Paris, and they lose to the New York Subliners, a very strong respawn team. And it's a lot of mistakes. Like, it feels like OpTic Texas, they need to go back and watch the VOD and fix some things. We saw some glaring errors on their side. You know, when you're looking at that hard point, like namely the P3 that they got cooked on by New York, they weren't even playing it the right way. Like, they were hard rotating, camping inside of the hill. That's not something we're used to when we look at OpTic Texas. So it's really just with the coaching staff. They have all the talent in the world. It's just honing in those certain situations and making the high percentage play.
And what's crazy is iLLeY has come back and done his job. He has a 1.11 on hardpoint, the first in the split at 1.83 in search and destroy. So he has been doing what he needs to do on the map. Dashy has still been MVP form in stage 4. For me, it's the SMGs. They really need to step it up. We have the conversation of them being the best SMG duo in the game. Sure. It has been incredibly lackluster in this split. So we get it. OpTic Texas has had a lot of trials and tribulations, but now is the time that they need to find some footing.
And speaking of looking lackluster, Major 3 was incredible for me. I love Toronto, and I love the Toronto Ultra there at their own major, right? But I was expecting something explosive heading into this online qualifier.
Yeah, man.
The only thing that's explosive is those L's right there. They beat LAG, and then after that lost to London, FaZe, and Bration. The thing was, Nameless, we were wondering just how good Toronto was after that losers bracket run, and they're not beating the top teams.
It's just more of the same for this Toronto Ultra squad. They cannot find consistency out of everybody at the same time. They have days where they look like a championship contender, especially at the last major. That's what we thought. Then we get back home, and we're seeing CleanX inconsistent once again. He's the player who's prone to the bad game, and then now we're seeing Cammy. They were set up for such a good series versus Boston Breach. I mean, Gavutu, if they fix some of their issues, you imagine players like Insight to pop off there, which he had an okay Gavutu. You imagine Cammy would pop off on those maps. He did not. Double negative across both of those. That cannot happen out of your Slayer AR player. So these guys, man, on an individual level, like, they just can't seem to get it together at the same time.
And when I talk about Toronto Ultra, I really think it's been their hard point that's been biting them. I feel like they've really lost their way when it comes to fundamentals. We talk about a team that is so based around teamwork, and it doesn't look like they have a whole lot of it when it comes to that game mode. The person with the highest KD on Toronto Ultra in that game mode, Insight, with a 0.95. That is 32nd in the league right now. They have to up their slaying power, and to me, that just looks like a pacing issue.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see if Toronto can get scrappy and get some more wins en route to the major, or if they're just going to bum out. But also, you like that? Also, whip out your wallets, baby, because check this out. In August, we're going to be back in California, baby. You saw aBeZy in the promo, and it was great. We're going to the Galen Center August 4th through 7th. I don't know about y'all. I'm about to get a nice tan at the beach.
We gonna be touching sand instead of grass, fellas. It's gonna be hot, and so are the matches. So make sure you get your tickets now before they're all gone.
All right, and also while your wallets are out, whip out your cell phones, okay? Because that QR code on the top right of your screen, you can get involved with the CDL by signing up for our newsletter, and as a gift, as a thank you, because we love you so much, you'll also get the gift farm calling card. And Nameless, man, this is it. This is the end of our pre-show. aBeZy said, yeah, this is our last pre-show of the year.
Online.
Anything you want to say before we start the day, both of you?
Listen, man, it's going to be incredible. Like, these guys are playing for so much today. Like, the implications of these matches can determine the future of their careers. I cannot wait to get this going.
Allie, what you got?
And the famous words of aBeZy, will see you guys on the other side.
All right, let's go ahead and get this party started. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break, but on the other side, and man, this is it. The last day of the CDL Online Major IV Qualifiers. I can't wait. We have 3 big games, kicking it off with LAG versus the London Royal Ravens. I can't wait. We'll catch you guys there.
Go ahead and tell me when you had enough. I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that you see in the vicinity.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major IV yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code, figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout. We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is running it back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali.
Cali.
See you there.
Of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. My name is Velly. I'm your host. We got Ali and Nameless, the analysts, right? But also we got the first game of the day, the London Royal Ravens versus the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And as a man from Cali, as a Cali boy, you know, I'm kind of rooting for LAG, but hey, you know what? They're going against London. Ali, we've been talking about this team since day one, and London are looking like they're ready to win it all this year.
London are looking absolutely disgusting this split, Vel. I mean, we're talking about 9-1 in their last 10 hard points, 6-4 in their search and destroys. And don't worry, I'm not going to bring up the control as we're talking about this, but it's really been on the backs of, I feel like Zero has seriously found some consistency. Every time we see this squad, I mean, he is going like double positive for them. And Gizmo being brought back as the glue, it just looks like stage one again.
And speaking of control, I'm hoping that we go to Gavutu for the sake of the Ravens, right? But let's also take a look at the maps and modes to see where these teams are going to battle it out on. And Nameless always say, this is the first part of the battle, man. It's going to your
the veto
best
system.
maps.
Absolutely. And they did really well, the London boys. I mean, you look at this, they're on a 5-game win streak on that map 1 Tuscan Hardpoint. They're 9-2 on Bocage S&D. And then, you know, obviously, map 3, control's been tough for them. I'll be honest, they've 3-1 everybody. They lost all their controls. They're undefeated in this stage when it comes to hardpoint and search and destroy. So that one is where they're looking for the improvement in this match. That has been the struggle for them, and they give up the most ticks on defense when it comes to Tuscan control. So that'll be the focus.
All right, so let's jump into it. Let's talk about the teams right now. The London Royal Ravens looking like the best team in the game right now, and I said it during the break. They look like they could just about win it all. But the thing is, the Los Angeles Guerrillas, they won a major, and this squad, they are looking to make a statement right now. A lot of close games are trying to find their way, and the question is, Ali, do you think that they could try to pull something out of this match against a good team like London?
I mean, I feel like they can definitely put up a good fight, but there's just something weird about this LAG squad. When I look across all game modes, it's actually Slasher and Hook with the most consistency, which is very weird across the board because they bring in Neptune and Spartan. You would think that would be the Slayers for the squad. That would be the people to take them to the next level. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory against the London Royal Ravens, though, and take it away.
Continued improvement from Slasher. 1.13 KD during Major IV Qualifiers. When they beat FaZe, he was going crazy. And also in the search and destroy, he's quietly been one of the better search players we've had throughout this stage, like really making plays for the squad, and then prioritize methodical attacks on Bocage A site. LAG 60% win rate when going slow A versus 22% fast A this season on Bocage. So take it slow, get those kills. We've seen so many teams like try to play quick towards A recently and just getting smoked by players in Tool. Like we saw Afro get outside of Tool, pick up a quick kill, get out with his life. play so and make sure you get that kill if they give you that peek. It helps tremendously.
One of the players to watch on LAG will be the Bay Area native, aka Slasher. I'm looking at Austin to pop off today, but also I'm looking at the London Royal Ravens. And not a lot of people can say this, okay? But last time we saw them play, they destroyed Atlanta FaZe. And yo, Nameless, real deal team or what?
The real deal. London
real
are
deal.
one of the favorites headed into this event. I mean, I'm looking at them in New York. Both those teams just been lights out. And, you know, with the London Royal Ravens, just unbelievable hardpoint. #1 in break percentage. And then Afro really, like, he's been an all-star in our league, right? Since he's came in, he's just been electrifying with the SMG. But lately, he is making a case as a top 5 SMG.
I agree.
Every single stage, we've had one of those teams that seem to just find it and just take over. It's looking like London right now. So if they can keep this rolling in this match versus LAG, where they definitely have the edge, I like their chances.
All right, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, lay it on us, Allie.
I think one of the biggest things for me, actually, as the keys pop up on your screen, is the fact that these are the two worst control teams in this split going at it. They're both 2-8 in their last 10, but London has the edge because it is going to be a Tuscan control, where is the only map that they have found success. But again, their hardpoint has been lights out, 8-0 during Major IV Qualifiers. And take the map to Bocage, we saw what Afro did on Bocage. I mean, he went like 14-4. He has a 1.36 so far in Search and Destroy. That is 6 for stage 4.
Okay.
Like, that man is on a mission. So take the hard point in Search and Destroy. Forget about the control, boys.
And the player to watch on this squad, this ain't Instagram, but Gizmo on the bottom left side is definitely an influencer on this squad. Ever since he's come back, they've been nothing but transformed, and I'm loving them. The top team in the game right now, heading into the major, and arguably somebody that can possibly win it all in New York. We're gonna see how things turn out. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions and pick'ems. Allie, starting with you. Purple or red? Who you got?
I'm gonna go in with red. I can't go against my hair. Go with red. Now I gotta go with the London Royal Ravens. I mean, they have just been looking disgusting this play.
Yeah, they've been looking filthy. All right, Nameless, man. London all the way.
I'm going with the London Royal Ravens. I think they take this in a 3-2 fashion, honestly. I think it's going to go down to the wire, but no way after London stage they come out and lose their last game.
Seriously, I want to see, sorry for cutting you off. I want to see great things from LAG, okay? Because I think that this team is definitely going in the right direction at the end of this year, and hopefully they can go to champs after winning Major 2, right? But it's all about London. You can't go against them right now, and like Gizmo said in the first interview I had with him, you just can't sleep on him. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to send this over to my boys, Miles and Chance.
Oh yeah,
God.
we got
Yo, Riley's got the chest hair out?
We got the chest hair out today, boys.
Wait,
we are ready for one hell of a day, friends. It's the last day of online play. We're going all out.
All out. We're leaving it on the table, Miles.
Let's go.
Can't wait, guys. I will tell you guys, it's actually very, I don't know how Vel does this. It's really hard to see. I'm not sure where the camera is right now because these songs, I mean, they work, right? Chance, how you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Veli, I understand how Veli does it. He just forgets the top button. How does Dr. Disrespect play with shades on all the time? This is absurd.
Wait, Chance. One more button.
Yo, what's up, man?
One more button, Chance. One more button.
I gotta go to my mic's right here.
Don't worry about me, Vel. Don't worry about me.
Don't leave me hanging. Bring the button down, boy. All right, let's just get into this match. This is unbelievable. We're off the rails already, friends. We apologize. Do not adjust your sets. Yes, there is more chest hair on the CDL than you will probably ever see ever again. But we do have a great match ahead of us. LAG, though, I mean, look, this is a must-win. It has to be said. Desk have brought up non-stop. This has been the story, and this may come down to be one of the most deciding moments of their entire season. But we will see. And a red-hot London coming into this one, Chance.
That is, it is a very interesting dynamic we have, just because, again, scorching hot, as you pointed out, for a team that literally cannot win control, but maybe London can pull out the control for this one. But obviously for LAG, pressure, as it has been for quite some time, cranked up to a 10, because it's not just like they need to make winners bracket first of all, but even if they win this, not a guarantee. It still depends on some of the matches we have later today. So they need a win and they need a little bit of luck. And then even after the fact, even if they get a win here, it'll still only be a 5-point gap between them and 3 other teams that we have, almost a matter of the result. So, I mean, it is quite literally down to the wire. It is a team that needs this match, needs to perform well at the major. And honestly, I mean, when I say perform well, it's going to depend on so many different factors, but it might be, teams required to get the top 6 placement, maybe a top 4, because if teams like Minnesota, LA Thieves, Florida Mutineers, even New York Subliners, if these guys are the ones that show up to the major and start performing, it will literally be just the foot race, day by day by day. So it'll be a wild finish to the year for LAG. I mean, you just got to go back to that Shades of stage 2.
Yeah, stage 2. Bring that energy back. You see the faces above the top side of the screen. It was fist bumps there for a second. It is pure focus now, resolute approach to this incredibly important series. Also want to give a lot of props to Bryson Tunn. It was their idea to pop the shades and the chest hair out today. Yeah. So just you wait till you get to see those two. Whoa, let me tell you, what a day of COD this will be. We're going all in on the final day of online play here in the Vanguard season, and so will our teams. LAG gearing up to get into this one, and trust the way things are panning out. We looked at the maps and modes not too long ago. The way this stage has looked, you may as well give that control to the Guerrillas. You may as well just hand it over.
Actually, no. I mean, like, in theory, yes, but it is at least a Tuscan control, and the 2 losses that the Ravens have, like, through this stage were both round 5s. So, like, you know, a little bit of luck. You get the defense for the round 5. Maybe that'll be the path to Ravens' success, especially for the fact that LAG are 3-9 on Tuscan control. So, yes, Ravens seemingly cannot win it, but it's not like LAG's particular strong suit. As far as at least the map 1 goes, this might be the one where there's, like, the most clear-cut edge to a team. I think London have a very strong advantage. They auto-banned Bocage Hardpoint, so they're getting in Berlin and Tuscan Hardpoint to just about every single series because everybody bans Gav against them. And just through stage 4, Ravens have been perfect and obviously on a 5-game win streak.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going. Into the hardpoint first, the London Royal Ravens. Oh dear, that's a tough stat to be spotted on the other side of the screen there. Oh, no!
There we go. All right,
well, look, ladies and gentlemen, these things happen. Oh, wait, quick, put the costumes back on. Wait a minute, that's a shame. Hold on, production. You know what's going on. Don't break the magic. We're good. Tough scene. Starting the series off in an interesting way for the Ravens and the Guerrillas here. Damn, back to the drawing board we go. Yeah, we're all good to go, friends. But yeah, that's the tough one. We're going to restart that lobby ASAP and get everyone back into this one. Just the way things have been. You obviously watching the show yesterday, you know this is exactly what happened. But we've done as many games to get through today. Only 3. After this one, we will see Toronto Ultra play OpTic. And then, wow, a big one to close the day out. New York Subliners, LA Thieves. That coming up much later today. That's going to be a real important one again for the standings chance. Spice factor maximum.
Dude, and especially because, like, you know, I haven't done the math myself, but I trust Brett Diamond. I don't know his title, but like one of the main guys over at Minnesota Røkkr, he was crunching the numbers and like starting to go through some of the tie break scenarios. And at least by the looks of it, a team like LA Thieves, not necessarily going to be on the good end of the tiebreakers if they end up in the mix with guys like Florida and Minnesota and potentially even Toronto Ultra. So talk about for the final series of the day. I mean, New York are obviously desperate because they're trying to make the, you know, coming into stage 4 with only 70 points come back to their home major. And obviously for LA Thieves, those are 4 players that, I mean, you could say this about so many different guys we have in the league at this point, but it would just be a terrifying, incredibly disappointing sight if they don't qualify for champs.
It's a scary prospect for many players, many fans, organizations, you name it, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And the cookie has been crumbling all year long, ladies and gentlemen. What a season this has been. Trying to get ourselves back into this one. Looks like Neptune might be shooting bots. Hook saw something real funny there. As the crew are enjoying themselves now. The Ravens' characteristic energy coming out of them as per usual. Gizmo has been the man to rejuvenate the squad. Again, I think Harry's been having a good time down in Challengers. I'm sure he's at the Boston event right now. But certainly the missing piece, it feels like, for the London Royal Ravens chance. Gizmo, whose return to the squad has changed a lot for all of them.
I mean, he has also been like incredibly consistent with literally just bouncing around even before their online matches. So, I mean, he's said about the fact that he's trying to bring the swagger. It is literally nonstop energy, just even in his like player cam that he has. And they truly do look fantastic. Like, if you were even to think back at the very start of the year, and I think it might have been like midway through stage 2 when Gizmo first, took time apart from the roster, guys like Nasty stepped up to the plate and started to look like they were absolutely gross. Obviously, there were trials and tribulations for the team, but like, I think we've at least caught glimpses of like the peaks for all of these individual players. I mean, literally, Afro doesn't even run around with an MP40. He just has a delete button. So we know these guys are absolutely disgusting. We have seen them at their peaks, and Gizmo does seem to be the glue to like bring everybody up to that level.
Yeah, it's like sometimes, you know, what's the missing ingredient? Just a tiny pinch of salt and pepper. That's all you need. And right now, Gizmo certainly has been that to make the London Royal Ravens a very sweet dish. We're almost ready to rock and roll, pals. Loading in once more. Tuscan Hardpoint starting the series off. First match of the day. The last of the online qualifiers here in the Vanguard season. I'm going to keep saying that because it's hard to believe, mate. But here we go. Chance into map number 1. Ravens with a clear-cut advantage numerically, statistically, economically, and potentially even spiritually going into this map number 1.
And I think spiritually is probably the most important factor right now for LAG, because at least on Tuscan Hardpoint, it'll take an extra prayer or two to the right deity of choice to get this win. Is that over the top and unnecessary? Absolutely. Are we trying to fill through the third lobby crash? That is also true. But again, LAG lost 4 of the last 5, and obviously Ravens on that 5-game win streak. So you know who has the edge, and even just right from the jump, Ravens, they get the better spawns for the opening break right inside the hill, at least for the moment.
Yep, again, good sides. Speedy in there, trying to flip the spawns now. That's the objective. Get the Ravens to the right-hand side of the mini-map. Afro doing what he does best, flying around, finding kills. Now a counter-attack from the LAG. They've got numbers, but they don't have Afro. That is a nice kill out of the young gun. As he soars forward, it's a 3, it's a 4! It's a sensational start with the Ravens picking up the time, but that's a good break out of the LAG.
I mean, is it a good break for LAG, or is it a bad spawn flip? You know, like, they're happy to at least get some of that hill time, but Hook not happy to be last man standing. I mean, come out with your hands up. You are surrounded, gunned down. Now LAG truly stuck in their spawn. Maybe good news, you know, it's still a fairly tight game, but not ideal. They got to make that trek across the map over to P2.
Yep, towards P2 we go now. Lower right-hand side of the mini-map. That's going to be up now. aBeZy does some delicate parkour to get himself into a new location to try to attack this hard point. Gizmo will be his target. And towards the hard point we go. The Ravens, the masters of the hard point break. Now we'll see how they hold. And so far, it's a wonderful attack from Hook. The attack vector from top green is still flowing, and he's on a 3 spree right now, looking towards the point.
I mean, Hook's over here shooting like he's playing against Atlanta FaZe. Maybe they got the gamer tags mixed up, because that is where he truly fries. I mean, that honestly, I think, might be one of the more wild stats we have through stage 4. The fact that LAG beat Atlanta and have lost to everybody else and found themselves in a tough spot. So, you know, if they can beat the best, they are absolutely capable of hanging with everybody. It's just a matter of stringing it together, and fairly unfortunate team nade right there, and well, doesn't even win the gunfight inside the point. Scrap time by way of Ravens, but of course, I suppose we saw the stats earlier. One thing LAG are truly fantastic at on this map is holding hard points. They do have the rotation to do.
It's a wonderful stylistic mix-up between great breaks, great holds between these two teams. 5 spree for Slasher. We'll see how that one goes for him in a moment. He's already just soaking up the hard point time. He will be the last line of defense there on P3, but for now, Sparta first. Wow, nice bit of work, holding the Ravens at bay, not let them in through, and that is a lead change.
He truly is Spartacus, you know. Again, that stage 2 flipper, he's able to make that name for himself, and the hold so far so good. I mean, LAG have just dominated because of Spart, the roof side of the map, and I mean, you lose the gunfight inside the hill, but the conveyor belt is in effect. Neptune has taken that place, wins the gunfight in the point, and I mean, honestly, we talked about one of the best teams on holding hills. This has been one of the better looks on Fountain any team has been able to string together as of late.
Ravens have been silenced thus far on this hill. Still holding it now, the LAG players. Spart finds himself on a 5 spree as well. Slashers gets cut prematurely short, no streaks to be had, but for now it's a 6 for Spart. Great looks now. One more, he gets the glide. Gonna go for it now, he's getting a bit eager, and that is an ambitious challenge against Zero, one of the more storied players in the league right now. As Nasty and Co make their way across map into the new hard point. Hook, though, managed to find his way in the back line, and another incredible 1v1 fight here. The MP40 is certainly ringing out here on Tuscan.
Yeah, this is a hill I'm expecting to be mixy, so I'm just going to backtrack and give props to Zero in that moment. I think from Spart's perspective, he's like, no way, someone is still here waiting for the chow, but Zero, I mean, there's only 5 seconds left on the hill, just being left completely uncontested, but I think Zero purposely doing it just to make sure no glide bombs come through, so veteran play in the moment, and that might be a veteran nade. Peach through the window, but if it connected only for damage, LAG still inside this hard point.
My word, what a snap. 3 down. That's all dead, LAG. Ravens now with an opportunity to get on the point, push them out. The next 20 seconds going to be big. They've also got to get themselves over the next. That was Gizmo's job. He falls now. Ravens in a bad spot as LAG will make their way across map. Neptune, first man in. Good bit of backup. Oh my good God. What was that 2-piece out of Afro? Control going the way of LAG, but not without a lot of help from Slasher.
I mean, look, I'm trying to tell everybody, man, he doesn't use an MP40. It is a delete button. Afro will just instantly kill you. He can just flip that switch.
It's
wild to see it. Hey, maybe Spart trying to get out with his life. And honestly, the fact that he didn't instantly die, kind of impressive. But so it was running London Royal Ravens on this P5. They got the clearance. They got both sides pushed out. And they got the bottom control as well. As good as it gets for this hill.
Yeah, great work now from the Ravens. Let's dive over to the LAG camp and go for a listen in on the break.
angle. We're summing. He's so chimney. Shot on the back. Shot on the back.
I spawn fire. I spawn fire. I spawn fire.
Green dead.
Big
Roof
dead.
nice dead.
Dude,
I spawn Peter.
He's close window. He's close window. Another one here.
Another time.
Weak. Rack corner.
Come on, go.
I need their side. I didn't need their side. I hear you. One guy on me. Close right dead. Another one. Rails weak. Zero.
One guy's gonna be on me, dude. I'm gonna hide new.
Okay.
Dude, they can get past me.
Rails dead.
Yeah, you got past me. Nasty. Nasty's on.
You can play routes.
Nice.
Play routes.
I hear you.
I'll push up close. I don't see anything.
I'm pushing.
I'm making it out.
with you.
He's you. Gizmo.
Are you? Damn it, man.
Okay, I'm trying to flank top church.
I'm trying to flank with you.
Okay.
Okay. I hit him with the nade. Oh, got it. Yeah, I hit him with the nade.
Okay, I'm in there.
He's gonna be hiding field, probably holding the back. I don't see anything mid.
I'm mid.
Could be close mid.
I don't see anything bottom mid, bro.
We could be our guy. Could be our guy.
I'm
I'm holding our side, you.
Come in mid.
He's their tree.
Right side Afro, one shot.
He's their tree. One guy with their tree.
He's gonna be you on you. Oh, he's already. He's already so good.
Gizmo, argue one shot.
I'll help you mid, Kyle. I'll help you mid.
Missing the Afro. Afro's one.
My word, this hard point. Back at it we go. Ravens now with the lead.
And, you know, good comms, maybe not great, but what has been great has been the hold so far. See a 5 spree coming into effect for Gizmo. 0 winning the gunfights inside the hill. I mean, Gizmo has milled every single second of this time. Does not connect with the glide, but hey, I mean, if you're Ravens, they've won the rotation to P2 again. They just dominated P1 and they went into that hill down by 30. Now on the rotation that they're winning and actually spawning up right next to Neptune at, well, they've increased that lead to a small one, but hey, first one they've had in a while.
Blow for blow, we go on Tuscan now towards P2 in our second set, and it's a TJHaly hit right now. Back's covered for Nasty. What a kill from Neptune, though. He's in. That's an open lane. Gizmo in the next man up. Good work. Damage into Neptune. He has the life advantage. There's the kill. Cleans it up. The backside safe over to the front now. Afro, he's the man. Oh my God. He has snapped Spart's ankles. We're going to need a medic. Over by side green.
You know, if there was a kills while sliding like statistic, Afro honestly might be my pick for #1. It seems like every single time. I mean, you just watch him play. He'll get a kill, and no matter where he's at, he's sliding somewhere almost instantly. And obviously, if you can use the movement to full effect, you will have great success. But final gunfights at least on P2, and I suppose LAG will be happy to at least be able to pick up this scrap. But of course, that's the good news. Bad news is this rotation does not look particularly fun. Ravens have everything covered, including Gizmo watching the middle of the map. 2 players over pushed out towards that roof side, so not a fun one to try to break down. Looks like most of LAG trying to go through P5, and Spark at least will open up those spawns.
Let's see how the break goes now. Roof side's opened up. Slow hit now through top fire, and it's going to be Slasher with a peach right over the top. The nade's been so on point from both teams here in this matchup. Now Sparks managed to get himself into the back line. This could be big. 0 does get dropped out. An opportunity now to get your way into the point for LAG. Nice kills once again. That hard point is now theirs.
And this is also his home, right? You take a little bit extra time to try to make the break, but finally the nade is there to take Spark down. That was the spot where he nearly got the glide bomb from last time, and look what happens. As soon as he dies, every single other kill just falls into place, and well, Ravens happy for it. Nade's come through, got a 30-point lead. You've at least made up for the poor hold over towards Fountain. And again, you lose the scrap, but again, you do win that rotation. So Ravens, this might be the moment to try to spiral away with a game.
Breaks on breaks in this map, but the spiral may be here as we've got Ravens in control of the bottom side church. It's a fanned out attack right now from LAG. They are taking their time, and soon they'll have to take their chances in on the hard point. Hard point's open. Nasty's going to be the man with the first kills on the close side of TJHaly. Here comes Neptune once again, doubled back. Got to pick an angle and commit to something, because right now it's a lot of dithering. Into the point we now go. Is it going to be a kill, or will the Ravens hold it? Here comes Hook now from the backside. 3 dead. It's a clean sweep. 1 members of the Ravens up. There's the break, LAG.
And once again, taking their time to make it happen, but if you can do it perfectly, that is the way to go. So LAG keeping this fight alive, but the flood is through the front, and you see the bait is actually in Afro. From wherever it was, nades his teammate, but how much does it really matter? The 1v1 gunfight inside the point. 0 yet to heal, and Spark there to gun him down. Turns out maybe that nade did have an impact, or Nasty could just fly. Slasher wins the old fight for scrap, but again, that battle over towards New, a little bit mixy. Neptune's got to try to hold a couple players off, and unfortunately gonna fall. Ravens again get to the hill first.
Pretty slick on the sticks there from Neptune, but not quite enough to stop the onslaught now of the Ravens. 3 of them in the hard point. The one's going to spawn close enough. Here comes the bottom side push. Nasty, the man up. He's got the guns going. What a slide into the fight. Stays alive. A little bit of help from Gizmo up top. Slasher, though, not giving up this battle. He's going to hold down low. Looking at Gizmo now. 3 spree. Making his way forward in the kill feed. Trying to slow down the onslaught now of LAG. But now Neptune from up top. Down low comes Hook. Afro gets skinned alive. Oh, my word. But the point still remains in the hands of the Royal Ravens for now. Here we go. Finally, with a bit of a break. You've still got one member to deal with. Man alive. This is one hell of a hard point.
Yeah, Spark's got to earn that paycheck, though. He is the flex guy. Sometimes it's Hamaton. Now the MP40. He holds them both off. The 3 spree to intro the hill. Can't fall it up, but does the damage. The nades are there for the follow-up. So big plays out of Spark just to make sure LAG keep things in the mix. But over towards that rotation, it is Neptune versus 2. First one's free. Next one, you got to make the read. The gunny, though, doesn't take a factor as Gizmo beats him down for the 17th time. It feels like Ravens get to the new hill first.
Unbelievable. Here we go. Final chances now for both of these teams. Spar opens up one side of the attack. Now the pinch is on. It's a 2-2 split, and it may be perfect indeed. There it is. The Ravens are down. London has fallen. P1 in the hands of LAG.
I mean, dude, what more could you ask from Hook? Last time he gets picked apart trying to play hide and seek. This time flies straight in and picks up 2. And now LAG at least get control around the hill, but not in the hill. Hook now last man standing. He's getting flanked and makes the read, but does get traded. London now holding this from the front. 20-point game for both teams.
LA is down. Now the Ravens are in the point. Here we go, Gizmo. How many kills can you possibly get up and about? Oh, no, a teammate. No, Gizmo finds one. Trades are on, but you've still got a 2v2 fight now on the point. Here comes the hit. 0 wins it. Gizmo with the backside covered. Now to the front. Another big win for the Ravens. That might be it, but now comes Neptune. Last chance corral now for LAG. The contest is there. You've got to win the fights, and oh my God, they do. Rotations are down. The game will not be won there, and no one from LAG in position to stop this. Map number 1. What a series this is going to be.
That is as stressful can get for a Tuscan hardpoint. I mean, I think from the LAG perspective, they found themselves on the back foot for the final 5, maybe 6 hills where they're like losing the intro rotation, but consistently breaking. Happened on the Fountain Hill. Took them 20 seconds, got the clean break, turns into a mix fest. Same thing on Church. Took them 15, 20 seconds. They get the break, gets a little bit mixy, and every single hill had that impact. And as soon as you think they actually pull it off, Hook is popping pieces over towards P1, where early Ravens actually held it for basically a full 60. So I thought LAG did the hard work, but after they got the break on P1, I know a couple nades come through, a couple headshots as well. They just simply cannot hold on to the setup and bullied out in the end. So that is close, but no cigar. I mean, as good as the Tuscan hardpoint can realistically be played, but as stated for the Ravens side of things, I mean, they've just been perfect in hardpoint throughout this stage.
I mean, wonderful hardpoint from both teams, man. I mean, you know, just across the board, great kills, great breaks, decent rotations from both squads. That was a real contest, and in the end, the Ravens just managed to edge it out. But man alive, great spree from Hook at the start there as well. We saw some good plays all round. It's not enough to get the job done in the end. And man, when it comes to like back-to-back 4-man wipes, like we don't see too much of that in Vanguard. And Nasty, what was that? He BXR'd him. That's one for the old Halo kids. Unbelievable looks now out of both squads. The Ravens continue to keep that run going here on Tuscan. Sadly, the same can be said for LAG. Their spree continues, but so close indeed. Again, a wonderful sign of things to come for LAG fans. We will see what the major will hold for them, but this series is far from over, mate. Let's get another search.
I mean, it really is fair to say that like their record on this map does not reflect like how good they actually are, especially like losing 4 of their last 5. Like they're still on point with their holds. Obviously saw this game, they're incredibly capable of getting the breaks. I think in all honesty, it was like the one bad P1 hill they had, like the second go around, where I think Ravens really made their biggest impact. But even one small slip up against a team that has been perfect in hardpoint, obviously they will take full advantage. And looking over towards that Bocage S&D, it's not like things really get easier for the LAG camp. I think it's what, a 9-2 record overall for London. Through this stage, they've been, you know, a perfect 2-0, but I mean, it truly is their bread and butter when it comes to S&D. And I mean, a happy Afro is a frying Afro. We already know what he can do on Bocage.
I would have to know or even understand how he managed to get that 2-piece on, I think it was Spar and Neptune in P5. I mean, that was Whew, that brought all the hairs on my chest right to attention. That was an incredible set of kills. Either way, though, friends, that's the first map in the books. An unbelievable start to what will be an exciting series. LAG fans out there, all hope is not lost indeed. You've still got a great-looking set of maps ahead of us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Ravens, though, current form chance, they're disgusting right now. Veli called it, one of the top teams in the game. Can't argue with that. They're looking absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see how they fare on LAN as well. But for now, what do you make of the search?
Well, I mean, again, Bocage 9-2 record overall. They've been pretty clean. I would say honestly, it's going to be similar to the Tuscan, but I think LAG have even better odds where like the Guerrillas do play this map pretty well. I saw the stat from Carson that he fed us for this map that we're going into. LAG have only gone B off the rip 3 times out of 37 offensive rounds.
What?
So they love to play the slow game. They love to play for picks, and obviously they lean a little bit towards the A side of the map, but they're number 1 in first blood percentage. So LAG, it is the slasher special. Play for picks, make those late round adjustments. So they're obviously fantastic at it. Problem is, so are the Ravens. Now, I will say for the flip side, for London, one of their biggest factors for success throughout this stage has been their round 11s. At the start of the year in round 11s, they have struggled. On Berlin specifically, in the round 11s, they have struggled. But so far from this stage, they've played 4 S&Ds, 3 of which went round 11, and they've won them all. So it's not like London are particularly like dominant at search and destroy, but when they're clutching, obviously they're incredibly difficult to beat. So I think that might sort of be the story for this game, man. Like, it'll be a back and forth battle, but LAG truly have to ice up to take them down.
Yeah. Again, we've seen a team do it before. LAG, again, your Major 2 champions, and they didn't win that without going through the best in the business. See if they can't find that familiar form. Again, they set the record for consecutive search and destroy wins. See if they can't get some magic going here. Again, looking at the stats, this is going to be a very closely contested matchup. Bocage, chance to think it was what recent stats, not necessarily the best for LAG, but overall ranks in the season, pretty damn good.
Absolutely. And again, I just always love the battles when you get, like, you know, one of the best teams on offense in LAG versus one of the best teams in defense in London Royal Ravens, just to add to sort of the square up battle that we have. And I think it'll be a fun dynamic too, because obviously LAG, pretty diverse like S&D team in terms of like their strats. Obviously, even in the respawn, Sparks mixing up the weapons of choice, and I think it'll be no difference here on Bocage. And funnily enough, that is a like bottom right corner stack by LAG. Not completely giving up the A site. Obviously, who can check it from the top window, but they've left the P2 side of the map open.
I mean, you know the drill, though. You can make your way into top grannies like this. Oh, nice shots from Mook to start the party. Gets away barely after that cross-map fire there from Zero. That was all the way through that wall of side top grannies. FMJ certainly coming into effect. Less than a minute to play with now. And the Guerrillas set themselves up nicely. Here comes the hit towards the A-bomb site.
Oh, let's see how many of these nades connect. I think the first one might honestly be a little bit too far to the right, and yeah, Nasty's got the cheeky little angle for it. So bomb down, still a 3v4, and Gizmo, too many players to fight. So good news, bombs down. Bad news, only 2 players alive.
Yeah, 2 of them up. Nasty's going to be one of them on the inside of barn. You've got complete coverage now of the bomb site from LAG. Will they opt for the defuse? No. Nasty's going to peek this. Couple of shots there just to let them know your presence. Zero's on a flank now. He might be able to catch a couple of players out, but timing's got to be sweet here. Over towards top grannies he goes. Naughty boy. That is the bomb defusal down. 1 player down, 3 to go. All of it now falls to Nasty.
They know where he is, though. I think he shot his gun earlier, and they're on the hunt, and that is 3 players that had him surrounded. I mean, all things considered for a 2v4, that is a pretty solid attempt coming out of London. Certainly made some plays. Obviously, you saw the idea from Zero, but unfortunately, just not enough manpower towards the end. So, again, I mean, this is your team. First blood percentage. They run it on Bocage. Hook is able to strike through the wall, and again, just to add to like how much of a battle it is, Neptune and Hook, both absolutely like S&D grinders in this game. Spart, I mean, S&D is his bread and butter. Slasher loves this play style, so certainly looking for the bounce back here. I mean, if there's any team you want to square up against Ravens on this map, LAG might be the prime choice.
Let's see how we go. LAG on offense now, trying to find their way forward. Stuns connect. Slows them only momentarily. Looks like we might be going towards that B-bomb site. Again, the Ravens are deep defense now. Not in the same looks from LAG in their opening round, but now they're sort of teetering more towards the A side of the map. And at this point in time, just wait for the Guerrillas to cross that threshold, get into your line of sight. Here come the nades. A couple couple of tags there. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Was he shooting?
Yeah, that's through. Yeah, that's
sides
through
of
the two walls. Yeah, 100%.
All right.
There's that first blood, though. I'm telling you, this is what they love. This is what they look for.
Lights on now. Trying to take control of the A-bomb site is the opportunity now for the LAG players to get something done. Afro's going to check everything, and he's moving at Mack 10 now as he makes his way around the backside of the map. Going to have to worry about Slasher, though. Old Iron Boots there. The island at the back. He might have got eyes on. I think he does, yes. Game over, Afro. We'll see you in the next round. It's a beautiful look from LAG right off the rip. Nasty finally gets himself onto the board for the squad. But is it too little too late?
That might be the mistake, though. Hook overcommits, trying to go for the flank, and Gizmo had his boys back, so this might be a 2v4 from the Ravens oh so quickly. It's the ARs they're playing against, and you saw at least one go back L. But I don't know if they're going to read that both are here.
That's the question. Slasher top tank. He gets spotted on the transition. Nasty guns him. All comes down now to Spot. Chasing players through the shrubbery of Bocage, and that is it. The Ravens managed to clutch up a 2v4. Brilliant work here in the second round.
I mean, that is literally done to perfection of having your teammates back for that 2 versus 4. I mean, Slasher finds 2 different picks, Red Afro the entire way, trying to make a play through the middle of the map. But I think as soon as like Neptune falls mid, the guys that are trying to go and trade that kill end up getting shot in the back by Gizmo. You see Spart in the end after Slasher loses the one-on-one, trying to go for Nasty, trying to wrap towards the back, and Gizmo once again just has his boys back. I think it was honestly unfortunate that Slasher was the first one to fall because it was Spart that got spotted first back L. So I think Gizmo just knew there was someone else back there, and I mean, hey, Ravens, they'll take that every day of the week.
Back at it we go with the A plays now. Nasty with the bomb plant. Afro. Oh, that door might have hurt a little bit, but the bullets are going to hurt way more. Hook manages to get the first. Another first blood going his way. Now on the retake once again. Ravens with a different look on the defense here. All towards barn side. So they're going to be peeking from the top side of barn. Oh, Gizmo's in trouble. Or is he? Let's find out. Yes, Neptune, another great kill. Now, Zero, Nasty, last man's up. Zero down. Nasty all alone. 1v2. 2v none.
Okay, last man who ran the show, bottom grannies, and well, that is sort of the play call. This is where like London, I mean, the number of rounds London will have where they get a kill somewhere around either Zig or bottom grandmas, and then they just sprint through 3 different doors and like disappear. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, that is their bread and butter. But Hook, he will live for those fights every day of the week. It is obviously always terrifying when you try to kick open a door and it only goes halfway. But Hook, there is no fear in that man's eyes. He was ready for that gunfight. Takes Afro down, and I think, what, 3 for 3 on first bloods, yeah?
Yeah. He's absolutely frying. Back at it we go. He's 4-1 overall. Both he and Neptune on 2 spree. Hook is having a nice start here on the cage. A bit more aggressive at the Ravens. They're not trying to let the members of LAG get their way in, but that's going to be nice covering fire at range there from Spar over the top of Slasher. Now Gizmo wide peeking it.
Wow.
Up there to get the snap. Nice opener now from the Ravens. How will LAG respond?
I was going to say that's actually great trust is, yep, Neptune once again trying to go through mid, just gets caught. I thought it was great trust from the setup for Slasher, like knowing he can just hold the angle as his teammates looking over him. But you see those walls get broken. Slasher feels a little bit exposed, and horrific timing. As soon as he looks away, that's when Gizmo makes his move. And I mean, that is as quickly as a round can collapse after the fact. I mean, everybody losing their one-on-ones, and perfectly done, I'd say, from the side of the Ravens. That was a triple stack over towards the A site. I mean, again, we mentioned it at the start. You have LAG. They've only gone to B, at least quickly, 3 out of their 37 rounds. So if they're not playing towards B, at least not off the rip, why not stack A?
Let's see if it's going to happen again. This time, it's a B stack in a big way now from LAG. The Ravens might have slipped through. Now, Hook spotted at least one out. Nay's going to come through, hopefully to catch Nasty now. A missed opportunity there from Zero. Beautiful work from Hook. The nade lands. Zero's tactical does not hit its mark. Now Spark trying to keep the battle close and comfortable right now to back up Neptune, who finds that kill. Over towards the bomb site we go. Slasher with a long-range shot. It's all good in the hood right now for LAG. A perfect retake. That is the round.
And I think that'll also be the last time we see Ravens try to go for the quick plant on A. It's been a few times where Nasty gets in the spot. I mean, they've done it with no fear. And I think, what, the first time they tried to do it, Afro's playing a corner bottom grannies. Hook's there to take him down. This time, Hook just makes a different adjustment. This time, he's playing top grannies, there to take down the bomb carrier. And the collapse is just on point. First bloods, still perfect, I believe, from LAG. I think it has been quite a few defensive round wins, but I think that'll be a future adjustment from Ravens. No more quick plants on A. I think LAG not necessarily need to adjust. They've still been on point with actually getting the picks, but maybe stop sprinting through the mid-street. You know Ravens players are going to be posted on those back tanks.
Slow hit now. Slight trident out of the LAG players through mid-map. Aggressive Ravens not to be found this round. They are way back. Zero through a couple of sets of bricks might be able to spot Slasher on the approach. There it is. Just a little bit of a warning shot to let him know, yeah, I see you, mate. See how far through this B street you can make it. Slowly but surely chance the Guerrillas moving forward.
And I'm kind of curious, if LAG actually never get the pick, how long do they take to make a move? Because I think every round, eventually someone for Ravens sort of hands them a freebie. And that is a tough angle from Afro and Neptune. Obviously, Afro has the intel, Neptune does not. So slight advantage for London, but it ain't nothing crazy.
Closer and closer we get now, LAG. They are on the bomb site. Afro can sense something's up. He's backed on up. The plant now going down towards A. Coverage is atop the tanks. Gizmo trying to keep the bomb safe. It cannot happen. The plant comes through, and it's going to be Afro now. The tip of the spear at the moment for the Ravens, trying to find something. It's Nasty's first blood that will get the party going. But for now, LAG fanning out here on the attack.
Oh, Smart trying to make a play. He gets caught. Yep, Neptune trying to flank, and Gizmo reads it all. 1 versus 4 in this moment. Quick trades go down to bomb. Slasher guns 3, but not enough. 0 on the late flank was there. I mean, that is shades of Thanos in that moment. Quick snap on quick snap. I mean, I think it was mentioned as well. He's got like the 7th overall highest KD through this stage. So Slasher really trying to find form. But the most important thing right now is the mini map. Number 5 going on the late flank. He was the guarantee the entire time. I think even Afro is just challenged. Doesn't care if he lives or dies. No Zero is going to get that freebie kill. So, I mean, it definitely looks scary. Slasher feels like the gunny is hot, but you'll absolutely take that if you are London. And, I mean, hey, they finally got a first blood. They finally win that round. And look at that. No more quick A plants. Ravens switching it up.
Towards the B side of the map we look. Aggressive reconnaissance there from Zero with the wall bangs through top grannies. No one to be found there. Island player right now, Zero once again. Sends the kids off one way. He'll also take care of business on the other side of the map. Can trust himself, and the boys will trust him to get the job done. Now with the nade checks from Gizmo, Ravens might be bold enough to go for this.
So far, no overcommitting. I mean, again, right now, this is the plan B strat from Ravens. Plan A was not working out, and obviously Zero showed off. He could definitely shoot through those walls. He could shoot through a few of them. Gizmo reduced to 12 HP, but gets out with his life, and it's not quick over towards A. Only 35 seconds left in this round, but it's still the bomb site preferred, and I think they're going to get it down once again.
Here's the plant. Hook immediately springs into life, sadly caught out. LAG now a man down. Look at this defensive position from the Ravens. The post plant set up from them now. They've got the flanks covered. They've got the front covered. This is a great looking setup. What are you going to do, LAG? You've got a gun players off of some sweet spots. Neptune has slipped through. There's the first. Any more to be had? As Afro's now moving in to reinforce it, and it's 1v4. It's now a 1v2. Done. Ravens. Unorthodox post-plant position chance, but they got it done.
That is clinical. I do think that there is a ton of different teams saving a lot of different things, like 4 champs or 4 even like the final major that we have. And I think that might be an example of just how quickly London snapped into position after they get the bomb down. That is clearly they have done their homework for that moment and pulled that one out of the bag, because that just looks, I mean, impossible to break down. You just have to straight up take all of the AR gunfights, but I mean, London will be L-triggered for them all, so the first time they're able to successfully get that bomb down and get out with their life, they convert, and once again, first blood now going their way. The nade connects on Slasher.
A nade from B-bomb site right there, all the way towards the deep side of river. Last 3 remaining members now of LAG towards the front side of Grannies. In we go. Oh, wow. Starting the fight with a bang. Trades are there immediately. Still, though, it comes to a close. Ravens still have a 1-man advantage. The inside of Grannies is all LAGs now. Towards the bomb site they look. Gizmo top tank is going to be the stalwart of defense right now for the Ravens. Not going to let them any closer. That nade's going to slow them down as well. What will you do now? Who can spot the S&D Wonder Boys?
I mean, they're going to be, but Nasty, he's been posted up in this corner waiting for this the entire time. And LAG have to make this read. You need to clutch this round. I mean, desperate for it, but not going to be easy. It's a freebie, and he gets tags in the next guy. You are completely trapped on site. Zero spots you the entire way and done to perfection again. Ravens have found that form. The first blood's now going their way. And they clutched the early rounds that they needed. They had a 2v4 earlier in the game. Now that they felt the rhythm and the pace that LAG are playing, that 5-3 lead is looking pretty insurmountable.
Yeah. It's one thing to be that far ahead, but in the manner that they're getting it done, Chance, it's the depth of strategy the Ravens are bringing now.
It's just no mistakes is really all it is.
It's very good. It's very, very good. Here we go once more, though. Back to Old Faithful now. Zero posting up, waiting for anything there. Any signs of life from Hook? I don't think he saw his shadow through the cracks of the wall there. So now we're just going to take it back to the old mid-map fight. Hook's found kills here in the past. Will this be any different? It will indeed. Tags are there. LAG back on up.
I think right now, you already know Raven's almost certainly going to lean towards this A site at some point. It's just a matter of if the bomb goes down, you have to kill the guy off site, or maybe not. Raven's actually now towards the bottom side of the map. Gizmo looking for the play up top, and they didn't find it. Hook waiting that entire time, so maybe back to that first blood dominance. Hook, I think, gets his 4th of the game.
That's such a hard fight to win. LAG, man advantage. Hook's going to get hungry now for a kill or two, and oh my goodness, he has no idea. If he just looks up, there's a player directly above him. This is unreal. Bomb's now made his way towards the B-bomb site. He's so unfortunate. This is an unbelievable series of events. And Hook's managed to get the kill, though, so at least now you've got the numbers. But what a bizarre little moment there. Stay alive, LAG. Good fortune, bad timing, worked out for the Guerrillas. That's a round they'll happily take.
And I was a little surprised to see Ravens lean towards B anyway, right? I mean, Slasher has been living on that back tank, and as soon as you get that bomb plant down, we saw it the round before where as soon as like Sparta's even nearby, you just get trapped oh so quickly. And Hook might have not ever looked up, but that's just because you watch the movie. You don't look up. That is not what you do in those situations. You bring the strap, and you somehow done 0 down. So Hook, when he's on point, is a menace. And he is truly locked in.
Did not see that one coming. Did see the film, though. What a lot of fun, though. Map point still Ravens. Guerrillas pulling it back slowly but surely. Over towards the A side of the map we go. Tried and true for LAG. It's what they know. They're going to do it. So far, so good. I don't think they've been spotted, and I don't think the Ravens are going to see this unless Afro catches... There it is. Now the fight's on.
I just love the idea, right? Open up the window to add to the extra line of sight. And of course, Slasher down low in the tank. I mean, LAG, this is the most aggressive they've been on the map when they're looking for picks, but still happy to take it slow.
With that tiny piece of information passed out, now Neptune's made his way into the A-bomb. He's inside the old room. Exchange of gunfire towards the back. That's going to be all over the top of Slasher now. This nade might land, but Afro, he's feeling the hunt. On he goes now, looking for the first blood. No, who gets it? Trades are coming through, though. Here comes Hook on an aggressive revenge tour, trying to catch out the player who brought down his teammate. Shots are there. Less than 30 seconds down the clock. The Ravens have abandoned the A-bomb site, and they're going to have to play a 2v3 retake. LAG, this is for round 11.
Well, I don't think you can spot this from top grannies, but, well, if it's a 1v3, it doesn't really matter where you plant for. Good luck with that one, Zero. Good lord. Just the instant snap you had, as soon as I think it might have been Gizmo on the back tank originally, as soon as like whoever it was, Hook, moves to the bomb site and gets those shots to come through, Slasher instantly pulling out the nade to look for the chunk over the back top. So, I mean, talk about a team perfect when it comes to playing for picks. But all of this, just to force this round 11, this is where Ravens in this stage have been perfect. And this is where LAG desperately need this win.
Extraordinarily confident position to be in right now for the Ravens here in this tense moment of the search. Neptune could go tremendous in this very smelly little ditch he's found himself in. Look at that angle he's got to work with. He is nearly invisible. He'll be so obscured by gun barrels and just by that angle of defilade cover he's got there. That spot is so powerful if the Ravens decide to go there, and right now they're not. It's all over A. Now it comes down to Hook.
Not at all. It's Old Faithful, right? They've been going for A almost every single round. The 1B push gets completely shut down, and last time they took their time over here, worked out perfectly, but that's it. Hook waiting for another first blood for the nuke.
Staying alive. Gizmo now trying to push him out. Knows he couldn't have crossed over towards the bomb site. Afro slides in, shots are there. Surely now you spring into life, but the Ravens, they're not going to take the bait. Here comes LAG. The 3-man stack now through the bottom side of the site. Tags are in. Gizmo somehow finds one. No more trades though. Had a 0. Makes it a 2v2. Now with 30 seconds remaining on the clock, it all comes down to this. Afro sliding in. Breaks another set of ankles. It's Spark once again. Slasher though. He's made his way over towards B. Less than 20 to play with. Can he double back in time and get this one before they get the plant? I do not know. Chance. 0 may have him lined up. Here we go. Slasher's there. Makes it a 1v1. Oh my God. What a search. The Ravens clutch it up in the end. And the headset of Slasher hit his shoulders harder than the snap-on from 0. Wow, what a series.
And just the difference between the calm, casual, chewing gum, kicked back 0 versus the headset flying off Slasher. I mean, Slasher played that perfectly.
Oh, God.
Just didn't win the gunfight, man. 0 brought, again, the strap. 6-6 overall. Won literally the most important one. Ravens, dude. They just win all the round 11s in this stage. They go to round 11s. I think last time I did the math, I think before the stage, it was like 15 out of 33 of their search and destroys go to round 11. 4 of their 5 this stage have gone to round 11. I mean, it is every single time, but I mean, they got their swagger. They got that clutch factor. They have the ice, and they simply win another. And dude, that is 2 maps. I mean, that is the best search and destroy map for London. That is one of their best, if not the best, like hard points that London have had as of late. They're on like a 6-win streak. LAG played it about as well as you possibly could expect. Like, they are playing fantastic Call of Duty, just not enough to get that win.
Not enough to get that win, as close as it could have possibly been for both teams in both maps so far. Now, though, we take a quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, as we try to compose ourselves after the madness we have seen. London Royal Ravens, Los Angeles Guerrillas. What a matchup this has been. After the break, we're playing Control. This is bound to be a delight, friends. You don't want to miss it. This is the CDL.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Oh, hey, how's it going? We didn't see you there, but welcome back to LAG versus the London Royal Ravens here in the first matchup of the day, the final set of online matches, the qualifiers here in the Vanguard season. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going into map number 3 in just a brief moment, but before that, we're going to give you a little bit of sweet analysis here on Radio CDL. Chance, how are we feeling about the upcoming control game? It ain't going to be good for the Ravens.
No, again, disagree. Talked about it very briefly earlier. I know it seems like the Ravens are incapable of winning control, but both of the Tuskens they have had this stage go to round 5. I mean, they got Glide Bombs kind of killing Zero from like all over like different sections of the map. So I think on Tusken, Ravens can bring something special to the table. And obviously, if it was any other team but LAG, I might not be saying that, but on Tusken control, LAG 3-9. So I think that might be the bigger factor in the window of opportunity. So LAG, it has to be said, first 2 maps played it incredibly well. I think really the only mistake you could sort of pinpoint, and even then it was more just perfect play from the Ravens, but it was that 2v4 like from a very early round that they let slip through. Same thing with the hard point. Played it damn near perfect. It was really just one P1 or maybe a few things out of the mix, but at least in my mind, the P1 was what stuck out. Of that is where Ravens got a near full 60 and helped them win an incredibly tight game. So LAG are bringing some of the finest Call of Duty to the table, but against this squad for the moment, it is just simply not enough because Ravens have found form and I suppose sort of like, you know, step 3 of the equations for this London team. Obviously, they are striving for perfection. And if they can somehow figure not only Afro's blurry cam out, but how to win control, will they be an absolute threat?
A terrifying threat indeed. Well, Afro leans forward when he plays, so the camera's focused for like what, forehead mostly. But yeah, indeed, the control game has not been that kind to the Ravens thus far in this split, and I think again once they work it out, they're going to be truly a force to be reckoned with. Until that moment though, LAG, this is the ultimate opportunity they have to turn the tides of this entire series. They have been so close in every single map up so far. Look at the hard point, look at the search. It really does come down to a moment or two. They are playing the Ravens exceptionally well. A turnaround here on Tusken leads to only great things going into Berlin. Tusken search and destroy map number 5 if we have to go the distance, but for those LAG fans, do not lose faith. This series is incredibly close.
And I will say for the Tusken S&D, by the way, I think Ravens have banned that like 65% of the time. They're 0-3 on the map, so they almost never play it. So the fact that it does sort of, you know, slip through the cracks to a certain extent, and especially for the game 5, I can almost see it. It's very tough to actually read, but certainly a spicy one for the game 5. So if LAG managed to get there, it is a good look. And again, the main reason it's important to get there is even if they win the series, not a guarantee they get winner's bracket because it'd be some weird tie break stuff. But just because right now they're down 5 CDL points, if they lose this one and stay down, they will have to overperform versus all of those bubble teams. And it'll be a situation where, like, you know, maybe placing top 6 isn't good enough. Maybe they have to place top 4. But if teams like Florida or Thieves or Røkkr start popping up, then LAG might have to place top 3 or win the damn thing. Like, it gets that much more difficult with this like small degree of separation between all of these guys on the bubble spot. And obviously LAG have beaten Atlanta FaZe. They are playing some very fine Call of Duty, but if it's not good enough to get the wins, I mean, it just makes that major run, I mean, I want to say almost like seemingly impossible. The fact that these guys won stage 2, that was impossible and they pulled it off. So you truly never know. But obviously you want as much like buffer space as possible, because look how much like happier the Ravens look. Smiles on the faces, the energy is there. They're stress-free right now, you know? A much better spot to be in.
Yeah, great spot to be in for the Ravens. For them, again, you know, without the early success they had in the season, they wouldn't be in such a comfortable position points-wise going into the major. They're not completely clear yet, but they're in a great spot regardless. God only knows what they are talking about right now. It's
strategy. It's Tuscan control strategy for sure.
Yeah, right. I have no idea what they're talking about. I think Gizmo might have been talking about volleyball there for all we know, but until that moment comes, we're almost ready to roll into the map number 3. Control's on its way. Again, for LAG, this is an incredibly important moment. And just looking towards the major, again, the hypotheticals of who's going to win, who has to succeed in the points department. You're looking at teams like LA Thieves, LAG, Florida, New York Subliners. If they all get top 4, oh my God, it could happen. It could happen. If they get top 4 in whatever order they take, what in the name of all things Captain Price are we going to do when it comes to calculating where everyone goes for champs? What does that mean? Who knows, man? It's going to be truly unbelievable. And at this point in time, yeah, Ravens are one of the faves. Atlanta have to be considered up there. OpTic aren't going to ever, you know, disappoint. Actually, what am I saying? Disappoint loads this season. But there's so much that can still happen. You got to get through great teams. This is going to be the best major competitive card may have ever seen.
And yes, I mean, most intense non-champs event we have ever had, to be sure. I think it's going to be honestly pretty likely there's going to be a team that performs pretty well, places top 6, places top 4, beats like a top team or something like that, and ends up not making champs just because of like tie breaks or some just wild scenario. I think for the 3 teams that are tied right now between Florida Røkkr and LA Thieves, I think LA Thieves get the short end of the tie break stick. I think Ultra are in a good spot for the tie breaks, but there's all of these things that are like in the mix. And if you end up in a situation where you're in like a 5, you know what the dream is, Miles? We talked about this briefly, as I'm assuming the lobby has probably crashed again because, oh my God, this has been so much fun. But the dream is for the situation where there's like a, you know, a runoff best of 5 series, the winner makes champs, or like best of 1 S&D, or however the actual tie breaks work. I don't think it's ever going to happen where the tie breaks are that perfect just because of like how many maps have been played. But, you know, it's all just dream. That's all it is.
A one and done. You mean a one and done play-in to decide who gets the champs?
Yes, I don't even know if that's how that works. I did not read the rules, but like fingers crossed.
We could dream. We can dream because that is going to be one hell of a spicy show. And again, it's pretty much open fans who really makes this series, you know, close it out, close it. Or yeah, whatever. It's going to be fun though. We're almost ready to get into the next matchup. The control is on its way. We promise. We have to go to, of course, that Berlin hardpoint, which I think a lot of the LAG fans would. I know they've been tweeting about this. I know that Reddit's popping right now with all sorts of questions about, like, oh my God, how could they have thrown? Tough matchup. Low probability plays all around, man. That was a great search and destroy from both teams. We're looking at some good COD. And the Ravens right now, arguably one of the best teams in the game. So you can't be that disappointed. You can be disappointed if they lose the series. 10 points, you sorely won. But we're almost there, pals. Almost there. Chance, as far as, you know, the rest of the series goes, let's say that, you know, let's just run some hypotheticals here. Ravens don't perform that as well as they should do, or they perform as they would. They lose the control. How do you see the Berlin hardpoint going?
That is actually a pretty interesting question because, I mean, I feel like I've said this quite a few times through this series. Like, obviously, London, they've been perfect in hardpoint. On Berlin, I think they're 3-0 through stage 4. So they are fantastic on that map, but that is actually LAG's wheelhouse. It has been all year. They have like a 10-5, 10-6 record on the map. So I think going into it, I was expecting the Bocage S&D to be a must-win for LAG. But the failsafe is the control. The back pocket, if you are desperate for it, which obviously they are now, is there is hope on Berlin. It's just that London looks so scary in that respawn game mode. So it'd be interesting to see. And of course, if LAG managed to get to the map 5, you have Ravens that are 0-3 on Tuscan and have banned it 65% of the time. So I think the Berlin will be the most difficult of the next 3 maps for LAG to win. But if your most difficult map to win is one of your best hard points or your best hard point, there is potential.
Potential indeed. Will that potential be reached? Got to find out, though. And again, when it comes to that game 5 as well, the Tuscan in the back pocket, just in case they need it. But again, a stressful situation to be in for all Call of Duty fans right now, because again, your favorite team might not be making it to champs. Of course, after this, we see OpTic play Ultra. Much needed points for Ultra there, and a major deciding factor again, who gets that winners bracket going in the major. And then the final match of today, LA Thieves going up against the New York Subliners. That is unquestionably an incredibly important match for both of those teams. We, ladies and gentlemen, are going to throw to a very quick commercial break while we get this lobby back up and running. When we come back, it's time to play more Call of Duty here in the CDL. We're playing Control. Don't want to miss it. ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. LAG versus London Royal Ravens, map number 3. We're going to just try to forget that the lobby reset happened and dive feet first into this control matchup. An important one, of course, for LAG to try to keep the series hopes alive, but unfortunately they drew the shortest of all straws, and the Ravens currently with the ice and the fire in the respawns. Let's see what happens though. Slasher has been putting up a good bit of work though, man. That 1.56 overall, a devastating set of plays in the search and destroy. He's having a great run as well. Chance Gizmo on the other side of the board, good looks all around. 42-31 overall. He had a nice look in the search as well. Ravens are flying high.
It is quite the battle. I mean, Slasher has clearly stepped up, but Gizmo is obviously having all of those great reads, and I'm not going to jinx it, but it looks like we're actually playing. We got the stats apparently about a dozen lobby resets per day, so, you know, talk about feeling the pressure in these final moments, the game feeling most intense of it all.
Oh my Afro! What are these kills? Can we get a task manager check? Sivu play. A zone slowly but surely being captured now by the Ravens. First segment nearly cleaned up. There you go. Sorry, first is done halfway through the second, and already a disgusting start out of the young Marcus Reed. He is having himself some time here on Vanguard.
Well, it's a great start, but obviously sort of normal, you know, the slow cap over towards A, get, you know, a 2-life advantage, so nothing crazy for the moment, but I would say London, if they could string something together on offense and get a couple ticks, that would be great, because they are near the bottom of the league when it comes to actually holding on defense and not allowing ticks, and make sure you clutch those defenses. Ravens have so many players over, like, in these corner streets, but unfortunately for Afro, all of his teammates fall. And I think LAG, they're just trying to play the corners game. They know he's nearby. Who's looking for him? But it is Call of Duty timing all over the place.
He is a nightmare to deal with. And now he may be coming up on a few more players. Timing might be good. No, not a chance. Another big kill. Out like a light. He's gone. Immediately oscillates to the other side of the map, allowing his teammates to come forward. Though big flank right now as the 6 breed comes to a close. Big flank from Neptune. He might be able to catch these players out P5. Again, you've got awareness from it at 0. Capturing B finally. Minute 40 stopped from the clock. Even Stevens in the lives. Here comes the pinch.
Oh, this might actually work out. Oh, Gizmo gets him weakened up, and Nasty buys the time. Yeah, he went plat instead of the hill. Hook still, though, on the flank. The 1v1 gunfight in the hill. Well, not a 1v1. Afro last man standing, but obviously that is 3 players he needs to hold off, and I mean, doing his Sunday best. He wins an extra one before he gets dropped. It buys his teammates the space to at least go to Chow Plat, and Neptune is ready to take him down, so defense holds strong.
Nice, wonderful patience coming out of Neptune there, lying in wait until the opportune moment to strike. Life count only up by 1, nearly even now for the LAG players, but back over towards the point we go. Nasty, applying the pressure straight away. Here comes the Ravens. Through Church, it's going to be one of them. That's Afro. He's going to be the lone man now, hitting the flanks, desperately trying to get in the mix. There's Slasher holding his lane. Can't quite get brought down. The Ravens now flying onto the point. Up over the top we go. In towards the capture. Is going to be enough, though. It's good shots out of Afro, but not enough to get the job done. LAG. Strong defensive holds. They remain alive.
I mean, bro, just held Afro at the moment. Dude's got 11 kills. He has 2 players that only have 1 on his team. So those are the guys that maybe just slow down a tiny bit, hold that L trigger a little bit longer. Funnily enough, in spite of Afro being 11-3, you are actually down 5 lives. So maybe TDM is not going to be your path to success. So that means you truly do need to slow down and try to look for a clean 4 down. But Slasher and Neptune, in the meantime, just picking Ravens apart.
I mean, at the moment, Nasty and Gizmo, they've got, you know, 2 kills between them. Whereas Afro is quite literally running through LAG like a hot knife through any dairy-based condiment. 20 seconds remaining here in the round. 2 lives left for the Ravens.
And keep in mind, Hook 1 kill away from getting a glide bomb. So we're talking about Afro popping off, which has been true, but this life Hook is, well, just done his best to match him. And there's only 2 players left alive. I feed Hook this kill. It is the corner. Thank you for the glide. We appreciate that. We will use that later.
That is a massive win now for LAG. Not only the round, glide bomb as well. Despite Afro's incredible individual performance, the Ravens completely silenced and mostly useless there in round 1.
Well, so, you know, LAG, 10th best in offense win, London 11th. So neither team particularly strong on the attack. Obviously, Hook with the glide bomb makes things easier if you ever find that moment. The biggest difference maker, though, is LAG 3rd on defenses, and obviously not a single tick through on B. LAG did a great job. This is where Ravens struggle. 10th overall in defensive round wins, and obviously they're already dealing with the glide. This is where they have to clutch up.
Here they come through mid. First kill from Gizmo, though, opens up Afro is going to pick up the second. Gizmo gets another of his own, forcing LAG back. They don't check every corner, and Slasher stays well and truly alive. Here comes the hit now from the rest of the teammates off spawn. Opportunity to get back on towards A. Nasty though, pops dead silence. Has eyes on the cross for a brief moment, but for now, backs on up. That's going to be a clean set of kills now. LAG with an opportunity to capture A.
And I think LAG, well, I was going to say post-A capture, but I suppose A is still being pretty hard fought over, and honestly more 1v1s, and you can afford to fight for this. Nate connects, players weak, and I think Afro just trying to be the cutoff man for his team, but Ravens truly applying this pressure on this 8 point for the moment. That third tick nearly through, but Afro behind enemy lines eventually does get traded and eventually captured. But in the meantime, they've had a few different players in that spot. Ravens have pushed out the roof side of the map, and if LAG never clear it out, you'll see that in the feed quite a few times. Gizmo just shooting players in the back and makes the approach that much more difficult for Guerrillas.
Starting to whittle down the lives now. LAG desperately trying to get themselves back into this. 21 to the 18. The Ravens with the advantage. Spark finally makes his way another point. Rips Nasty a new one. Here comes the rest of the squad. Stacking on up. Slasher now waiting for the boys to show up and get into the fight. It's not going to be a lot. Here comes Hook though from the back lines. Unfortunate timing from from Gizmo. Does get the kill now. So Hook's still well and truly alive and kicking here. This could be big. You've got numbers. I don't see why we're not on the point at this moment in time, LAG.
I mean, waiting for the nades to come through. Maybe it's only one player nearby and you don't want to get flanked. So they're at least keeping control of the map until they lose the gunfights. And
oh my God.
Yeah,
lost the
Hook's
gunfights.
gonna feel abandoned in that moment. Players lose it on the flank. He's forced to turn around and the nice little swarm. And I got to take the shades off, actually. First tick is through, though, right? So I suppose on the attack, already a little bit of success. And talk about how roof, you're going to see it a lot. Getting shot in the back wall, 0. It's like the third time that's happened this round.
Well, you're on the point now. Slash is the man getting the capture done. Up top, though, here comes 0, and there's no way he looks for that one. Slow and steady wins that race as the kills are there. Cleans them up. Less than a minute to work with now. Guerrillas keep the backline safe for now. Oh, Neptune! That's a doozy. Nice one, though, from Afro to pick him up. Make the backline safe for now. Hook's going to try to fill that spot real fast. Again, less than 50 seconds to play with here. You've got not a lot of lives remaining, but Hook, oh my God, he's on a mission. He's on a mission! No way one more bullet would have done it. Still, you're on the point now for the Guerrillas. It was a 2-man stack for a second. Can they get it done? Here comes the segment. They've got it. Here comes the glide.
I killed the guy in the back. The man up close should get called out, and Slasher wins the gunfight. So Com's on point, but Afro has to be traded in Neptune, trying to play ring around the rosy, and Afro wins those every day of the week. Hook's there for the trade, though, and look at that. Gizmo, last man standing, 5v1.
Oh.
How fast that round just went. There was 30 seconds left on the clock, and London Royal Ravens ran out of lives. Maybe your regrets for those guys pushing the pace earlier on defense. They just got punished, and Hook is a monster. I don't know if he found the timing on the flank for 0, just cooking a nade off spawn, but like, he should have been a free kill every day of the week. Turns it into 2, nearly 180-0. And even all the trades coming through, I mean, Hook right now playing out of his mind.
Yeah, that would have been a truly marvelous 3-piece. But for now, we're going to see what the Ravens can do on attack, because they're on map point for the Guerrillas. This is a toughie. Finding the time. No one really giving up too much. Shots out of Slasher. Takes care of business up front. Hook's going to be there as well. Now pressure on. Oh, baby. Hook, the reach out. That's a 6 spree as the nuke is blowing up here on Tuscan.
I don't know what the Ravens are, but I would be shaking if I heard my teammate call out Hook is 1 shot, because I know he's going to chow, and I know I'm going to lose it. Good God.
What is going on? Ravens are on B now. They're capturing both points at the same time. Gizmo just ate a nade or 2. It is pandemonium on Tuscan. Absolute madness. The fight towards B is not quite done yet. Now it's done. Arcitys finished. But we are going to see A get captured. What in the sweet Christmas?
I mean,
an unbelievable series of events.
I cannot fault the Ravens for this. These gunfights just look horrible for them. I mean, they're just getting zapped right now. The difference between the gunny right now for the first 2 maps and this one is actually insane. I think both Nasty and Gizmo still double negative, and like, from their POV, it's not hard to understand why they are just like, they're disappearing.
They are disappearing. I mean, you know, when you look at statistically, the boys are butters at control, but that doesn't mean you have to take gunfights like this. Neptune, eyes on the cross from Mo, backs up, lets them through. No problem. Here's the next one. Nasty wins it. space to go forward now, but you're running into Hook. You're running straight into him, and he guns you both. Hook is going wild. 28 and 15. In a minute 20, LAG, they take the map.
I mean, yeah, look, and if somehow this ends up going to a round 5, which by the looks of it, that's not going to happen. But if it went the distance, I mean, Hook might be in the midst of breaking the kill record. Because, like, it's only round 3. Round 3 is only halfway done, and he nearly has 30 kills. If it went round 5, like, Hook could drop 50.
I mean, it's possible. But no one on the Ravens can win a gunfight. 8 lives remaining now as LAG have taken over Tuscan. The final 50 seconds, and this is going to have to be unbelievable. And it could happen for the Ravens. It's not over yet. We've seen the way control works. One simple set of stacks, and you get the job done. Neptune throws a shoulder, throws a nade. Slows down the approach for now. Slashes there, and oh my, gets the kill. But it is going to tag up these members of the Ravens so much, and it's the nuke once again into the point spot. Flying high as Nasty now trying to keep his boys in the fight. Less than 30.
I mean, it's just like a montage style clip on montage style clip, jumping from the top rope, sliding into chat. Like, it's just absurd. 10v5, I mean, maybe late heroics even clean 4 white, but we both know that's not going to happen. I mean, Hook technically slowed down because everybody else heated up. That is as dominant of a Tuscan control as you were going to see. The woes for the Ravens continue in the game mode. And LAG, I mean, again, a small mistake maybe or 2 in the Tuscan hardpoint, a small mistake potentially in the Bocage S&D, but outside of that, they are playing, like, they're on point right now.
Yeah, it's, look, well, however way you dress it, the Ravens don't have a clue what they're doing in the game mode, clearly. That was
Dude, there was nothing they could do. I'm not even saying that's like Ravens being bad. That just like, that did not look fun. They were getting obliterated.
He went through, but Hook went 30 and 18.
That's the new.
Dude, that was one hell of a performance, man. We said at the start of the series that LAG know what's at stake here. They know that this could be their year. A pivotal series for them all round, and they managed to do it on Tuscan. A 3-0, a swift one as well. Ravens now, though, back to familiar territory. Get them in a game mode they like. We'll see what happens then. But looking across these highlights, aside from this starter from Afro, I mean,
remember this? Remember that round 1? Afro doing great?
That's a long time ago. He went on some spree, but UGLY, they ain't got no alibi. It was ugly for the Ravens here on Tuscan. But the series marches on.
I mean, I guess he had, what, Afro more kills in round 1 than, like, 2 of his teammates had the entire game, or, like, in that ballpark. I don't know. He had, what, 13, I suppose, by the time round 1 ended, and that is just, I don't even know. Afro's probably just confused. That, again, completely wild, unexpected, makes no sense. Zero had to have been throwing a nade. Oh. Thank God Hoop stopped shooting, or else that would have been on every single top 5 play till the end of the year.
Yep.
Hook's unstoppable.
Dude, he had such a good map. Like, damn. That was to stop the segment as well. That was so close. Oh, man, this could have been one of the most absurd lineups. Like, no joke. That was a crazy one. Gizmo, that's a sweet 180 there to hit the shots. But Hook, non-stop delivery here on Tuscan. Look at this, man. I mean, that is another 3. Gizmo's going to chow with the rat. It's toast, man. Pulls in the streaks as well earlier on. That was great. What a show, though, from the Guerrillas. They stay alive in the series. They push themselves further, at least towards the Berlin. We're not done yet. This is a team you cannot ever count out. The only other squad they managed to take a series off of in this stage is Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What are we doing here? Do things just not make sense anymore? Do we break some like space-time continuum like 6 or 7 years ago and everything has just been absolutely insane since then? Insane. Like, it's just bleeding into Call of Duty. It truly does not make sense. These guys, they're 1-3 and they're playing like this.
What was that particle collider? The CERN CERN thing that
the Large Hadron Collider.
The Hadron Collider. That ever since that hit, baby, everything has just been woo crazy. Hey, though, I did say at the start of the series, I said that you may as well give the control to LAG, and I wasn't kidding. Do I look like I'm kidding? The answer is absolutely not. That was a real, absolute smacking. But now we're going to the Berlin chance. We obviously have to sort of count the blessings, you know, for the LAG fans. Can they continue the momentum, though? That is the question for me. You've shown such incredible promise in the control game mode. All you have to do is bring I mean, 80% of that to Berlin, and you are really going to hurt the Ravens and force a game 5.
And honestly, I think the potential is absolutely there, right? I think Tuscan was obviously Ravens' map pick, and it was still a close one. Obviously, Ravens have been perfect in hard point, and Tuscan was no difference. But Berlin, it is LAG's bread and butter. I know, Ravens are 3-0 throughout this stage. They like Berlin as well, but I think if they're shooting like that, the opportunity's here. I suppose you can go back to maps 1 and 2 and just say you got to avoid the small mistakes, right? I think Ravens right now, especially through this stage, overall have been the best team on P2 and also the best team at breaking hills. So it's one of those things. They can early rotate to P2, try to milk all that time and trust themselves to make those breaks, like through the dock side of the map to P3. Those are going to be the moments where like LAG have to clutch up. Make sure you don't give away the spawns. Make sure you win the key gunfights. And I mean, even then it might not be enough, but that'll be the recipe for success.
We'll see. We'll see. Again, this series has been an absolute delight to watch, and 2 absolute heroes we've had so far from either team. Of course, Hawk and Afro, they have been playing out of their minds. I really cannot believe. I mean, we came into this one knowing that Afro has been instrumental in the success the Ravens have had so far. 14-0 in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. They've not dropped nothing in Stage 4. Control, not the same. But on the other side, man, I mean, Hawk has also been stellar chance.
Absolutely. I mean, just to talk about the large hadron collider for a second. It's like 22 miles long, and only a space that big can contain Hook's like gun skill in this moment, right? Like that is the type of room you need to make for Hook when he's playing like this. Because I mean, this is prime form. I mean, he came out and was shooting like this against Atlanta FaZe, and we're like, maybe he only does it against these guys because he certainly cranks things up. But I mean, this is man. I don't know what to call that face other than locked in. That is it.
He's truly, I mean, that is pure purpose. That is what that looks like. Nothing but divine purpose. He knows exactly what's coming up next, what he needs to bring to the table. His opponent on the other side, the other champion now for the London Royal Ravens, Afro as well. Commanding the troops somewhat more, much more vocal, I think, in and out of game than Hawk can be. Hawk's a little bit more calm and resolved, but really lets the gameplay speak for himself.
And all he's saying right now, that is Afro looking at Simmons and be like, guys, I'm killing Hawk. I'm doing my job. What were y'all doing in that Tuscan control?
I don't think Marcus said, what would y'all do? I don't think.
Okay.
It's from the West Mids, mate. What you doing, bruv? Anyway, we'll see how it goes, though.
Yeah, I'm not throwing on a fake accent to.
You should.
Absolutely not.
Well, we'll get you there, brother. We'll get you there. A couple more reps in the lab, but now the Ravens and Guerrillas, again, the importance of this series cannot be understressed. We're all having a great time. Let's not get it twisted, friends. This is a magnificent Sunday for Call of Duty. But the importance and the gravitas of this series cannot go understated. For LAG, I mean, look at Slasher, look at Spark. These boys are stressed out. Hawk knows what's up here. They just got to bring the gameplay, and everyone has been bringing the goods today. Tiny mistakes, tiny moments. That's what cost you a moment now for the LAG players. For Neptune, man, what a season he's had. Drop from the New York Subliners, little bit of drama there. He's joined this team and he's helped revitalize them to a degree. And look at the way they are playing now. As far as I'm concerned, man, these guys just became one of my dark horses going into the major.
I mean, dude, LAG versus New York at the O Major. Could you imagine? Oh my God, that would be good. By the way, I think for LAG, it almost seems clear that Ricky's their coach, right? Because Spart, yeah, he's got this strat 1 ear off, right? Just to make sure you have a great sound. Your coaches maybe talk in the background, but that is the Ricky special.
Almost ready to get into this one, friends. Lobbies, you know how it goes. For now, again, it's calm contemplation. Final few moments just to go over last minute things, think things through. I must admit, for LAG, I would imagine at this moment in time they're listening to Coach Ricky, but not a lot being said between those players. They know what's at stake. They know what they've got to do. You know how close you've come. You know what performance you can put up. Let's just get the job done. For the Ravens, so they're all smiling. They're looking great. They're like, oh, I wonder where we're going to go have dinner in Los Angeles when it comes to champs. Oh, I can't wait. I really like to have, I might have a pizza in LA. I might have a burger. I might go to the beach. Not exactly what they're saying, but the dramatic difference in the attitude of the camp right now, because of the points they have, because of the situation they're in going in the major, because of the performance they've had in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy right now, it's all good, bruv.
This is why I don't do accents. I mean, that is prime example number one. Whatever the case may be. By the way, fun fact about Slasher, just because it caught my eye that not wearing a hat, he actually wrote a letter to the Oakland A's. Well, the Athletics. I don't know if they're in Oakland. I don't know how that works, but he wrote a letter to literally the Athletics MLB baseball team to get permission to wear their hats. So I don't know if that like just ran out of time or if he's just electing to go for the hair today. But either way, you know, looks good. Looks good.
Oh, he does. Strong looking man. Slasher is what transformation he's had. Brilliant hardpoint though. It is on the horizon, friends. As we continue to hold on to this one, we are on to, I think, another lobby now. So almost there, friends. Again, looking at the London Royal Ravens, the journey they've had to get here, 3-1 across the board. And it doesn't take any kind of genius to think about what map and mode, or what mode they lost in every single series they have played so far. Them boys are bad at control.
Well, this does remind me, actually, Ravens have been New York Subliners' best friend. I mean, beating old, like literally down the line, everybody on the bubble, Ravens have come out and smoked. And funnily enough, I guess it has to be mentioned as well because of their control woes. Every single series has been 1-3-1. This is what they do: roll up, lose the control, win everything else. So Ravens in 4, seemingly a guarantee. And obviously, if you're a New York Subliners fan, you're continuing to root for them to make sure LAG stays down, because obviously LAG are looking a little bit fierce in spite of their record. So try to keep those bubble teams at bay. Of course, on the flip side, just doesn't make sense at all.
It's a scary. No, it's such a difficult loss again to lose to Ultra like that, and again the heartbreaking one against New York Subliners, and then you turn things around, you absolutely choke slam FaZe 3-1 to lose to Boston 3-1, and now you find yourselves staring down the barrel of a tough one against the Ravens. But God only knows for the Guerrillas, man. I mean, it's been a tough journey, a really, really tough journey. Subliners, of course, happy to get that victory, but not so happy to see what's been going on in the rest of the, you know, the standings. Of course, Røkkr have turned things around in a big way. Florida have been having a decent time again. LA Thieves, we'll see what happens. The last matchup today is going to be an absolute sweetie. For now, LAG, I think we're almost there, guys. I think we're almost there. Ravens now, here we go. Trying to get into this one final time. Here we have it. Berlin hardpoint. Map 4 in the series. Do or die, LAG.
I still can't believe I said y'all one time and got mocked on broadcast. That's crazy, Miles.
Well, you can say y'all all you want, but not when it's like, what a British... Come on. Although y'all is... I've been trying to, you know, bring y'all into my everyday vocabulary, but it's not easy. It's not easy.
I disagree. I think it comes naturally, but I suppose that is honestly the player to look out for, right? It is an AR map. Slasher has been frying pretty much this entire stage, and especially so in this series. So he's looking to put on for his squad, put on for his city. He puts on, and the lobby, as expected, broke again.
Hold on to your butts, kids. We're backing out. These things happen. I mean, you know what we could do? During this time, I was actually thinking we could actually run the control again, and we could break down all the times where the Ravens got absolutely bodied by Hook. We could literally go back through the entire game and just see.
Pick around any round.
Just pick around any round, just watching Hook go absolutely nuts. But that is, yes, one more lobby disconnect. Sadly, we are having, we're definitely having issues. There's no getting around it, friends. We're having some serious issues with the lobbies right now for the last few days. I mean, everyone's trying to sort this out, trying to find, you know, fun, creative ways to get into these games. We're working on it, believe me, because we want to get in the games as much as you do, and the players do as well. There's always that. Yes, we do, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we do. Another technical delay, sadly. We're going to keep things going as best and professionally as we possibly can without, you know, waxing too lyrical about all the madness taking place behind the scenes. But Chance, for now, mate, I mean, just I don't think we've ever seen a situation like this ever in competitive COD history where tiebreakers are going to be so influential in the success of a team. Potentially so influential.
And especially with like the number of them. I think the only thing that even comes comparable to like the level of intensity for the tiebreakers is I think it's happened twice at Champs where you actually have a runoff best of one like S&D game. Like, and literally, I think it's only ever happened twice. Once in IW, maybe once in, not World War II, but I mean, you know, intense moments, but now it's just, you know, 5, maybe 6 teams that are going to be in the mix. I mean, I suppose even for the series we have immediately after this one between OpTic and Toronto, it's another one. If Toronto don't get a win, they will still be neck and neck with like 5 other teams in this league and just add to the pile of those bubble squads. But sure, here's the montage. Look at all the kills Hook got. Literally all of them.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Man, what a season this has been. Vanguard has been nuts, and I think it's an incredibly complicated combination of not only the nature of the game, fast time to kill, headshot multipliers, but also, you know, the overall skill level of players in the league and just how damn good people are at Call of Duty now. Ever since the inception of the CWL and now the CDL, you're giving people full reign to spend every waking moment of their lives getting as good at this as possible. And I think that has created this perfect storm of like absolute absurdity when it comes to the game. You've got players playing at the highest level in a game where the slimmest of margins can cost you an entire map. It's insane. And I don't know how to get around that.
And it's also just, I mean, unique, right? I saw some of the Minnesota Røkkr guys talking about this yesterday after their series of like, there's moments where players are recognizing like very unique to this game situations in like Hardpoint where they're just like, the other team doesn't know that we just spawned out. If we play this quick, like we don't have to take our time. We can fly because there's no shot they actually read what just happened on the map. So it is like almost a mixed bag of awareness of like the type of plays you can and cannot make. And I suppose when it creates unique situations like that, opportunities for certain players to thrive and try to pay off. I think, you know, speaking of the series we have next, Bance is, I think, been a fantastic watch because he is probably one of the most heads-up players right now we have in the CDL, and I think he has about as good as game awareness as you could possibly expect. So always a fun era to watch on the minimap.
I think this is going to be one of the more unique seasons of the CDL.
Already is, 100% already is. We're done. We're locked in for that. Yeah.
There's no going back now. But again, we probably won't see anything quite as. I think we'll still see some, you know, exciting gameplay, and I'm excited for the MW season, of course, or 2 seasons. We're not sure yet what's happening there, but I'm super excited to see how that one goes down. For now, though, Vanguard has left us with a lot of incredible memories. I remember, you know, Veli asking the guys in the desk chance, like, what were their more memorable moments, their favorite moments of the season were. For me, man, I think it could be, you know, like the perfect fairy tale victory that we saw, like OpTic Texas get in their major. Any of the majors has had a singular moment where everyone's just gone, OMG, WTF. And I think that's sort of testament to that perfect storm that Vanguard is.
Sure. I don't even know what I would pick, to be honest. I think that that's a good option. I'm just trying to think everything through.
Get us out of it. Go to a break. We'll see you on the other side, friends. We're going to dive into this billion HP as soon as humanly possible. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. LAG versus London Royal Ravens. We are still here. We are still getting these lobbies up and running. But as you can see, the headsets are back on and we should be hot to trot momentarily. Take a page out of Gizmo's book, put on a sweet track, enjoy yourselves the soothing sounds of Røkkr, and we will get into this matchup ASAP. We can only imagine what is going through the minds of these professional players right now. Again, for the Ravens, a very different look. For the LA Guerrillas, it is pure stress, son. Miles and Chance are still here, and we're still with our shirts open and our sunglasses on indoors. We're on a mission from God.
Must be a long playlist for Gizmo, you know?
Yeah. No, for
He's
real.
on like track 17. Going through it, head bumping the whole time.
He's right through a whole album by now, but hey, these things do happen. But yeah, we're almost ready to get into this one, but he's loving life right now. I do wonder what he's singing and what he's saying. I'm really looking forward to the comms check from this last 3 weeks of qualifiers, because I think at the moment you could make one out of the Ravens alone. You know, they've all been so brilliant. Again, shout out to the content team. They've been doing a brilliant job with, you know, picking up on these little moments that happen between the players. But I mean, this is it. This is probably the best opportunity you've got. 4.5 hours of footage to go through, to comb through, to find them little sweet nuggets. Nick, good luck, brother. Almost ready to get into the brilliant hardpoint again, friends. We do appreciate the patience. We hope you're excited as we are to finally get into it. And we can assure you it is going to be a brilliant matchup. I hope the players haven't been iced too much again, as we do find ourselves at a very important moment in the series right now for LAG. The massive comeback, the most ridiculous swing of momentum in their favor from that Tuscan control. The chance if they carry into Berlin, even a fraction of it, this is going to go the distance.
And obviously London, their auto veto in hardpoint is Bocage. They've played it literally once or twice the entire year, so they don't mess with it at all. So they pretty much get the exact same hardpoint like in the mix the entire time. Teams don't want to deal with London on Gavutu. It makes sense, they're great on that map, but now it seems like they've truly hit that form. I mean, we talked about it. It's now a 6 streak rather for Ravens on Tuscan hardpoint. I believe they're in the midst of a 4 spree on Berlin hardpoint. So Ravens have found that form. They've got that swagger. Everything is feeling great. They play like clockwork. At the same time, LAG have played phenomenal Call of Duty, like so far today in all 3 of their maps, especially so on that Tuscan control, and Berlin hardpoint is their pick. They have a 10-5 record on said map. So this is truly the opportunity for LAG to get that win, to force it to that map 5. And well, we talked about auto vetoes of the Bocage hardpoint for Ravens. Also, Tuscan Search and Destroy has nearly been in auto veto form as well. They've banned it 65% of the time. Well, it gets through for this map 5. So I'd say the light at the end of the tunnel right now is here for LAG. And now I'm thinking if that's a bad metaphor, because you don't want to walk into that light.
Yeah, it's go away from the light, away from the light.
Yeah, so don't walk there, walk to the game 5, and then win the next tournament and go to champs. There you go.
It's the green light at the end of the pier that they are hunting towards. Again,
okay, sure.
It's LAG. It's what they're going for. It's certainly it. Again, not a dire situation to be in for the Guerrillas. They can definitely pull this one around, but we've talked about this a little bit before, but the Ravens, it's been the most sensational run this this stage so far. 14-0 in hardpoint search and destroy combined. Carson's been tweeting this one out recently. Again, the stats coming in hot. 0-5 in control. 0-5. The boys are bad at it. However, in the meantime, we're going to throw out a quick commercial break. We come back, ladies and gentlemen, fingers and cross. Fingers, toes, crossed, you name it. If you can cross anything else, please do for it. We'll need it. See you on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you're gonna have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I got to get in the vicinity.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major IV yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
Listen up, boys. We're new in town. So grab your zennies. We're breaking into Fenway. Once you're all inside with the precious cargo, it's time to blend in. We need to crack the Jumbotron code. figure out the cipher, and relay it to Nero. Once you have it all figured out, meet us down at the home dugout.
We're only gonna have one shot at this. Let's play.
Yo, didn't you hear? Champs is running it back to Cali.
Champs is going back to Cali. See you there. Players in every single corner of the map right now. To London is Afro.
And oh my god, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The Ravens, a little highlight intro there, going all the way back to the 2020 season. M-Dubs, of course, Zero's been firing since then for Nasty, Gizmo, and Afro. Again, a little bit of a touch and go when it came to Cold War for Afro. He looked great there, but Nasty and Gizmo, they have made quite the splash when it comes to the Vanguard season so far. Kudos to them for helping turn the Ravens around. It's been a bittersweet run. The Cold War season, not very good at all. Of course, we saw some big old team changes for them. But when it comes to what, you know, that 2020 season, chances of making a decent run of champs. I mean, the Ravens have had something. I was thinking, if the Ravens have a bad series, we could call them the London Royal Raisins instead of Ravens.
I'll leave that one to you. I have absolutely no follow-up for the Raisins. Maybe they can grow up one day to be grapes, or I know you started as grapes. I don't have any follow-up. All I know is I did see Gizmo actually yawn, so he's actually slowed down the pace a little bit. I saw Nasty trying to pick him up, but I don't know. Berlin, Raisins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, see though. Again, friends, the folks at you know, the powers that be know what's going on here. They're trying to fix things ASAP. Everyone is fully aware of what is going on here. We sadly are the messengers. Don't be shooting us. We're doing the best we all can here. We are dying to get into this game, friends, just as much as you are. But in the meantime, again, if you haven't already sorted yourself out tickets maybe to champs, or if you haven't got yourself tickets to the New York Majors, dive on that one. You will be able to see all of these teams in action at the upcoming major next week. You won't be seeing a lot of them at champs. But now chance the Ravens 190 sitting pretty, not quite absolutely clinched that playoff spot. It is still possible for it to hit the fan. It is unlikely, but it is not impossible. But for the Guerrillas, again, just looking at the spot they're in, if not for that 5-point bonus that they got again for winning major number 2, they could find themselves in a very, very sticky situation.
I mean, again, technically possible for Ravens not make it, but, you know, 99% chance that they do. I'd say for Surge, for Surge as well, probably like 99% they make it through. Boston a little bit scarier, but still overwhelmingly likely that they've done enough because they have that much buffer space. But still, you know, 20-30 point gap, you never really know. I mean, it might be the situation if that could be a team that bottoms out, places top 12. Like, someone is going to drop the ball at this next major, and I mean, who knows how many different teams are actually be able to clutch up. Bears Legion might actually show up to land. I know they've like overperformed on land, so to speak, and they might be able to just dagger a squad. So I know they were starting to look good on a couple of the maps they were playing. So it'd be an interesting to say the least. And, you know, just to have a small confession, Miles, before the stage actually kicked off, you know, I might have been digging at the British commentators just a little bit, but talking to Bryce, I was like, I think this London team, like, there's the possibility they drop from third and don't make champs. And obviously I was literally as wrong as you could possibly be, as they have remained perfect and obviously one map away from keeping that perfect record on this Berlin hardpoint, excuse me, should we get to it. So I think they've been incredibly impressive, and sort of that, like, it's more of a player rivalry rather than an org rivalry between London and Toronto. But I know that Zero Vance sort of like all-time battle has always been a fun one. And as soon as London started kicking things up, Toronto not quite able to replicate the level of success they had last year, but obviously a team definitely to be looked out for.
Again, it's so hard in Vanguard. You simply cannot overlook squads. No one. All right, the LAG, they're out. They're gone. Oh, no, they're back. Or are they gone? They're sort of back. My point, though, was this season has been so interesting. This season has been so interesting in terms of, you know, the teams that get the big wins. You've got LAG coming through, finding that massive win. So basically a brand new roster. It was with a substitute player. We've seen a few teams this season alone not make a team change, or a lot, you know, by their own fault make a team change. Obviously, Ultra don't make a roster move. I don't think OpTic will be making moves for as long as they possibly can if they can avoid it. And of course, Atlanta FaZe won't be making a roster move at all. I don't think those teams, I think we talked about this last night. I don't think those teams will want to make roster swaps for the foreseeable future, particularly going into the next game as well, because those teams are so well-rounded and so brilliant and already have proven success. Why would you mix that up? I can see other squads trying to change things here or there, but it's such a difficult role to be a GM. Absolutely no envy of that job, especially in this environment. Let me tell you, that's a tough one. But I think those teams, they will stay going into next year for sure.
And I would say maybe even especially for like the Toronto camp, right? Just because their challengers team, I think literally just won another event. I think, you know, I saw tweets of Scrappy going like 14-5 in game 5. It literally seems like that dude shows up to every single map, no exception. So I know even Toronto, just for their academy teams, are also filled to the brim with talent. So I suppose that's a good problem to have, but obviously not an easy one to deal with. But I agree. I would say literally just those 3 teams you named, Toronto, Atlanta, and OpTic. I would love to start to get to the point in Call of Duty where rosters start to exist for like years on years. And I don't even know what that means. Maybe 5, 6, 7 plus or something to actually stick it out game to game, because I don't know who has the record. I don't know if it's like the OpTic Gaming Dynasty or if Mind Freak from back in the day actually was the longest rosters of all time. I think it might be Mind Freak. And I think the record is barely past 2 years of sticking together. So definitely fact check me on that. I might be incorrect, but it is the typical thing in Call of Duty. Things get mixed up all the time, including this year. And, you know, it's always an interesting dynamic, even for LA Thieves, right? Most roster changes of any other team in the previous season. And this year they've stuck to their guns.
Yeah, they really have. I think as well for LA Thieves, better late than never to start blooming. Like they've been having, you know, mixed success. I think it has to be said. They turned up on land though in Toronto. Like Kenny got the God box. There's no... Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have bad news for you. We are going to be throwing to another commercial break, but the good news on the other side of that, there's a very good chance we got the game. We'll see you on the other side.
Here we go. Wait.
This is chaotic.
Wait. Finds one, the second, the damage is done. He finds the first one, finds the second as well. This is what he... Oh, no!
It's glorious. It's beautiful. You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Wait. Absolutely beaming right now. And he went the snaps. He is finding all the kills. 5 in a row to walk away with all 4.
That is sensational stuff.
Oh my! What? And that will be it.
No, it's disgraceful again.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
What's going on to all of you beautiful people out there? Yeah, so, we're back here on the desk. We're giving the Miles a chance, a small break right now. And throughout the technical delays, we're actually having fun watching the games. We're playing blackjack. Oh, wait, who's winning?
I'm up tremendous. I'm up.
Dominating Ali?
Yep.
All right, we're going to try to get Ali's dollars up. But also, welcome back. My name is Valley. This is Ali, and also Nameless. And let's go ahead and talk about the day while the servers go ahead and get situated. But first things first, Ali.
What's up?
Yo, if there was real money on the line, you'd really body Nameless, right?
Absolutely. My first time ever was actually at the Minnesota event, and I ended up positive on the weekend. Therefore, I think I'd absolutely end up on top. Just, I got the natural talent.
You should have gambled. By the way, I won Dashy, Nameless, everybody. A whole lot of money at that blackjack table.
Playing blackjack the wrong way, though.
Hey, I mean... Blackjack, it kind of goes together.
Still got stonks.
Right. Also, wait. But we also have a really bright spot today. Lando had a big surprise throughout yesterday in the last series of the day. It was the Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge game, and people were wondering why Lando was not here. But he came up with a big surprise, and Lando is now a pappy. Yes, Mama Lando gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and now Lando, he makes a great father.
Yeah, I mean, just congratulations to Papa Lando, man. He was out for good reason, and yeah, man, just a beautiful baby. Looks just like him.
I know, right? I hope my girl is watching. Do you see how happy Lando is? Imagine me with that smile. But let's talk about the day right now. As a lot of teams are playing for their lives, and they're also playing to see if they're going to make winners bracket because no one wants to start in losers. So take a look at the points right now. And shocker, Atlanta FaZe, they're on top. OpTic Texas right behind them, right? They're kind of like a duo up there. But Minnesota, LA Thieves, Florida Mutineers, 140. But LAG are currently playing in a game right now against the London Royal Ravens, and if the Los Angeles Guerrillas win, they're gonna be top 8.
Listen, man, you could feel the tension in this match. I mean, this is just phenomenal Call of Duty back and forth. Those first 2 maps could have went either way. They get the control in dominant fashion, and now we're going into a game 4 whenever the servers do fix themselves, where London is on a 4-game winning streak. So the odds are stacked against LAG, but certainly can be done.
Someone call Bob the Builder right now. Ali, how you feel about that?
Listen, it certainly has been close the first 2 maps, but we all certainly wrote off the control when it comes to the London Royal Ravens.
True.
It's something that we just don't talk about, right? So heading into that game 4, I mean, you definitely have to favor London on that side, but I will say, we gotta get Slasher some help, man.
Yo.
He was being disgusting. He had a 1.55 in the first hard point. We saw him almost clutch up there in the end of the search and destroy. So shout out to my man Slasher, because I feel like he had a kind of slower start to the beginning of the season. A lot of people were kind of on his back, therefore they were on the entire LAG's back, but I think he's really proved himself here in the later season.
Right, and just like this game field came with yellow and black, by the way. Shout out to Mandu. New York Subliners is going to be facing off against the LA Thieves today. And the question, sorry for here, you can have mine. There we go. Listen, grab a snack, grab a drink, get comfortable at home, okay, ladies and gentlemen. But New York Subliners are facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. And this is the craziest thing, right? Because the New York Subliners have been on the craziest tear right now. I'm going to be real with you guys. Minnesota Røkkr had a really fun run last stage, but New York Subliners are playing for a lot more. And the question is, Ali, can they pull off the Cinderella story, the run? Can they win this game? Can they go to Major IV at their own major and make it the champs? Who knows?
The storyline is set up for them, right? We were really hoping, well, not really we, but us New York Subliners fans, Valley specifically, wasn't hoping that the teams ahead of them were going to keep winning in the split the way that they have, but it's almost better in this sense because they're 4-0 right now, looking to go 5-0 after today, and then we head into their own major, right? So the stage is set for the New York Subliners to have a miracle run to still put themselves into champs conversation, but it has to start with this win on LA Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, not an easy schedule either. I mean, they've beat some teams that have looked pretty good. New York has been unbelievable. The odds are stacked against them, as Ali said, and they've just cleaned house. Everybody's been frying, and Hydra and Paulehx both top, I think, 7 for KD with a 1.14 and 1.19, just taking over in almost every series. And we've seen Crim and Kismet both popping off as well. So these guys, I mean, they're taking it match by match. We talk to them in the interviews, and they're like, yo, it doesn't matter. We're not even thinking about champs. We're just trying to win another tournament, and they're set up to do it. It's their home tournament. They're looking like the favorite with London.
All right.
And in the split, I mean, they've beat Major 1 champions, they've beat Major 2 champions, and they have beat Major 3 champions. So once again, it is incredibly doable for the New York Subliners.
And this match versus LA Thieves is so important today because, like, you want to beat them so you can catch up close to them, stop LA Thieves from getting those points. Because if LA Thieves do move up and get that additional 10 points, then it makes it so, like, New York has to make it to the finals, right? You want to make it easier for themselves. They want to make it easier for themselves, but like we said, they're not even thinking about champs. They just want to get that W.
Right, the last time LA Thieves were even on the screen, like LA Thieves remind me of me, right? Like, they're so bipolar with the wins and losses. Like, the thing is, LA Thieves, like, they were so good when it came to land in Major 3, but we came online and it's like, hey, yo, like, you're kind of split right now, my guy.
And what really sucks is that we said this might be their best online showing so far, but they've been struggling. That is insane. We brought up the stats graphic, I believe, yesterday, where they were, like, first and third in respawn. Their S&D was still struggling, but it looked like things were finally looking up for them, but not anymore. And this is an LA Thieves team who gets better on land, but if they want to have the conversation for champs, they need to do well in the split online as well.
And I felt like on Father's Day, everybody should have wished Major Maniac a happy Father's Day because he was daddy in that lobby right there. Search and Destroy, he took over. Nameless, you had high praises for him, actually. When he came on the team, and we saw those Search and Destroy maps for the first game for the Florida Mutineers, and he debuted it for them.
I mean,
you were saying, yo, this is exactly why they brought him.
I mean, that's exactly why they brought him in. He clutches up when they need him most. The guy was getting aces. He was leading the team in terms of overall damage for the squad with, like, players that are high-octane, fast-paced players. Major Maniac led the entire team in damage. That's just so impressive to me. He's completely eradicated that, stigma that he's a slow player, and he's definitely a mainstay in this league. And for the Mutineers, the team that was looking lackluster when they first came into this stage with their roster change, have turned it around. I mean, you could see, like, going up against the LA Thieves, that was the match they needed to win to make it in a winner's bracket, and they do it under pressure, so big W. On the flip side, talking about the LA Thieves, they're losing maps they should not lose. You shouldn't lose a Gavutu control if you're LA Thieves with the AR players that you have. If they get one tick, they end up pulling defense for the very end because they were outslaying them. They lost that map heading into round 5 while they were outslaying. That's unacceptable to me. Like, put it together. You have a man advantage. Get on that point and try to get that progression. So for LA Thieves, man, just a little bit up and down still.
Now, talking about progression, if you're a Greenwall fan out there, trust me, I've been looking at the timeline. I've been looking at Reddit, and you guys have been stressing lately. And OpTic Texas will be facing off against Toronto Ultra today, and both of these teams are currently 1-3. This is not the start that OpTic wanted when Illy came back, but the thing is, you got to think about it this way. Like, Illy came back, they played with 2 subs. Nameless, man, you're a former pro. Like, how hard is it to really just put in 2 people, try to play with them? Play styles completely different than Illy, by the way.
I mean, honestly, I've played in just about every situation that you can be in, and I've been in so many different roster situations in Call of Duty. I have not been in this type of situation where you have your in-game leader out because of a medical issue for that many months, and then you have to plug him right back in before the 2 biggest tournaments of the year. It's honestly untapped territory for OpTic Texas, and they're trying to navigate it. They definitely had to switch their play style up when they had the 2 substitute players in, and now he's come back in and trying to be the in-game leader after having time off. So there's that situation where he has to get comfortable as well. So for them, this is all sort of practice for champs, but at the same time, they find themselves in a spot where they are likely headed into the loser's bracket. You don't want to get bumped out. Like, your confidence would completely get stripped from you at that point. So I think talent alone is not going to get them through it. There's some situations where they are just blatantly making the wrong play, and that's uncharacteristic of a team like OpTic Texas. With this roster this season, they've been making big brain plays, not as of late.
And unfortunately, I feel like I have to be a little bit hard on OpTic Texas here because Illy came back and he was absolutely frying. A 1.83 in Search and Destroy that is first in this split. I mean, he has been on his game. A 1.11 in hardpoint, and Dashy is still doing Dashy things. He's still top KD, 1.2 on hardpoint. He's been right there, 1.27 in Search and Destroy. Like, the slaying is still there from your two biggest players. For me, it's the SMG duo. Again, said it before. They were arguably the best SMG duo in the game, and now they are struggling to get back on their feet. 1-3 in the split. This isn't the OpTic Texas that we expected to see, especially putting iLLeY back in. That was supposed to be the glue. That was supposed to be the puzzle piece to fix all their issues.
Yeah, I don't really think it was as much like individual. I really think it's just like the way they're playing the game. Like, they were hard rotating and then not pushing out, adding layers to their push, leaving players in the back, like getting spawns, sometimes playing a little bit scared. It just seems like they were out of whack with this roster right now, but I have confidence that they can reel it back in come Major 4, honestly.
You know who I want to be confident in and reel it back in? I don't know about you guys, but like Toronto Ultra is a team in the CDL where it's like, everybody loves them. They're great guys. I love the hype video. It's the best one in the CDL by far. But this team just seems to be falling short, and Vanguard just hasn't been kind to them consistently.
I'm right there with you. I mean, it just has not. It's been a lot of unfortunate situations. That's why I feel like for the Toronto Ultra. And we talk about difficulty in schedule. I will say, London Royal Ravens, who are undefeated this split, the Atlanta FaZe. I mean, it's Atlanta FaZe. They have MC. Like, there's just so much you can say about that. They have MC and Simp. Like, come on. And then the Boston Breach, who made a roster change that has made them look like a top contending team heading into Major 4. So it definitely hasn't been easy, but something I will always say again, you have to beat the best to be the best. So for me, Toronto Ultra, they just need to work on closing out these series. They've been making incredible comebacks, but when it comes to the end game, they're just unable to do it.
I mean, I will say, like, for the Toronto Ultra team, they've had a tough schedule, but there's no excuses for them. They've had this roster since the jump. They've been together for, one of the longest lasting rosters we have in the CDO, and they just can't put it all together at the same time. I mean, I'm looking at a guy like Cammy, at least for their most recent match, you cannot go double negative with an AR on two Gabutus. Like, you just got out-strategized by the Boston Breach, taking it to you on that map, and, for them, that's a map where he's supposed to succeed, him and Insight. Insight did his thing, but he did not. And then in some of the other matches, I'm looking at Kleenex, like, he's been up and down, prone to the bad game. So it's just inconsistency across the board, which has been the story with this team all season long.
Right, and you know what? I can't help but feel like whenever we saw Scrappy subbing for this team, I love Insight's my favorite player on the roster, by the way. But Scrappy brought like that innate cockiness to that roster. You know what I'm saying? A young gun, he wants to make plays, risky, and it always paid off. And it's like, I feel like that type of playmaking on a consistent level is what Toronto is like missing.
Which sucks, because with Toronto Ultra, we always said, like, you can't pinpoint a player when it comes to the squad. Like, you can't pinpoint a player for their issues. Well, now we're starting to see some glaring issues with some players and their consistency. Like, Cammy was fourth in control heading into that series beforehand with a 1.3, and then he heads into that Kabuto, and it's just like, where did Cammy go? So Toronto Ultra, they have a lot of trials and tribulations ahead of them. I really just think it's their fundamentals for some reason have been slipping away from them, and players trying to do too much on the map to make up for it.
Right. I was wearing my glasses this whole segment. It was in my pocket, so I had one of those moments right there. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We got champs right around the corner. Actually, this year flew by faster than any year I've ever had in my life because August 4th through 7th is basically right there, and we're going to champs. My first ever champs. I don't know who's gonna make it. The bubble is crazy. Nameless man. You wanna have fun right now?
I'm always down.
You want to have fun? All right, I'm looking. Wait, production. If you haven't, can we get the points as well? So, out of all the bubble teams right now, we got New York, Florida, Minnesota, and all them. If you had to name one team that you think, you too, Ali, I'm gonna put you on the spot. We're feeling right now. We're having fun, all right? Which one of these teams?
I honestly think the LA Thieves are going to make it.
Wait. The question didn't even end. What was the question?
So if you take a look at the top 8 right now, who do you think could drop down?
On the right side of the page, what teams do you think aren't going to make it?
And who do you think will make it?
That's kind of messed up. Paris Legion. I'm sorry.
Can we at least get Donnie to champs?
I think the New York Subliners are going to make it.
I think they are.
I think that New York and LA Thieves from that right side column are going to make it into champs.
All right, I don't know, man. The New York Subliners trying to make champs right now actually comes out as one of the best storylines I've personally ever seen in esports. But you know what?
Wait a second though. Like, let's not forget, Ultra could still get bumped out. Like,
Ultra can get bumped out easily.
Like if they lose today and they find themselves in a bad spot in that bracket and get bumped out, like, let's talk about losers bracket. It's terrifying. Like, you might have Surge and OpTic Texas in the losers bracket at this tournament. that is wild. If you have to run into them for a match that potentially like determines whether you make it to champs or not, New York is going to be ridiculous. I don't think the people are ready for it.
Dude, that's actually insane. Actually, we have Miles to Champs right here. Fellas, we had you guys talking for so long. You were chilling. By the way, you guys are pulling off the look quite well. Chance, I love the shirt. My question to you two as well. Let's jump in on the conversation. The New York Subliners heading into Major IV, their own event. Are you guys are you feeling the magic working, or do you think it's just way too late? I'm scared to hear what Chance says.
I just want to welcome you, all three of you actually, to the Miles and Chance podcast.
Yes, hello.
Exciting to see what happens.
Join.
I also believe they can do it. I think the odds are slowly but surely being stacked against them, and I think Hydra's COVID situation, like him getting sick at this moment in time, is a dagger. I tried to say that their luck ran out yesterday, and Chance was like, boy, their luck. They never had the luck. Never. Not this year.
You said never.
They don't need luck. They got Paulehx with a 1.83 in search and destroy. Come on, guys.
Killing it, man. Come on.
Look, I want to see the bracket though, right? Because like I think Ann brought up a great point. There are killers that are going to be starting in the losers bracket. So like, if New York just gets like a super tough first round matchup that like isn't going to clear cut go their way, if you fall into the pit, I don't trust anybody, especially not for a team that is so far down on CDL points. But if they have a great first round matchup, one that like you are confident that they're going to be able to win, then they can absolutely make a run. I mean, literally, you win your first two series, guaranteed like top 3. So I think Subliners making it is a good shout, but very much depends on who they play.
So another question, this one's going to be kind of, it's going to be really fun. So teams like Toronto Ultra, these are teams that we all love, right? They have a chance to start in the losers bracket. And let's be completely honest for a second. If Toronto Ultra don't show up, depending on what the matchup is, they can bum out, and they can literally get bumped from like, what, top 5 to out of champs.
I mean, absolutely. Like, when we talk about this game and the upsets that we've seen all season long, like, anything can happen. And, you know, what Chance is talking about with the bracket, you get a bad draw, you lose that first game, that pressure is going to be so tough on you going into it if it's like, okay, we lose this, we don't go to champs. I remember playing in a tournament like that, regionals back in the day in Ghost Time, and literally, if you didn't get top 8, you weren't making it to champs of that tournament, and that's all we played for at the time. It's the most pressure I have ever felt, and it's probably the most pressure these guys are going to feel.
That's absolutely insane. All right, so Miles and Chance so far in this series right here. LAG has actually been putting up a good fight. So my question to you guys is, yo, LAG, do we see them? Are we giving them the hope that this team can possibly try to turn it around last second to go to champs and, you know, try to pull something off? Or is it done?
I don't think it's done yet. I think, you know, based on what we've seen here, I said it, I think it feels like a lifetime ago, but I think after the Tuscan ended, I was like, as far as I'm concerned, the performance they've put up against London in every game mode so far, they've become one of my dark horses in the tournament. Like, and I'm going to roll with that until they get double first rounded. You know, that is just the vibe I have right now. I think they're looking good. If they can translate that to next week's play, all good for LAG.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about, like, it's something weird. Like, I was thinking about in the first 2 maps of the series, Slasher at the end of games is twice the Slasher he is than during the first few months of every single title. I'm thinking about, like, even during MW on that, you know, that OpTic team, the not real OpTic team at the time, he was so much better at the end of the season. This is really where he turns it up. So if he continues that level of play while also being, like, the leader that these guys need, they can absolutely be a dark horse. Like, we saw the match they had versus FaZe. That is no easy feat. Depending on, like, you're going up against some of the most talented players in the game. They're going up against also now London Royal Ravens, who have been the best team this stage, right next to New York. And this could have been one situation away from a 3-0 for the LAG. Like, on both of those maps, the gunfight in the round 11, we're talking about 1 rotation in the first map. Like, LAG is playing a really good series right now.
I will have to say, though, like, when London Royal Ravens, like, started that first hard point, they were down and out of that game for quite a couple of hills. I remember looking at the kill feed, and I believe Dashy and Gizmo were, like, 2 and 7. Like, they had not gotten their gears going. So for that game to still end the way that it did, I feel like London was still very much in the driver's seat. And I feel like the boat cage came down to just some mistakes from the LA Guerrillas. When Hook was getting, like, 3 for 3 first bloods, like, they were in the driving seat, and they should have just kept rolling with that momentum. But suddenly, it was just a couple of slip-ups, forcing Slasher in 1v2 situations. Like, there's just some things that your entire team needs to be able to put their best foot forward instead of always leaning on Slasher, leaning on Austin to have those clutch moments. However, though, in that Tuscan, I will say, LAG looked disgusting. But we have to talk about the fact that both these teams are 2-8 in control, and for LAGs to go out and pull out a 3-0, that is a huge momentum boost heading into the map 4, even though London Royal Ravens favored that one.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked how LAG were playing that search and destroy. Super slow, methodical, trying to get that first. But I mean, they got to watch the London Royal Ravens play it the other day, and how like Afro was just having his way inside of tools. So I really think the slow play was working out well. I thought everybody really did their part. Honestly, it just came down to a very end 1v1 against Slasher. I mean, Zero gets the big kill from up top barn, which was probably the biggest kill of that round. But yeah, it could have went either way. Like Slasher knew where he was. He played it flawlessly. Just unfortunately doesn't come out on top in the gunfight.
I'm just saying, for LAG currently, like, their schedule for this stage as well has not been, like, the easiest, so to say. Like, they went against Boston last time, and Boston has been, like, honestly, like, one of the real hottest teams in the game. Like, they're fast, they're fierce, they're exciting. They're going against London right now, and the fact that LAG can actually keep the games interesting, I think that speaks volumes, honestly. I feel like the competition from just about everyone, like, everyone's getting in the mix now.
It speaks volumes of the pressure, right? Like, it speaks volumes that heading into Major 4, that this is your last game going to the qualifiers, trying to still force your way into that bubble. Like, we're gonna see some of these teams, like, you create a diamond under pressure, and some of these teams are really showcasing what they're capable to do at the end of the year.
But then I think the scariest thing as well, even with all the team changes that we've seen through, the months, like, you have a Simpson on the bench. Yo, there's tweets of people, like, saying, who the heck is going to sign Scrappy next year? Like, who's going to sign Vikel and all them? This is where, like,
I mean, I hope that Toronto Ultra doesn't get rid of him. They need to hold on to
Toronto Ultra, like, both of their, like, I wonder, how did both of their, excuse me, Challengers
I was literally just about to say, by the way, guys, Challengers updates, congratulations to the Toronto Academy NA for winning Grand Finals at Boston this weekend. Huge ups to them, even though they had a roster change pretty last minute heading into it as well, they were still able to come out on top. And it was Scrappy, I believe, in the map 5, they won 6-4, and Scrappy went like 14-4.
There's some teams that could use Scrappy at champs.
Scrappy's becoming one of my favorite players immediately, so it's gonna be really interesting to see how things are gonna fare out coming up soon. But yo, 2 events left. Like, I'm loving this, man.
Absolutely, I can't wait for New York, man. I mean, we're watching this match right now that has huge implications for that tournament, and we're watching the highlights of this S&D. Hook also had a crazy search and destroy performance, so many first bloods. I think he ended the game with 5 first bloods, which is what you need out of a guy like that. Like I was saying, just a couple small situations. This round was insane. Slasher picks up 3, just last one left, Zero able to kill him. Zero just had his number a couple of these different rounds.
I would have won that.
Yeah, but you would have read the guy behind you with a pistol.
Trey got slow movement, man. I would have.
Oh my god, my bad, Trey.
I got slides like shots.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't count that at all.
No, easily. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are just tuning in right now, we're just having fun, chilling. We have Miles and Chance on the line as well. We're waiting for the lobbies to go ahead and get situated. But in the meantime, Ali and Nameless are currently playing Minority Jack, and Nameless is up tremendously right now.
That is just messed up. Listen, I'm the dealer here. My goal is for him to be up, right? I'm a woman of the people.
I'm 1-0.
All right, Miles, Chance. So, my question to both of you guys, now you've been quiet for a hot minute. We're heading into Major 4 very soon. My flight leaves in like, what, 2 days? I can't wait, man. I miss New York. But who do you guys having in the championship games? You were just to pick 2 teams. I know we don't know the bracket.
Predictions this year, it's just awful to do.
Yo, Miles, give me something crazy.
Veli, that is a cruel question, and I love you for it. Hell, man, this could be the grand finals. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, the way these guys have been playing, who knows, man? If FaZe get to the grand finals, they're getting 2nd place. OpTic going to get knocked out by Florida. I mean, these are the only constants we have in Call of Duty right now, right? Like, if OpTic go up against Florida, they're going to lose. It's as simple as that. If FaZe get to a grand finals, they're going to get 2nd place. It's as simple as that.
It's the only thing
any of those 2 permutations don't happen, this major is up in the air and anyone can win it. God only knows what is going to happen. But as far as my grand finals concerned, the ultimate scenario for me, like the true, this is just gonna make, this is gonna fill everyone's britches. The bookies are gonna explode. I want to see like New York Subliners going up against like LA Thieves or maybe a Mutineers in a grand final situation.
It's got to be Boston because, like, that's like the rivalry, right? That's like
it could be Boston,
like the New York Boston thing because of the islands, or I don't know how that works.
Listen, the only fair prediction for this one is the London Royal Ravens because a different team has won every major.
True.
And New York won the Pro-Am, so technically a championship. So London Royal Ravens are the best prediction.
Ravens win, FaZe gets 2nd. Yo, I'm telling you guys right now, yo, if Paris goes on a miraculous run, if they're like top 4.
Oh, here he goes.
Yo, if they're about to lose,
I'm with you. Hold on.
guys are pulling cords.
We can't go this road.
Yeah, why can't we go this road?
I'm doing the buttons back up.
I think we can go this road, right? Wait.
Miles, one more down for me.
One more down. Hey,
one more down.
If we go to a game 5, the show's coming off. That's all I'm saying. It's been slowly going down. If we make it all the way to game 5, it's coming off.
Production has called a break when I unboxed this last
The
button.
moment I hit that button, production said we're done.
We gotta go.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, as we're getting the servers together right now, we're gonna head over to another break. We'll catch you on the other side to see who's gonna come out on top. It's gonna be the LA Boys or the London Bees and Toast guys. We'll find out soon. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
Hey guys, this is Afro. I play for London Ravens. We're going to do a series today called Pro Callouts. Today I'm going to be doing a map. That map is Berlin. I'm going to show you all the callouts, all the situations I get into, get little cool spots, and yeah, get right into it. As I said before, we're going to be doing Berlin. Honestly, this is probably the most well-rounded map. It's played both in hardpoint and S&D. Personally, it's probably one of my favourite maps as well. Yeah, it's good. It's 2 sub maps. You have 2 subs and 2 ARs, and yeah, just go through it. Okay, as we see, we start on the spawn. We spawn in P4 actually, but this is the bad side, if I'd say, for Berlin. So you don't really want to spawn here, you want to spawn on the other side. But for the break, what I like to do normally is I come right side broken, or P5 tank. It's up to you, you guys what you want to call it. But P5, P5 tank, top 3, both sides. You can go catwalk all the way to P1. This is where the first hill is, P1. A lot of people like to wait here. Play for this gunfight first before you jump in, either or people like to push through the left side arch, play for these gunfights before you actually break the hill, but yeah. This is what we call outer or long, it's up to you, and these are the ticket doors. And one of the most important parts of this hill, well not this hill, but this hill building is cover your secret. Opens up the map, you can pinch from here, you can pinch this side, you can pinch this side. Really good part of the map. I'll take it over to P2. This is statue, just so everybody knows. This statue with the big horse, big one on there. Then we go back to broken. This is second P2. This is actually a big part of this hill as well. If you have control of the top, most likely you're gonna control the hill because you have the upper advantage of this door and this door. Yeah, P2. Now this is for our team. We call there's 2 rooms. There's this room, then there's this room over there. We like to call these B1 and B2 so you don't get confused. This one's B1, that one's B2. Goes in order. And obviously you have back door and front door. Honestly, we have no reason. It's just B1 and B2, just so we don't get confused. B1 is right here. B2, yeah. So I've just showed B1 and B2. Now we go to sandbags. Or sandbag tank. This is actually peak control as well for P2. Yeah. And this is BS&D. We call this BS&D. This is where the B-bomb insertion destroys. So for hardpoint or S&D, we call this BS&D. And that back room there is also bricks. We call this bricks because obviously there's a lot of bricks. Good for watching bomb, for the B-bomb, I guess, for BS&D. Yeah. I'm gonna take it over to P3 now. This is what we call street. It's a long street. And in the middle of the street, we have fire truck, fire tank, and then blue truck. Then obviously down here we have Docks. Docks is quite a good place to sneak if you want to get the spawns for P3. This is another good place as well, to blue truck heady, egg shoulder street, and all of BS&D. Really good place for rotation kills. And we have this big little thing here. Big little thing? A massive thing, we'll say. Big crane. And then back here is a unreal head glitch. You can hold the back if you were trying to play for a kill before you break it, or if you're just trying to break it in general. And we have P3, or we call it flags, but P3, probably the better call out. Yeah, P3. Has 3 main entrances. You have P2, which is from fire, and you have one from front. And we have the triple window, which is a really good place to hold if you have an AR. Hold in front. Yeah. And if we just push out a P3, we have plants. Plants is just a connection from P1 to P4. Really, for this hill, you don't really want to be pushing this out. Only pushing fire out. Yeah. Not really much about P3. It's probably the biggest money hill in the game. I mean, in the map, sorry. Yeah. From P3 to P4, we have fire. This is quite a cool spot, can't lie. You can jump up to top 3. Free fire, which is a good spot if you want to wait for the opponents to come bottom fire. You want to wait here, play a few kills, then finesse around cubby or front. And there's not really much else to fire, can't lie to you. It's a little few spots in there, but that's about it. And P4, I hate this hill because I run a sub. There's not many places really to play this hill with a sub, but yeah, it's not very well. Really, on this hill you want to use Freyars. Røkkr is just trim in front, trim in the back, depending on which you want to do. Okay, so our team as well, we have a little weird call out for this. We call this top CD. See, in EU, we have a player called CD who at the start of the game he just did not leave this tower. He just kept staying there. He didn't really do much for his team. He just sat here and just play for the kills. So yeah, we call this top CD. And honestly, the biggest power spot of this hill is back right here. You can get behind this heady. They're spawning back bricks or back tin. Really good spot to be here. And then obviously if they're spawning in front, you really want to be around here. And if I'm for a sub, I like to push this corner, mess around along a bit, stick it, push the face and kills. And then P5. P5 is my least favorite hill as well. Going into P4. This hill we don't really get much time on. It's more about controlling ticket or bank or P2, whatever you want to call it, P2 or ticket. If you control ticket, I think it's better because then you have the rotation to P1. Sometimes you are forced into playing for P2 control and that way. It's all situational. Yeah, P5 is quite hard to get time on because it's so open. Yeah, literally open to every single angle in the map. Yeah. And here we have tin. This is quite a cool spot. It's good for S&D. Even for breaking P4. I probably shouldn't show you a few spots, but the main spot for tin is this back window back here. Go over to here, the spawner. You can see the bomb from here. Everybody in the pro scene uses it. For least what I know. And there's another little spot that I probably couldn't show you, so I'll save that to the league match. But yeah. You want to see bomb from here if you wanted to. Top right corner, if you stretch the bomb all the way to you have to break the doors. And yeah. Tin's quite a good spot for S&D. Hard point, only really good for P4. Well, I'll show you one more. Why not? This isn't too bad. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we have everything. So I think this wraps it up for the Berlin callouts for this episode. If I was you guys, the 3 most important callouts I'll remember is Fire, which is where I am right now. Broken, which connects the whole map. And then we have the final one, which is Docks. All the way over here. There's people sneaking, and you call it your teammates. This has been Afro. I hope you've learned a few things. Hope you feel a bit more comfortable on the map. Don't forget to shout us out. London for Ravens, for the Queen. And yeah, some pro callouts. See you next time.
guys? It's your Major 2 champs here. I'm Austin, aka Slasher, and today I'm joined by my teammate Spart. We're both players for the LA Guerrillas. Chris, how you doing, bro?
I'm feeling good, Austin. We're here to teach y'all some map callouts to get y'all some dubs in ranked play.
Yeah, that's right. We need to help break this map down because I play with some of you guys in ranked. You guys don't know the callouts at all. So let's get into this episode of Pro Callouts, and we're starting with Gavin 2. Let's go. He said jokes aside. Jokes aside. Yeah, so in the CDL and Pro Play and Ranked Play, we play Gavutsu on Control and Hardpoint, both respawn modes. Let's just start with P1, first hill of the game. Top ring. Very simple. We call this top ring most of the time because in Control, obviously, there's no hills. You just have the 2 points, but you can call it P1. There's a lot of little things you could do on this hill, cool angles and stuff like there. You have the 2 different mid steps. Our mid steps, if you spawn in this side, their mid steps. Very simple. The 2 different ramps that go up, and then Chris, tell them about the little jump spot to get on the outer ring.
So you can like go to ring from like obviously the ramps, but like a lot of people have recently started to do like the like outer ring. I don't even know how to do it myself, honestly.
No way. There you go.
Yeah, but like they go up from that way, so like they don't like get seen if these things aren't exploded, or it's just better to like just not run up the ramp straight up.
I mean, it's just very simple because most of the people holding the P1 will play like the head glitches right here. If you can get across the low beach by nading this together as a team, you can kind of sneak up on them by taking the low route. Top ring. If you want to be more specific though, when it's the actual hill, we call this part inner ring. A lot of people try to finesse around in here, especially submachine gun players. And then this part is like the outer part of the ring. Yeah. You can get a little bit more specific depending on the hill you're on in the game to try to help your teammates get some easy and free kills.
Okay, so like P2, I don't know. Recently, it's been kind of like my home, like just sitting in here, I guess. So I have a really good understanding of it. So basically, this is just like top boat. I don't know. We just call this top boat like their stairs, our stairs, like depending on what side we're on. This is like the top plat. We call this area like the top plat, and then this is top 3 of the boat. And then there's like the boat tank. Like he's on, like whenever we're calling out like, oh, he's on the tank Ketty and hill. Like he's like right here, or he's like laying down like on their side hill. It's just really simple call outs. The only other thing I think I missed was maybe the stairs. I already think I said that though. And B-Dom right here. This is called B-Dom.
B-Dom is huge too because you can kind of like play this angle whether you're spawning on this side or that side. You can like head glitch, look at the spawners. You have a free entry point to get the guy off the hill too. Like if no matter where he is, like this is like one of the most important parts on this hill in my opinion. And then also on the top of the boat, like Chris is saying, top stairs, top plat, there's so many spots up here. Honestly, boat control on this map is just huge in general. If you're playing ranked play and you get up here with like an AR, there's so many different ways you can like hide behind the cover. They can't really kill you. I mean, they can damage you through the wall, but it's just not gonna kill you very quickly. And then you can also cut off rotations to new. There's a lot of sight lines, a lot of like cheeky head glitches, whatever the Europeans say, you know what I'm saying? Like different ways you can play the hill and cut off all the spawners for your teammates to get free points.
Oh, but one thing I forgot to add is like basically like the spawn points, I guess. Like you either spawn like here on the hill, like cliffside, or you spawn like green radio side, like of the map. So yeah, there's also like, I don't know if it's really like a smart entryway, obviously like off the rip of the hill, because like people usually are set up looking at it, but you can go through the holes. You can like, you don't have to go through them either. You can just like angle yourself and like try to like work, like tag someone up or work a kill. Depending on what side we're spawning on, we call it like our hole, and then depending on what side they're spawning on, we call it their hole. Yeah, it's basically almost the same thing as like the ring steps.
Yeah, entirety of the hill, like one team's gonna spawn on one side, the other team's gonna spawn on the opposite side of the map. So it's pretty easy to keep track of our side, their side, stuff like that. Well, that doesn't happen in ranked play.
You can't do this in ranked play, but
okay, so we already broke down like top ring. Obviously, that's an important part of this P3 hill as well. The hill is kind of in this area around the tank. The best place to usually play is inside of the tank because the enemy team can only really nade you out. So we just call this P3 tank. Very simple. Third hill. This is like the P3 rock. Another good couple angles to look at to help the guy on hill Can't really cap the hill from here, but you can usually help the guy, and it's a good way to also get to where you can cross to the hill. And then we have this little entry point is shortcut. This is second cut. And then we call this area back camo. This is another like area to hold the pinch. Because sometimes you'll have the back spawn in the back here. Teams will try to pinch you out. This is like a good little angle. You can hide behind the bushes, behind the rock, and also see like your shortcut or mid map if you need to. We were trying to come up with a call out for it, and we honestly have call outs for multiple different rocks, so we didn't want to just say back rocks again, and there's rocks everywhere on the map, you know what I mean? Yeah. So we're like, well, there's a lot of bushes, a lot of green, like almost camouflage, and you're kind of hidden in some areas. So we just were like, yo, let's just call it back camo.
And then the infamous cell spot right here, call this Cellium, because like whenever you play this map against him, he's literally always just sitting right behind this. So like
yeah. And it's even better if you shoot the box. Yeah. Perfect head glitch to hold over the hill, hold top ring, stop the enemy from pushing down. And then obviously this is like a back P3 truck. This is another good spot people will hold the cross from, like right here. You can also get sidelines on mid map if you need to. And then obviously there's red tower, back alley, some other little parts of the map. Like I said, the map is huge, so there's a lot of areas that they can be flanking from, and a lot of areas like you and your team have to lock down and communicate like what's open, what's being covered, and all that. This one we call green tank. Again, there's a lot of different tanks, so like there's beat-om tank, we call that fire tank because it's obviously on fire. This one we call green tank because it's closest, we call this top green. So it's just very simple. Honestly, when coming up with calls for this map, it was super hard to go over them because there's so many things that are similar. And then that last one over there we call tree tank because there's palm trees and stuff.
Yeah, so now we're on P4. We usually call this is like a good spot to play like whenever you're just trying to like push up enemy base and spawn kill like in control. But even like on P4, like you could go up here on the truck, just like head glitch that big rock, but we call this rock spawn kill rock. We call this just like truck heady, like P4 truck heady. I call this God Rock, but I don't know what.
Nah, we've been calling it back shovel lately. We call the other one God Rock over there. So yeah.
Okay. We call this shovel rock, but there's a lot of just different head glitches, and you can peek like top ring or like low beach, and, like just get some information for your team while also like holding the spawns. This is why we call it shovel rock.
Or back shovel, one of the two, whatever's easiest.
And then over here is like, we call this dark, because there's like really dark, like deep corner right here you can sit in, that just to hold your teammates push whenever they're trying to, like the other team's trying to hit the hill. We usually call this top nest, top P4, like this area up here. You can just sit in here. I don't really enjoy being in here unless like I'm trying to like hide, like if the other team doesn't know I'm here. Like I'll hide up here, but other than that, I don't really think it's that useful at all.
It can be a good spot, but like a lot of teams, like when you're playing good players, they're gonna wall bang or nade you out of here a lot of the times. Yeah, it's kind of tough to play.
Yeah. On P4, you can hop on this spot, but you can't get the hill time from it. But you can like hop up here and like just look at mid map, and like only your head like really pops up. Also, like we call this Pap's little spot because whenever we played against Boston at the Major 2, like he was sitting here and like getting hill time and just chowing like low beach in P1.
The area, Hugo opens up proceedings, Captain firing on all cylinders.
We call this front P4, I guess, because you can hop up and it's really in the front of the hill. Oh yeah, we call this tree rock or palm tree rock, right? Yeah, tree rock.
Yeah. We call this area just top cliff. Yeah. If he's out here, he's top cliff. We cliff rock, bottom cliff, stuff like that. We call the only thing that we really have specific callouts for is a lot of people play behind this. This is what we call God Rock. It's one of the best spots on the map. Like it's so good for not only hard point situations, but also control when you're on defense. If you kind of get to this area, you can kind of lock down the offense in their spawn and trap them. You're definitely gonna see people here in ranked play, but in the pro play, like pro teams now kind of double naded off spawn in a sense because it's played so heavily, especially in the early game. This is low beach. I mean, the thing is, when he starts getting up to here, we'll say he's at truck or shovel. But like if they're out there, then we'll start saying he's beach. And then there's the different tanks too. Like we have different callouts for the tanks. We have callouts for a lot of players. Actually, like you said, like there's the cap spot, the cell spot. So these tanks, again, it's hard to come up with callouts. So the way we did is we called this one beach tank. We called this one ramp tank because it's closer to the ramp. And then the last one is Lamar tank, which is named after accuracy because when we scrimmed him a lot, he would always be inside of that tank. So it just became very simple. I feel like he has the most things named after him at this point. He has his favorite spots he likes to play.
Every single game.
Yeah. All right, so P5, back on the other side of the map again. Kind of closer to P2, but near this green building. So we call this area right outside of P2 like low oil. There's a lot of different spots you can play here. This is another one of those spots you'll see a lot of players use and kind of go on sprees here sometimes because there's different ways you can head glitch and get sight lines and stuff like that. You can also inch up on the guy on the hill. And then this is the P5 area. There's not the best spots really to play inside of it. You're kind of a sitting duck. I mean, there's the one that's kind of outside of the map over here. You can sit behind the triple boxes depending on if they're spawning front. But like you're kind of very susceptible to getting naded, so it's really on your team getting your crosses and helping keep you alive. And then this area right here connecting to P5, we call this bottom cages. Obviously you have the green stairs going into top green. We don't really have very specific callouts for the different parts of green. We kind of just say top right green, top left green. Just try to give like something quick with a little bit of information so our teammates ready, because there's a lot of areas in this building like he could be in. There's so many different windows and stuff he could head glitch and look over mid, top boat, or like even spawn kill if they're spawning in the back. And then this is like back green alley, like where they're spawning sometimes, and where the defense spawns on control.
Side green, I guess, right here, like the railings. I don't know.
Yeah, green rails.
And then we missed one thing over here, which I think like a lot of people have been using recently, but this like
oh yeah,
this little door spot. Like people, I don't know, they just like sit here and just look up.
Mid bunker. Yeah. We usually say bunker.
Yeah.
If you say like mid bunker.
Yeah.
Or B-dom. Like I said, we call this area B-dom. So it's if he's all the way in the corner, we'll try to say mid bunker. But if he's somewhere here, we'll try to just say B-dom. Front green boxes. I mean, this is an area like sometimes people play behind it, finesse around it. Not too often. They kind of just use it for cover to get pushed up into front green and try to get the guy off hill. There's also some weird little things you can do here where you're hidden. I'm pretty sure like Chris can't see me when I lay down. Like if you're trying to troll somebody on the other team, you could play some spots like that. But
ladies and gentlemen, we're in the game. Let's get it. Already, we've got LAG in the first hard point, time ticking in favor. Here comes the potential break from the Ravens. It's been a long time coming, ladies and germs, but now we are hot to trot. A last minute contest here comes to a close as the Ravens are now in. Time to accumulate some time of their own. And it's Zero, the sole man alive there for a moment before the reinforcements get involved. And now we are desperately trying to hold on to this hard point. P1 has been a blinder so far, 20 odd seconds remaining on this one. Afro does the best job he can to stay alive there. The kills are going to go down. Already Neptune making his way over towards the next hard point. Chance, I believe, is making a sandwich right now. As soon as he's back, we will get the cast going as a pair. Until then, it is the single solo dulcet tones, and I bet he's been looking forward to this for quite some time, because let's face it, I've owed him. Over to P2 now we go, and Neptune gets the job done with simply one hand on the MP40 now. A bit of a pinch from the Ravens, as you've got two members now of LAG on point now, and trying to make this as difficult as possible for the LAG players. London will do it. There's the break. It's good for now. Slasher, the sole man on the outside now of the hard point. His teammates slowly but surely get picked off to pieces around him in this cold, windy night on Berlin. The kills are there. And back into the hard point we go. An awkward one indeed, though. The Ravens not really able to get a solid foothold on the kills, but this second attempt might be it. Top stairs covered. Back door now. Spark wins another big fight. That's a sweet two-piece from him and one from Hook. That is the clearance you need now for the Ravens to now get into the hard point. LAG accumulating that time, trying to get themselves back into this game. Spark 6 and 4 so far. Great start from him. It's a 3 spree. Going to be brought down to a close as we start to think about the next hard point already. Ravens will be there first and foremost. As at this moment in time, it's still basically anyone's rotation. Neptune trying to find his way through the front. Sees Afro. Eyes are on now towards the dockside. Zero wins a big one. Neptune gets in, not able to get too much more out of that. The 3 remaining members of the Ravens now on point. That's all theirs, as Røkkr's found himself a sweet corner, and that is a sneaky play. This might be enough to get him forward, but he was the only man on his team that far front. Now for the Guerrillas, it's a slow and awkward walk across the map.
And I do think, you know, slow and awkward has to be the way, Miles. It's never fun having to solo cast, so awkward is definitely the key, but obviously the other key, the question is the break. No, Miles, look, the rotations to P3, we talked about this 2 hours ago. You think we'd have it down. These are the moments LAG need to execute on the map, and well, unfortunately for them, the guy executing right now is Zero. Bunch of headshots rolling through, and honestly, get away from the glide bomb, he's still feeling pretty good.
6 spree for 0 as a great hard point for the Ravens now, finally starting to separate themselves away from LAG. LAG rotations down towards Train. They're in though, but chance to trend now in Vanguard. Aside from servers, it seems to be that breaks on Train side of hardpoint are pretty common these days.
Well, yeah, you know, it gets tricky. I think it's going to be a team-dependent thing as well, but obviously we will get to see exactly how Zero and the boys make the approach. Obviously, he is taking the longest route of all time, taking the sweet time, just to make sure he can lock this in, and unfortunately, in the meantime, while he actually does get the glide, his teammates have not been winning the gunfights on the front, so he's doing everything, unfortunately, just away from the actual hill.
Yep. Time going good. Zero's going to invest the glide bomb to try to soften up the defenders now, try to create an opening. We say bye-bye, Røkkr. Slash is still beside that tower side of the map. Now comes the pressure from the Ravens. Is it enough, though, to get the break? They haven't been as fast as I think they'd like to be. Zero kills are good. Long-range shots are sweet. It's an 11 spree now for Trey Morris. The shots again into Neptune as the pressure is on. His teammates are in there. Now finally pick up the time in the kills. As he's still going, baby. It's a 12.
I mean, he cannot be stopped. Just the man to live for the longest time of anyone else. Maybe gonna break the record of the longest streak in the game. I think Shotzzy has it, but hey, Zero well along the way. So there's the break over towards that Train side hill that you were looking for. But keep in mind, left side spawns right now for LAG. And keep in mind, you cannot kill this man.
I mean, all he has to do is stay up here. He's drawing so much attention right now from LAG. Here comes Røkkr, the next challenger. Afro's there to slow him down. Good work out of the Ravens. Time now in their hands over by P5. Oh, out we go. Zero tries to keep this spree going. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stay on board with Zero until the spree comes to an end. Yep. Bang! Get off him. Over to Gizmo. Now on a 3 spree. Time, LAG.
I mean, that was, what, 2.5 minutes alive straight from Zero, 2.5 hills that he is just making call-outs, having a good time, and I just now saw that. Zero, 19-4, Afro, 3-15. I mean, hey, you don't have to shout the stat line too much, though, because Ravens obviously with the lead, and I mean, 50 seconds left to try to maybe make some action, flip these spawns, or maybe Afro, this will be the time to shine and make a play. 2 kills in the feed for the Ravens, perfect time to get him through.
Yep, perfect time indeed. Ravens now with a bit of a lead and a great stat line to work with. Let's hear how they sound with a listen in.
Weak spot, really weak spot. He's like, win office. Sasha left side of P1, Sasha left side of P1. Show me tickets. On me out. Nice, one shot, I can't show. Maybe office. Yeah, he's office, maybe. This one out, I'm spawn killing. You got me office doors, man. And out. Nice straight, let's go. Office. I'm only going out. They could be in there. I'm only going out. P5. I can't. Flanks open. When you got to watch it. Close steps. I'm trying to watch. Nice. Pinch is open. I'm trying to watch. Out weak, guys. He's challenging. There's two. Go outdoor. One more. Zeb, go on. Go flank. Get back. I pinch. I'm getting it, Byron. I got it. Yeah, okay. I'm getting it out, Byron. One shot. This little shit player. Got him. Nice. P1 stairs. Trick Marcus. Wait, no, two. Go straight. Office, no, both there. One shot, he one shot inside, one shot. Both one shot, both absolute. Office and laying down outside office. You jumped out. Oops. Nice. Oh, good shit. Hold street for me. I can't see him. Hold across the P5 controller. Trying to get across. Really weak here. Could be B1 maybe. Can't see him challenge. Yeah, should be B1, boys.
Fly, Ravens, fly. The comms, the energy, it's almost like they never left. And honestly, I mean, Afro, again, had a pretty bad stat line earlier on, but the P1, he was the guy that started to make those plays. And admittedly, it is a close game as everything but the control has been. But right now for LAG, this is the prime position, right? P2 is where London have been the #1 team in the game. This is the hill you need to hold on to right now. And Røkkr with the intro, but a couple trades coming through, and it's looking like that might be a Ravens break.
Yeah, Ravens break. Not totally finished just yet. Slashing now on the 5. About to turn it into a 6. Oh, the Gizmo. A slippery customer to deal with indeed. But oh man, the snaps there. Afro comes through the woodwork now, takes care of it. Røkkr back into the fight immediately. Non-stop trades here on P2. It is a haunted house of horrors, as again, there's about 580 different ways into this hardpoint. Not to mention once you get in there. For now, 24-9, one of the most impressive individual stat lines we have seen in a minute. Ravens still maintain the lead. The rotation, though, goes LAG.
And of course, for the Ravens, right, they're at least able to break through on the P2, but they're also best team in the game. 46% of the hills they're able to break. And well, we're going to a money, and that's a good start. First couple kills go their way. Neptune actually jumps out of the hill trying to make a smart play, and instead gets gunned down. Afro takes 2, and that is like a cakewalk straight through the front of the hill, and as easy and clean as it gets for the Ravens, now starting to fly away with this game. Yeah,
just over 30 seconds remaining on this point. Coverage there, fantastic. The teams watching each other's backs magnificently. And now the 2 members of LAG from down fire side. 2 coming in from black side. As the kill's starting to work out right now. Gizmo finds a second. Traded out. 3 members of LAG down. It all comes down to Neptune just to try to maintain some level of purchase. They're on the point. The trades are done. It is over. We are over 200 points now for the London Royal Ravens. It was worth the wait if you're a London fan, because you get to go to bed soon. But now, the rotation is on. LAG are there. They're in the point.
And this is also, actually, maybe to backtrack, Zero did call in his glide bomb last time around this hill, so I guess he doesn't have it again. So it'll just have to be straight gunny and maybe not through the front. Again, long routes the Ravens are willing to take. This time, Nasty trying to take the super max, but even trying to cut through P2. Fun enough, LAG actually have decent coverage of the map just because of Neptune, so he can be the roaming slayer. He has 2 players for Ravens right now in P5 that were waiting for him. And he is just drawing all of that attention on top of the fact that the teammates come through. Little moments like that might be the window of opportunity for LAG to get back in the mix. And hey, you get the final 30 seconds, you'll be close to a tied game.
They're doing a great job holding it down now. Ravens through the long sides of the A, what we call the A Street. As the push now is on through train. Spartan 3, desperately trying to fight for his life here. Right in hand, and he's down to the sidearm. There's not a lot of time left here on the point. The kills are in. Slasher manages to get them off the seconds now. There's only 7 remain. Ravens going to pick it up. They're going to take it over to P5. In the second set here, we could see it all come to a close.
And I'd say if I'm the Ravens, like, hey, take your time. Try to work through the left side of the map again. Get those spawns. You can play for kills, and you should just really, you know, you have the patient opportunity to make moves. So L trigger up. Make sure you take down Slasher. Good work from Gizmo. And again, take your time. There is no rush to fly forward and do anything crazy. So right now, Ravens in just a phenomenal spot for this game.
It doesn't have to be crazy at all. Nasty would have been great to stay alive in that situation. Just trying to keep these boys off the point, and right now that's the goal. Hook, though, slips in, steals a few seconds before we move over to P1. Slasher versus Gizmo here. This is a big fight. That's a huge win from Slasher. Ravens now through train. Slasher back at it, brought down again. Ravens with the advantage, able to make their way forward on the time. They could win it here, technically. They've got the numbers. Can Spark save the day? This is a crucial play, and alive and kicking are London. No victory to be had. They will put themselves in a remarkable spot going into the final hard point.
I mean, you at least force it to New and Neptune. Well, he finds the sneaky player in Nasty, but unfortunately right now, he is somewhat unsupported, so he's doing his best job to take his time, and look at the flank coming through. Number 5, Zero. He might be waiting for the long pinch on this play. 3 players have gone past. Nobody's picked this up yet for the moment, and his teammates are winning the gunfight, so he actually says, screw that, I'm going for the spawn kills. Makes the read. There's the first, but in the meantime, Neptune still alive in the hill. Neptune has picked up 3, being the hero for the squad. LAG still in this one.
Neptune with a sensational hold, staying alive. We are 25 away from the win for LAG. It's a 5 spree. Neptune simply put one of the most amazing plays we've seen in the map so far out of him. Spark keeping it going as well. LAG have sprung to life as we are far from over here. One more push now from the Ravens, trying to get the break. How good is it going to be, LAG? You've got to hold, and you've got to hold now. Here come the Ravens. Afro through the front, all brought down. One player on the side door, taken care of again. Nasty's in. Nasty's done. Neptune and the LAG boys force game 5.
Oh my, dude, I hope to God we have that POV, because we're over here thinking Zero was making the play. Being the cutoff man, making it so that literally LAG only had one guy in the hill at the end. Bad news for Ravens. That guy was Neptune, and he pieced them up by himself. I mean, literally 3 just when he's like by his lonesome, goes on the spree towards the end. That is the type of play that you need, and here it is. There's number 3. Look at how distant his teammates are. No trades on that gunfight. Stays alive, and hey, that 30 HP was all he needed, and even a little bit of that cracked out gameplay, man. Back and forth, and even just to kick it off, on the rotation to get to this hill, Neptune was the guy that flies into it, hits that little late flank, finds Nasty, who was trying to be sneaky inside the point, so talk about rising to the occasion, stepping up when your team literally needs you the most, because LAG, desperation time, and I mean, hey, after the break, maybe Neptune just stays icy. What a play.
That is one of the best plays. We've that 2 kills. The 2 kills. Ravens with the game plan. Hit front, only 1 guy left. Zero's taking care of the spawners. In any other situation, that is the correct move to make. Heads up play from the London team. What happens? Neptune, 30 and 24. I mean, that is one of the most influential 2 pieces you may see in Vanguard. Wow, we have a game 5 now, friends. Look at that scoreline, indicative of the series that we have had so far, aside from the control. But now we go to Tuscan Search and Destroy. The London Royal Ravens hardpoint spree comes to an end here in the run towards Major 4. A single map to decide it all now. I don't know what the hell we do. Oh my God, I'm not wearing my sunglasses. Oh my God, the magic is falling. Oh my God, the magic is broken. Production, how could you do this to me? Here we go. Game 5. What a series this is. Thank you for sticking with us. It's all going to be worth it in the end. Holy, I nearly did it. Ladies and gentlemen, is it a break? I don't know. Let's find out when we come back. Game 5 of this unforgettable final day of online play here in the Vanguard season. Strap in, grab a drink. This is going to be crazy. See you after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And aimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
All right, ladies and gents, strap yourselves in. We're back, and we are dialing into Game 5 ASAP. The Ravens, not a whole lot to smile about or laugh about after that closeout on Berlin, as Joey Gizmo is quite simply mind-blown. For the LAG boys, you bought yourselves a lifeline here in this series. You've ended that run of the Ravens in hardpoint. You find yourselves in a Tuscan search and destroy. Game 5, here we go. Chance, what are the odds, mate?
I honestly, I'm not even kidding. As soon as we got to the control, like the map analysis is the exact same that it was like 3 hours ago. Of it's not great that they lost the Bocage S&D, but apparently control is an auto win against the Ravens. And just for the fact that is truly so much chest there. And Berlin hardpoint is obviously the best map for LAG. It's very distracting. You know, that's how it is. But that is their best hardpoint map. They deliver. It takes a very interesting end game decision from Zero. I think obviously that's going to be talked about quite a bit, especially so on the flank. But that is 2 back-to-back days, by the way, of Berlin hardpoint. Interesting decisions in the final moments in the crunch time. But all of this just to deliver the Tuscan S&D, and the team to look at for this one, it's got to be London. 0-3 on this map. The most shocking thing about that is that they have only played it 3 times. It has been their near auto veto. Don't even know the last time that we've seen them play it, and it is also their first Game 5 this stage. Now, London are 4 out of 5 of their S&Ds this stage have gone to round 11. They have won every single one of them. Can they deliver on a map like Tuscan? It remains to be seen, but I know if I'm an LA Guerrillas player, I'm incredibly excited that you got to the Game 5, because this, honestly, outside of the control, maybe their best odds to win a map in the series.
Yeah, this could be it. And again, the importance of this series for the entirety of the Los Angeles Guerrillas run this year. It may hang in the balance here. We might look back at this one and go, wow, if only they just won that Tuscan, if only they just closed out that round on Bocage, if only that one little play when it comes to the start. I mean, look, it's been a long day, right, fans? We're far from finished. And for the LA Guerrillas, it's only just begun. One more map. That's all they need. Close out this historic series.
Well, I mean, that's not all they need, right? Because even if they win it, it's not a guarantee to get winner's bracket. They still need 2 different series to work in their favor and hope the tie breaks go their way. So they need the skill, they need to clutch up in the Game 5, and they need a little bit of luck. And I think me and you are probably on the same page when it comes to LAG, and like they've been playing good enough COD that like I have high expectations for them going into the major. But still, the difference 10 CDL points can make, even in just the online portion, could literally be the difference in making champs or not. So we won't know it until after the major ends, but moments like this literally could be the deciding factor of whether or not you qualify.
Yeah, and again, whatever happens at the major, we'll see how it goes down, because again, you need a top 4 finish realistically to seal it, I think. And again, that's given a broad spectrum of other things that have to go in your favor. That's other teams losing, certain teams within the bubble not making it into that top 4 as well. There is so much that has to happen for a perfect event, or a perfect series of events, for your team to make it into champs. LAG are just one of basically 4 teams now going through those difficult scenarios. We'll see what happens though, guys, because again, anything, I mean, I presume there's lobbies dropped again, but we'll find out in a sec. Anything can happen right now.
Look, and keep in mind, you even say placing top 4 could be safe. It just depends on who's in the top 4. Depends. Like, you know, top 4, like, odds are you should be good to go if you're a bubble team. But, like, if it just happens to be the 4 bubble teams in the top 4, then we are literally going to be having series at the major where the winner makes champs. Like, we might get to that point, but we're not there yet. We're only to the map 5 of this series, and I know the 3-5 record doesn't give you incredible confidence necessarily for LAG, but those are actually flipped, by the way. It is London that I believe is last on offense, and that should be LAG first in first blood percentage. So I think it is honestly, obviously a radically different map compared to Bocage, but at least LAG will be playing a very similar style, right? The First Bloods, they are absolutely on point. They play a pick-heavy game, and for a team like London that is last on your offensive rounds, I'm pretty sure, you know, offenses change. It's harder to get out. There's no fast A plants anymore, so obviously they've only played it 3 times. We don't know what they're going to have cooked up necessarily, but now that the map, to a certain extent, forces you to play a pick-heavy style against LAG, not going to be a fun time.
We'll see what happens, guys. We're going to throw it a quick break. You know the deal. You know what's going on. We'll try to get through this as fast as humanly possible. Quick break. When we come back, Game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League. The Atlanta FaZe and the Toronto Ultra.
But admittedly, you know, you're 2-12 against Atlanta in the respawn.
Linux is going to be there. Good tags are in, but the man is not to be deterred. Oh my God, he gets another one out of it. That's 6 now in a row. Unbelievable. That's the streaks. That is Simp. Holy Atlanta FaZe, what a round of control.
This Minnesota Røkkr team us on a bubble over the London Royal Ravens.
They have to try and get the bodies together to try and tell this at one time. Gizmo guns him through the doorway. The Ravens lock down Berlin.
Boston Breach facing off against the Major III champions, the Seattle Surge.
Keep these players out of the hill. Awesome. Good work.
And Mack can get a two-piece out of this one. And Mack, well, no one we had there from Simp. Tuscan Tyrant comes to play, and he certainly turns heads.
Looking for the entries, but he is nearly by himself.
And that is a stunning victory as their campaign to champs continues.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another beautiful day of the Call of Duty League. We got London Royal Ravens and also the Florida Mutineers.
The entire team storming through.
Yeah, look at him go. Gizmo somehow finds 2, making the spree continue. That's a 3 now.
As soon as he gets the kill on a different guy, he knows last man standing in the back and guns him down. Maybe with some decent timing to get around back. So there's number 4. Or maybe can World Star. Maybe can World Star and find an opening.
Catches 1-2 nasty. What a play it was. Incredibly dominant. Hard point from the London Royal Ravens.
It's going to be OpTic Texas facing off against Paris Legion.
Because statistically, this is one of OpTic's strongest maps. Whenever they win the rotation 9 of 9.
Then he'll take down the rookie as well.
They put pressure on towards me. Look at Timbo in the spot.
Illy for another. Naked 4. Paris start to scramble. And erupts.
OpTic Texas are able to get their first win of stage 4 underneath their belt.
We got the New York Subliners are facing off against Seattle Surge.
It's a big and nice teamwork there from Sib. It's Kismet at range with a 40 from up high, straight to the point.
But the teammate might slow him down unless the flank shuts it down. Seattle Surge on offense. Name a better duo.
And it's still Subliners. Crim, can he hold it down and win it for the boys? The New York Subliners. The run continues.
We have the Atlanta FaZe facing off against the Major II champions, Los Angeles Guerrillas.
So hold on to hard points. Could this be another one as Hook begins to erupt? Simp has got to know that Hook is here. It's Simp who clutches out the 1v2.
Put some pressure on though. Your Atlanta FaZe towards that top plat, but Hook back into the play.
Oh! And Neptune is going hunting for somebody that exists toward the top, quite literally trying to do something in regards to the standings. And Neptune, now it's his time for a highlight. And LAG are gonna come away with the upset.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, you came to the right spot. We got the Los Angeles Guerrillas, the Major II champions, going off against the Boston Breach.
Only thing that can make the difference. Finds the second. Nero's going to go for the double chow. No.
No way.
Wins it. And Methodz gets another one. And it's just Spark 1v1 versus 1. Nero versus Spark. They know where each other must be as well.
Just comes up through again for the side of LAG. Nero's left all on his own. He did it on his own in the previous game, and he may well be doing it here as well.
God else in this lobby. Oh, what? Goes to work. Boston Breach bury the LA Guerrillas.
Paris Legion and the Los Angeles Thieves.
We saw the records for Thieves historically good on this map. Chipping away for as long as possible. If you're the Thieves, Octane slides and dives. LAT take back
Dead 7 seed.
We have OpTic Texas with Illy, of course, but who are they facing off against? The New York Subliners.
You can see already Hydra finds one. He's looking for the second again. It's Hydra with a 2-piece as they start gunning here against OpTic, and Kismet finds one, finds the second. Crimsix is going to be on the god tank. Nobody's checking the bomb, and Scump eventually checks it. They don't know where they are. Jumping in, Illy gets another one. The back-to-back is working for OpTic. They're now trying to find them. Paulehx is by Illy. Back and forth, and it has to be Crim to chow. And Scump wins the gunfight. 1, 2 for Crim. Finds Scump. Eventually does get the first one, but he is still alone. The kills for his teammates have not come through.
He's doing a great job of doing so as well. Here comes Kismet. Dashy trades that one out. The win is in. The miracle run continues for Subliners.
That's it. This week is over with. Today's been a beautiful Sunday. A fast one as well. We're going to shut down this desk. I want to thank you all for tuning in because guess what? The Call of Duty League is nothing without you, okay? You guys are amazing. And we'll catch you next week for the last online qualifier for the CDL Major IV. We'll catch you there.
Hi everyone, this is Miles from the Call of Duty League, and I'm joined by the one and only Simp. Chris, how you doing, mate? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good.
It's been an interesting season for sure. How has the season been going from your perspective?
In one way, you can compare it to last year, to where we were kind of like winning everything, and this year we're only getting seconds, but compared to first, that's pretty bad. But if you look at it overall, we're still doing better than 10 other teams. And I feel like as long as we keep that mindset and just keep on practicing and, making sure we're getting better throughout the year, we'll get our first at some point.
When in game, we've seen you play time and time again, you get pretty hyped, but how do you actually remain cool, calm, and genuinely focused in hot moments?
Staying confident in those heated moments, those mixing moments in game is really just, staying confident in your practice, staying confident in your team, and, not second guessing the plays you're making, because, those split-second decisions are what really make good plays great plays. And it's kind of just those kind of things that will make it stand out.
So your teammates, you guys have been together now for many seasons. No one has ever once brought up the notion of a team change. How do you guys sort of do it? What is the secret to your success as a squad, and what do you see the future hold for the four of you?
I don't really know if there's a secret to really staying together as a team, but overall, you kind of just have to be open to each other about things. You can't really let things dwell in your mind. You can't not tell each other how you're feeling, because that's kind of how the negativity kind of, festers. And, if you're holding a grudge against someone for this thing on this day, and you keep doing that, all those things kind of build up. So it's really good to just kind of have team talks, make sure you get all that bad energy out into the air, and, just making sure you're just staying cool, because, we're all best friends and we all love each other. So,
dude, there's some good life advice in there, man. Thank you very much for that. So, you brought up a few challenges there. What are some of the larger challenges that you face on a daily basis as a Call of Duty pro?
The wear on your hands is for sure something, I haven't felt it yet because I'm still pretty young, but I'm sure a lot of the older COD pros will say, their hands aren't what they used to just because of how much you really have to play. Once you become a pro, you kind of have I don't know, you have a face to represent yourself, I guess. People follow you, people look up to you, and you kind of have to be a role model once you're a pro, because there's people out there who are trying to be you.
Simp's the man to get the job done. 32 and 19, big kills and a Sim in the point he goes.
What does the future hold for you, Sim? How long do you think you got, left in the Call of Duty tank?
I hope I have a long time. Depending on whether the situation is in my control or not, I hope I'm playing till I'm 80. But realistically, I'm hoping I don't get dropped till I'm 30. Hopefully I'm not a burger till then. Let me enjoy a couple years. Once I retire from Call of Duty, I definitely want to either be a coach or a content creator within the COD scene. Just because, I don't know. I feel like I have a really good sense of game knowledge of Call of Duty. Yeah, definitely want to be a coach afterwards.
Any shout outs for the viewers at home?
Shout out to anyone who supports the CDL, who supports Atlanta FaZe. Shout out to anyone who supports me, and you guys are just amazing.
Chris, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major IV yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
Welcome to the CDL Vocabulary. I'm Dave Patty.
I'm Accuracy.
I'm Skies.
I'm Priestahh.
I'm Simp.
This is your teacher, Alec, and sit down.
Are you ready to invest in your vocab?
So here we go. Can you define the term turned on?
Jesus Christ.
The way I would define turn on in Call of Duty is
TURNED space ON. Turned on.
Turned on is like if you're shooting at someone in the back and they're running forward, not even looking at you, you shoot like, you know, decent amount of bullets at them, they turn and they kill you, that is when you get turned on.
The guy does a 180 and spins, just gives him the meltdown, turns on him. He doesn't get turned on. You know what I'm saying?
If I'm gonna use turned on in a sentence in COD, if I'm just spectating my teammate and they're shooting at someone and they you know, get smoked, I'm gonna be like, oh my God, he's got turned on.
I turn on that credit. I was about to say a bad word.
The origins from this term probably, I mean, it definitely came from someone getting absolutely smoked.
Because my friend in AW knew about it, and then even before that, I've heard people saying turned on in like public matches. It's been a saying for a while.
Turned on's probably used just right because I don't think people really gas up turned on. If you see someone get turned on, you're gonna call them out and be like, oh my God, you just got smoked.
I feel like that's what everybody usually says, like, oh my God, I absolutely turned on him. Like, that's usually what I say, like, oh my God, he got turned on.
I think the term turned on gets underused in Call of Duty.
So to define the term tippable, it's kind of like a respect kind of term.
Tippable is T-I-P-P-A-B-L-E. Tippable is like a term when somebody makes like a Eugene play or like a Einstein play, like a 5-head.
Ego challenge someone and they're like, that was tippable. Most people won't say that. Most people are like, are you dumb? But sometimes you just got him with that was a tippable play.
To use tippable in a sentence, I'd probably say, Alec, good clutch. That was a tippable clutch. You're nasty.
The first person I think of when I like hear the word tippable is like Formal. Like Formal usually says it a lot on stream too. Like I think that's the first time I ever heard that word tippable.
I think every vocab comes from Nicky D Classic. He's Seattle sub. He comes up with a lot of crazy stuff. So does Tom Gravity. But a lot of those words come from Nicky D.
It probably just came from the new kind of generation of players, because I feel like all of us kind of be saying some random things at times, but you know, you probably saw someone get a 2-piece, like, oh, okay, you're tippable.
I use the word tippable sometimes when I'm playing. I like to do it against the ego challenge, like, that was tippable, well, I still hate you.
I think the term tippable is being overused right now. I think everybody and their grandma is saying it, and I don't know. I think we need some new COD lingo coming in soon.
Of course, I can spell Lostful L-O-S-T space F-U-L-L. 2 words.
The definition for lost full means that you lost composure, you're not happy.
You're tilted, you're annoyed, you're mad, you're bothered.
You're just having a bad day and something else adds onto it and you're like, just lost full.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Here we go, game 5, fingers and toes crossed. We can dive into this one, close out this series, and move on with this extremely exciting day of Call of Duty. Here we go. Chance, are you there? I'm not even sure.
Look, I hope everybody's still around. Again, we appreciate everyone that has stuck around today. You know, it has been a very long time, and honestly, good luck to the players in this moment. I mean, again, it's been said 100 times, but now LAG dealing with all these delays, going into a map 5 against a team that has been godlike in a situation where they are desperate for points. Talk about a team whose mental has been tested. See what they can do.
Yeah. A true test for all. As everyone has pumped the brakes here, a bit of a standoff with that bomb trying to make its way through mid. At this moment in time, B's pretty much out of the question. No one is moving. No one is moving. Neptune, stay still. Neptune, Hook, stay still. Don't move.
They're waiting for the nades too. They're trying to figure out exactly where people are. So you hear a couple stuns ringing through, but London, and like different than the way they play Bocage, motionless on the map. So they've given away no intel. Still, though, they find the Kobe first blood again for LAG.
Oh, and we're gonna find another. Trey's flying through. Zero last man up 1v3, and here we go. Wins a big gunfight. Bomb's making its way over towards A now. Fast plant. Zero only has a tactical to play with. Just over 20 on the clock. In and out. You might be able to catch something here. This would be... So, no, it was worth a go. It was worth a go. Still, though, Guerrillas take the first round.
You know, it's been a very long day for everybody. I think Zero is just like, hey, let's just get it over with, man. If this works, it works. If it doesn't, let's just move on. So I definitely respect the idea. Also, something that is main true. Zero actually doesn't mind the gunfights against Slasher, but either way, I mean, I guess a couple of the stuns that were ringing out had to have made a connection, because as stagnant as that round was, Spark still finds that nade for the first blood. So this is LAG's wheelhouse, and just to flash it back again, Ravens 0-3 on this map. They're not a fan of it. It has almost been their auto veto, and they're going for the 2-2 split on offense.
So it's just been so good for them in this entire run towards the major. We'll see if that 2-2 is what they need to get the dance done here. Hook, though, man, he's been something on Tuscan. Afro and Gizmo. If it ends in a vowel, it may be Hook's to have. Here we go. A slow, steady push around the corner. The nades are going to be exchanged. Gizmo has to back down. They got that player. It's going to be Slasher inside the top radio. Maybe top green. He's just got angles on him. Reinforcements are here. This is going to be the hold.
It's going to be a pirouette battle too, right? Hook and Afro, when these guys go at it, spinning in circles from the top rope, and it's waiting for the moment.
The moment is struck. And it is not a good look for the Ravens. Gizmo backs on up immediately. Afro's going to get left for dead out there. 30 seconds now remaining in these slow rounds from both teams. Now the go button has been hit. Green light on the play in towards bottom church. Bad timing from Nasty. Who's there to get it? It's Zero once again. Now in another 1v3. Composure on the line. Barely any time to work with Chance. This is seemingly impossible. Grabs that bomb. Makes a run for it. LAG are never going to let this happen.
They might be letting... Ooh, no, they might be letting this happen. Player actually quick for the child, though. Neptune should just be able to check on bomb. And the heroics from Zero, the idea being there, but Neptune too quick within 2 back-to-back rounds. LAG, the slow pace of this search and destroy. And again, I think going into champs, going into this major, as the intensity ramps up, this is how search and destroy, I think, for at least a few teams is going to start to lean. Like, take it as slow and methodical as you possibly can. And obviously LAG, the prime example of this style, always on point with those first bloods. Right now, 2 for 2. They don't mind the pace.
Ravens yet to really show up here on Tuscan just yet. Here we go. Neptune's been having a whale of a time. No pun. Who am I kidding? Since that Berlin hardpoint. 4-1. 3-1 for Spark. The S&D superstars have been getting the job done. Afro, though, with that first blood. Neptune looking to press the advantage immediately, and he will indeed. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my God. You give Afro a second more, and that is your ass. It's a 4 spree now for Nep.
Still though, that 3v3, not a fun situation necessarily to try to get this bomb down, but at least some of the attacks and nades are through for London, and so is your life. Headshot multiplier in full effect, and look at this mistake-free Call of Duty. Zero's about to run face first into everybody. So quick that they're here, though. How are you going to make that read? And still, it takes Gizmo the extra second to turn around a 1v3. They've got the angles covered and done to perfection. LAG taking no prisoners.
No prisoners whatsoever. Bit of bad time in there from Zero. Gizmo's got to make absolute certain that nothing's happening towards A. By the time he moves, it's simply too late. Guerrillas showing not only the chops in search and destroy, but the mental fortitude to make it through this kind of break and not skip a beat whatsoever.
And I suppose, as a smile actually comes out on Hook's face for the first time in 4 hours, I mean, this is a team that made a deep losers bracket 1 to win Major 2, so they can handle these moments. And I thought that might have been a free first blood for Neptune, but he's actually dancing over to the side. A couple players going to run right next to him. He was on a 5 spree, but now he's the first to fall. Finally, an advantage for the Ravens, who are looking for the kills.
Neptune, if that goes another way, he could have been in a fantastic spot to stop the plant or at least catch a couple of kills, allow his teammates to move forward. Pinch is now on though. Here comes Hook on the flank. Spark just trying to hold these players in place and let Hook deal with them, but no, on the flank covered. 8 HP now as Spark picks up where his colleague left off. That's a sweet 2-piece. That's now a 2v3.
I mean, dude, just look at Hook. It's almost like shaking the flies, right? He makes a move and scares everybody out. And now you got to be worried about checking this bomb. 7 actually has eyes on it from the middle of the map. So that means number 5, Zero, can play sort of distant. You don't make the reads. Gizmo gets the kill. The first trade is in. And look at the battle. It's always the 1v1. Slasher and Zero. And Slasher, he learned from the best. Just hop the bomb, see if you can make the play, or the kill comes through in time, but barely. Zero again. Barely able to get the jump on Slasher.
It is painfully close. Oh,
yeah, 0.1, man. 0.1
my
for sure.
God. That is unbelievable.
And keep in mind, that is exact. Well, no, okay, that not exact situation, but that's how Bokaj ended. It was a round 11, a 1v1 Slasher versus Zero. And Zero just had it. Had it right there again. Obviously was in the better spot, but still able to deliver. Finally, some aggression on the map, but the Sun's going to connect. This is a 4-man stack on defense for London over towards P5. How do you read that?
You got the numbers. Nasty. Come on in. Unfortunately, he stuns himself.
The game has not been kind today.
The game has not been kind today. It's not a joke. Afro, though, with a sweet 2-piece, not being kind to anyone right now. It's Neptune and Slasher a toe. Suit, though. Tags are in. Tags are in. The coverage is there. Oh, my God. You got 2 players down now. A good old-fashioned 2v2. Spark with the bomb recovery. Afro might be able to pick up a couple here on the flank. Over towards the bomb site. Gizmo is going to go, trying to stop the plant. But LAG, they have got murder on their minds. They're hitting top church. They're looking for the kills. And Hook. He checks a corner or two. No, Gizmo in position to maybe get a second. He does. Holy dooly, the Ravens.
God.
What a spectacular round of search.
How do you read any of that? In the 2v2 for the LAG players to basically split the uprights and cut it through the middle just to go around the flank, just to not actually check the fullest part of said flank. And I mean, that is 2 rounds for London where you got to give it to them. Just a little bit of luck on their side, right? Just for the angles, for the timing to kill the guy off the defuse. Got to be their first 2 rounds and mixing things up in their strategy as well. On offense, maybe at least a little bit more limited. So still that map spread, looking to feel things out. Neptune, though, that window's open. He's ready to make his move, but too aggressive, just gets caught. First blood for Gizmo.
Nasty still sitting on the donut, sadly. But for 3v3, Luke with a little bit of help now from Slasher over towards B. Spart is just going to be keeping a long line of sight covered over towards the A side of the map. For now, slow moves out the Ravens. Bomb recovered. What's the game plan from here? A's been given up now by the Guerrillas. They think the play's towards B. They have grouped up, apes together strong. As now they will try to make a play.
And the nades tell you P5, but you haven't seen anything on the top side of the map. They don't have any control, so it is incredibly limited information, and Gizmo doesn't get the timing. 3 players just got out past him.
He saw the shots. There was a bit of an exchange there. Gizmo takes a tag, but he gets out. 30 seconds now, and a dangerous move to try to hit the bomb site on A because you've got coverage from top fire. So this is a good run and a fast sprint now over towards B. Bad news, London. Slasher is there. 20 seconds on the clock.
He's making the read. He's not going to be able to check the bomb site. He's waiting for his teammates before he actually makes the jump, but the patience pays off. That's the first blood on the next engagement. Hook doesn't want to trap the guy on bomb. They're trying to play the numbers. They got to get Spartan in the mix.
They've got to get him in the mix slowly but surely. Hook's got the stairwell covered. Here comes Zero. Big win. The headshot multiplier rings out. That's a massive win. Gizmo now springing into the fight. Less than 30 to get the defuse. There it is. Now a 1v2. Gizmo can play this slowly. No idea where he may be. Oh my God. They lined up for a second. Oh my God. Slasher 56 HP and a defuse. That was almost a catastrophic move from LAG.
This is just so stressful for these players. It's a great snap. Dude, even the gunfight, Zero versus Hook, Zero gets dropped to 1 HP. That is how close these past few rounds have been going, but LAG, 2 rounds away. getting those extra points, being in a better spot. We still have 2 more series after this to decide their fate on whether or not they can even make winners bracket.
Yep. What can I say?
They definitely won't make it if they don't get this win, you know?
No. The last day of play from Online Vanguard, and hey, it always had to be special. Slow hit from London. It's aggressive. They're far forward. They've crossed that 50-yard line. They're well over halfway through the map now, and Afro's going to be the man bold enough, brave enough to try to make the difference. Nades have been the favored. Oh, come on! Nades have been the favorite of LAG in those first bloods. Slasher takes him up with the old 1-2 hit.
Oh, yeah, no, Afro spotted though. Afro spotted. Easy hunts for him. Immediately evens the odds at a 3 versus 3, and you might wrap around and deal with Afro, but he's making this read, and this is the battle, man. These 2 guys.
And this
could be the 1v1 to decide it.
It's a duel. Oh my! Afro uncharacteristic. He took a long time to get into the fight, but now you've got the trades coming through. It's a 2v1, and Neptune has been spotted. He is now APB. Man seen carrying a bomb running through a church in Tuscany. He's managed to make it out towards the back. The Ravens are flip sides once again, Charts. Happens quite a lot in Vanguard. Less than 15 on the clock.
Hey, it's another gunfight again. Just Afro with the SMG. Or maybe the timing, dude, I mean, 8 seconds. Yeah, and Afro just gets it. An impossible spot with no information, but Afro winning his ones. Delivers 3 in that round, man.
I think it might have been an audio cue, the slide in the final. I mean, even at that moment in time, I would imagine the Ravens are saying nothing.
You know, 8 seconds left. You know, one guy for each side type deal. But whatever the case may be, again, you know, Slasher gets the first blood. Afro immediately evens up the odds. And then again, just the patience. And if you're playing against LAG, that's the key to success, man. No mistakes. Can't afford to give anything away. But normally it's because they play slow. LAG now dominating the top side of the map. You get mid-map control. You get the A side of the map control as well. P5 is the only thing that is least watched right now for LAG. And London wrapping back this direction. They will have to deal with Slasher when they get there.
How much can he do against the might of the entire Ravens? Here they come. Doesn't check a corner, gets out. That is a magnificent opening blood. Gone. The pick is good. And now the shuffle from the Guerrillas on defense. Can Gizmo get there in time? And maybe even it up. Slasher finds his second on the round.
In Slasher's world, we're just living in it. Can't get 2v4 though. There was a 2v4 on the Bocage, but Nasty gets traded. At least Sparta's there for the coverage, and now Zero, last man standing, and Zero spotted him. Excuse me, Slasher spotted him in the back spot, and well, now you're running out of time. No bomb. Maybe no life. Gone. Slasher again. Miles, this could be a career-defining sort of series for Slasher. I know he has a dozen of those under the belt, but again, with this sort of pressure on, in a moment where the delays have come through by the hour, I mean, again, it is just here to test your mental. And he is just at home. I mean, again, quite a few first bloods he's able to get. Perfect rotations, not making any mistakes. This is the type of Call of Duty Slasher loves to play.
I mean, this is frankly, it's not his first rodeo when it comes to a long delay. I mean, remember Champs BO3?
100%.
Playing that one in a...
Again, dude, another one.
In a hotel ballroom on Periscope. Crazier things have happened. It's decent tags once again. Slasher, this is it. It's nearly done. Zero, this is it. Your time to truly be the hero for the Ravens. What a devastating loss this could be. Checking every possible corner, and who else other than the Mad Titan himself? That is one hell of a series. That's 10k richer, and that is 10 points richer. An astonishing series of events. A brutal ending for London, but LAG, you'll take it. 3-2, game 5, reverse sweep.
The longest series of all time for a best of 5.
All time.
And you know what, Miles? The craziest part about this entire thing, we still don't even know if LAG can get winners bracket for the major just because we have more series that need to be played. Good news is they at least did the part that they had control over. The luck and everything else outside of that, well, remains to be seen. But again, as stated, just getting the extra CDL points is certainly going to be a nice cushion. And obviously with the team playing this well, I mean, the S&D playing it about as well as you could possibly ask him, even on the Bocage going toe-to-toe with the Ravens. The respawns were on point. When there was actual Call of Duty being played in this series, the Call of Duty itself was fantastic.
Yeah, really, really strong. Again, for LAG fans, you got to feel great after that one, knowing the form going into the major is already sky high. My God, Spart's two-piece, man. This was just brilliant COD out of Los Angeles Guerrillas. They have to be feeling fantastic now. Honestly, a brilliant series. You trim out all the time between, you know, that is going to make one hell of an exciting YouTube rewatch when you get to skip through all the BS. But that was a tough one to lose for the Ravens. The mental game just not there. I mean, that, at the end of the day, is it. You're going through the same delay as everyone else. LAG did not crumble. We saw some pictures on the timeline that expressed a very particular tale. And Los Angeles Guerrillas did not skip a beat. They just stuck through it. They got it done. And in the end, that 6-round win, man, you're going to take it. You're going to go to bed sleeping well tonight.
And again, just, you know, full credit to Slasher, dropping bombs, getting the first bloods, getting all the kills, even in the final round, picking up multiple along the way. So he is the guy, and I think Nameless pointed out, like, he cranks up when it comes to champs time. Like, he gets better as the year progresses. He has had a pretty fantastic stage 4 overall. I know the record doesn't entirely reflect it, but Slasher's been playing great. LAG, again, the record does not reflect it, but they have been playing great. And I think truly, like, I mean, this is the same thing to be said for 11 teams in this league. You have to be on the lookout when it comes to this final major. Dangerous teams are in this lobby.
Yeah, for real. And you can tell that LAG, they sorely wanted it. Ravens still sitting fantastically going into the major. Again, the seed is still good. The points are still good, but LAG really wanted that a lot more. And it shows in that reverse sweep. That is it. We've done it. First series of the day is complete. 2 more to go. Desk, take it away.
Way to hang chance, right? Welcome back to the Call of Duty Leagues, Desk. No, shout out to Los Angeles Guerrillas. We said before the game started, actually, that even though LAG really weren't having the stage that they really wanted, or even the start, this team was looking a lot better fundamentally, man, and they won a good game against London.
Yo, long Game 5 series, but like Chance said, that series was amazing. Every single map had such good moments. That Game 4, though, with Neptune clutching up at the very end, just how insane that was. The composure there in the Game 5 as well. I love how they're playing Search and Destroy, just slow playing it, waiting for that pick, and more often than not, London was giving it to them. Like, LAG doing what they need to do. They might make winners now.
Right, and also my favorite part about that whole series has to have been Neptune's hold in the hill. Ali, that was absolutely crazy. What was your favorite part about the series?
I think I have to sit there right with you because, like, that was really what gave them the momentum in this series. Like, I understand what Zero was doing. He was spawn trapping them, and he was just hoping, like, I have 3 other teammates. Like, somebody has to get a trade. There's one guy in hill. I'm going to keep the pressure off the front. But unfortunately, I mean, Neptune just straight clutches up in that situation, wins every gunfight. And it was that immediate trade, too. He snaps on a nasty, gets that killed, and that was all she wrote.
That was honestly the best hill hold I've seen by an individual player this year, personally speaking. But let's also take a look at the points because LAG have been holding on. They've been holding on rough, man. 145, they are safe for now. They have the major ahead of them. Nameless, if they weren't able to win this game, LAG could have honestly been the only team that won a major this year that will not go to champs.
I mean, that was massive that they won that game, right? Because either LA or New York are getting an additional 10 points after tonight's match. So for LAG, they have to keep up with the rest of the teams on the bubble. They've done a good job.
Right. Now, looking forward, Nero Ravens, even though they lost that game, they're sitting pretty at 190 points. Looking forward, though, to the major. Ali, I still feel really comfortable with them having a really good, solid finish.
I'm really excited for them. Actually, though, I will say, looking at that points, I am really scared if you are a Florida Mutineers or a Minnesota Røkkr fan because you do not play again, but you know who does? LA Thieves, who are in that 3-way tie, and if they win today, you are knocked out of top 8.
That'd be good. Nameless, you want to put a bow on top of the series right here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for London Royal Ravens, we learned a little bit about them. If they lose a hard point, they're in a really bad spot because they cannot win control. Yeah. It's just a game mode that they've struggled in throughout this entire stage. So if they don't fix that control, I definitely don't see them winning in a best-of-9 series in finals as well. So London, still a lot of room for improvement. Other than that, still looking very solid.
All right, and so looking forward to the major as well. So the London Royal Ravens will move on. Let's take a look at the points as well. LAG still alive for now, but even though they're safe from winning that game, The thing is, they're not fully safe yet. They still got to go to New York, and they're still going to have to perform.
They're not fully safe, but I will say this, LAG winning this series is, I mean, it was unexpected, right? They were certainly the underdogs in this series. For London Royal Ravens, the points, although they still matter, I mean, they're top 3 right now. Like, they are sitting pretty heading into champs, but for LAG, they clutched up when it mattered.
All right, now let's go ahead and get Slasher in on the interview for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Austin, congrats on the big win, man.
Congratulations on a huge win, Austin. I gotta say, obviously we sat through that series with you. I do have to ask if you can remember, what were the comms like when Neptune was left by himself in that hill and you guys were getting spawn trapped by Trey?
Honestly, in a situation like that, there's not too much going on, but Trey did spawn kill me, so like I had the info on where he was at in the flank, and so I just kept telling him to focus his front, like don't worry about the back, like we'll get it eventually. And he just went crazy, and I kind of saw it all like play out, to be honest. I saw the nasty 3-piece from his point of view, and once that happened, I knew we were winning.
Austin, I mean, throughout this season, you haven't been bad, but there's a different level of intensity for you right now. You're just playing so much better at the end of the season, and this seems like a trend with you, like a running thing. At the end of the season, when the stakes are the highest, you start to play better. What is it about right now that you're just starting to have such a better individual performance?
To be honest, I don't really know. I used to blame it on going to college, to be honest, and like during summer break I play better, but now there's no excuse when it comes to college. So I think it's just like you said, like the higher intensity and pressure, and like the game is like everyone knows how to play now, and I feel like I play the best against the better teams because I know what they're doing. Like I anticipate everything they're gonna do. So like I actually enjoy playing against FaZe because they try to play textbook COD, and I feel like that's when I excel. It's more so when the people are just kind of running around doing whatever that I feel like I struggle more.
Interesting.
All right, hey, I'm gonna leave the floor open to you to say what's up to the LAG fans. Give them a battle cry. Get them hyped for the Major. What you guys do, man?
I wish I had it in me, to be honest. After that 4-hour series, I don't have much, but I just want to say I appreciate the support. You know, we're working hard. We're trying to make it happen. I think we're back in the top 8 now, so hopefully we can go into New York and keep that spot and keep making you guys proud and make a run at the end of the season.
We're always proud of you, Slasher. Congrats on the big win, man. I'll see you in New York, all right? You take it easy.
Thank you, guys. Take it easy.
No problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
we got through it.
Yeah, we got through it. We got through it. We still got 2 more games.
When does OpTic play?
Wait.
I know I've seen it on Twitter and in YouTube chat. Will they play soon?
Right, and also, before we move on to the break, we actually have a Scump play of the game where Neptune was making that hold. The thing that me and Ali was talking about right there, it was absolutely insane. The man was busting, okay? You know, kicked off in New York, went to Challengers, came back to LAG, said, listen, I got a statement to make, baby.
Hey, yo, I will say this, though. I think it's so funny that Slasher was the first one to die on the flank from Trey, and then being able to watch Neptune do this, because you heard in that review, he was like, I saw this happen, like, when I died, and I knew we were winning, because Neptune was not dropping in this map.
I mean, and to London's credit, like, that was the correct play.
Yeah.
Having Zero push through, play his life while the other 3 challenged Hill, like, this is just a freak play out of Neptune, picking up a huge, massive 3-piece. Like, they made the correct play. Seriously, there's so many maps that could have went either way. Maps 1, 2, and 4. Literally, either team could have won. Just one small moment or one massive gunfight from one of these guys just dictated what happened.
The hype is beautiful. Okay, now as we move along, I do want to say one more thing to the audience out there right now. For those of you that have been tuning in, I want to say thank you. I want to thank you for your patience as well. I know that wasn't exactly what we wanted, but you know what? We're going to get through this day. And coming up next, we're going to have Toronto Ultra versus OpTic Texas. You guys know these teams already. Both 1-3, but they both need to head into New York with a big win behind them. Let's see which team is going to be. I don't know. Ilya and OpTic, or is it going to be Banson Ultra? We'll find out soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
Scump finds two at the point, flushes them out. Now protections a few players on one, but Shotzzy, it feels like he cannot miss. He cannot miss. Lead, not able to get away. To 1 versus 1 we go. Dashy coming through in the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Pop open the Game Fuel and let's wake up because it's about that time. OpTic Texas is about to take the digital stage against the Toronto Ultra. We're about to break it all down. My name is Velly. We got Nameless and also Ali, and we also got the Maps and Moves coming up. But these two teams, this match right here is going to be so important for Major IV. Now check this out. The loser of this game is guaranteed to start in the losers bracket for Major IV. But here goes the maps.
Well, maps and modes across the board. I'm gonna say I like this kind of for both sides. It's hard because these teams are so similar in stats heading into this. I mean, both teams are 4-6 in hardpoint. Both teams are 5-5 in control. The only edge really is on the likes of OpTic Texas right now, are 6-4 in search and destroy. And really that's due to iLLeY having a 1.83 and Dashy on the other side of that having a 1.27 this stage.
That's interesting maps and modes. I mean, that Berlin Search and Destroy Ultra on an 8-game win streak. So, I mean, you really lean to them in that one. And then the Gavutu Control is the really interesting one as well. OpTic hasn't played that for like 2 months, so kind of going back to it. They're 6-1 on that map, but they haven't played an official match in a long time. And then Ultra on a 3-game losing streak, but they did lose it 2-3 to Boston, and it was really just Cammy who underperformed on that map. If he plays a little bit better, like they possibly win that. So maps 2 and 3. Okay, those are the interesting ones for me in this series.
I'm going to be interested in map number 3, and hopefully OpTic is all about that money because this is a bounty match, by the way. And OpTic, last time they were on screen, they went against the New York Subliners, where I'm in control. They didn't win a round at all, which they were, the best team in the game at a point in time. But Nameless, going into this series right here against Toronto Ultra, I think this could be a really good bounce back series for OpTic if they really bring it.
It could be. I mean, it's going to test them, right? Toronto Ultra are definitely not pushovers. You know, for OpTic Texas, we talked about like they're just trying to get back into the swing of things, but it's been a lot of errors. I mean, they come in, they beat Paris, and actually like surprisingly close match on some of those maps. Like even on that map 1 Bocaz, like Paris was in the lead at times, and then they go up against New York, where simply got outclassed, completely outplayed, and both the hard points and the control of the respawns were just pretty abysmal. So for OpTic Texas, they need to play better, smarter on these rotations. Hopefully they learn from that VOD. Like it was blatant mistakes that we saw, especially on that Berlin.
Right, and when it comes to the Game Fuel keys of victory, Ali, what we got?
Game momentum heading into Major IV. I mean, Ultra is 11th in map win percentage during Major IV qualifiers. So both these teams struggling in this split of stages. And improve your Bocage SD offensive game plan. They're 9th in offensive win percentage on Bocage. But first overall in defensive win percentage, Bocage can be a very mixy map. Just try and slowly work a pick and, take advantage of your lives.
Right, and OpTic Texas will be facing off against Toronto Ultra, and as Toronto Ultra steps onto that digital stage as well, their last game wasn't that pretty yet. It went the distance against Boston Breach, but the thing was, it was kind of weird. The first search and destroy, this Toronto Ultra team won 6-0, and then to close out the series, they lost, 2-6. Toronto Ultra, they're just wildly inconsistent. We don't know what direction this team is going in yet, but in the back of our minds, we understand that this team is really good. Just what's going on?
Well, for me right now, it's the slaying power I feel like is really lacking in that series specifically. Insight was going like triple positive at some points, but unfortunately just had no help really when it came to that category. We saw Bance trying to make long routes, trying to make a play like he usually does, but when Cammy and Kleenex just couldn't seem to get their footing, there's only so much two players can do on the map, and I'm really worried about that when it comes to this OpTic Texas series, because if it's one thing they're going to do, is it's going to outslay you.
Yeah, they need it, and for the game field keys victory.
Yeah, find your S&D form. They're 2-4 during Major IV qualifiers. For this team to win, they have to be dominant at that game mode. And we saw they were dominant on the map 2 versus Boston. When it came to map 5, got hard countered. Like, they were playing for the kill on Kleenex. The map control is all on the side of Boston. So Toronto Ultra have to come with some different looks and lock down that Berlin S&D. They are on an 8-game win streak there. OpTic have lost 3 of the last 4. So, you know, they get a freebie there in the map vetoes. They have to capitalize on it in a series like this.
All right, now taking a look at the players on the squad right now as they ready up for the last matchup before everybody heads out to New York, aka Brooklyn for Major IV. Yeah, I can't wait. They're locking in right now, but it's off the pickles, yo. Let's jump into it. Ali, you got a smile on. You always got something good to give me. Who do you got winning this game, really?
I'm gonna go with Toronto Ultra. Even though they've had some inconsistencies, they have a pretty tough schedule thus far. They've been putting up a good fight. I really just can't, in any situation, see Cammy consistently struggle the way he did in the last series. I'm expecting to see a different player out of him heading into Major IV, and I think this is where it starts.
All right, Nameless, who you got, man?
I'm gonna go with OpTic Texas. I think their problems are easily identifiable, and it was literally their second game back with their roster. They've had some time now to go over those, fix those mistakes, and the individual players are disgusting on the squad. I think they put it together and they win here.
I'm gonna keep it short. I think at Vanguard, Toronto Ultra, the biggest thing against them is that whenever they go against teams with superstars like, you know, the Hydras, you know, Shotzzy or whatnot, I will almost always bet my money on the big name superstars to really have their way. Unless Toronto Ultra finds a way to utilize that teamwork to bring in more of that consistency. I don't see it happening against OpTic though. But let's send this over to Bryce and 10 to get this game started. We waited long enough, fellas. Bryce, you look clean, man.
Club promoter Bryce, we love it.
I'm just living my best Fetty life, man. I know it's been a long time. I've been in shades for 6 hours waiting for this game to get underway. But it's the last online day of qualifiers, so we're going to make the best of it. We're going to enjoy it, and what a game coming up. OpTic versus Ultra, two teams not having the best of time in our qualifiers on the run-up to Major IV ton.
No, absolutely not. I just love the relaxed demeanor that we've got going on here, especially from you. I would like to point out that the chest hair is out on my end, but where's yours?
I'm smooth, man, like a swimmer, like an athlete.
He's like a seal.
Yeah, like a seal. That makes more sense. There's a lot of blubber on this body. But enough about my lack of chest hair. We do have to talk, regardless of how we look, about the game coming up. This does matter. It matters a lot for OpTic and Ultra about getting into that winner's side. But it also matters just because we are trying to figure out how these teams are getting on. Ultra, disappointing for them after their performance in Major 3. They are still technically very firmly in that bubble. There is a potential for them not to make champs at the end. Obviously, OpTic have had it clinched for a while. Their story is more about getting into the swing of things.
Yeah, Ultra are definitely still in danger. They're one of those teams we're looking at now, especially with some of the results and how they have played out. They have slowly but surely been dragged right back into it, Brycey. So the wins are important for them. I think they will be fine. I think they can find themselves in a good nature, but take some of the pressure off with a win here. That would be good for them. But realistically, it is going to be a difficult one. I think this should be a very, very good game. But I think you're right. It's very much about benchmarking for both these two teams, where we sort of sitting at the moment, Ultra being kind of topsy-turvy, as have OpTic. So it's really difficult to predict this one. I think it's not a surprise to see that the desk are split on it. It is a very, very interesting series. Feels like quite a while ago, but we were discussing the maps before the London series, actually going through a couple of them, and I kind of agree with the desk there as well. The Gavutu control is an interesting one. We were talking about it at what seems I said quite a while ago. We were curious as to why Toronto kind of stuck with the Gavutu there. Of course, the ban came out from OpTic to get rid of Berlin, and then it was a choice basically for Ultra. Do you go with Tuscan or do you go with Gavutu? They've been playing Gavutu quite a bit recently, so clearly wanting to get some reps in there. OpTic haven't played it since May the 8th because of their 6-1 record. It just has been banned up against them, which makes sense. But Ultra on a 3-game losing streak. So I'm really curious as to how that has gone through and if there is a reason for it. Of course, Marky B is not somebody that would come up with anything in particular for any bad reason. So there is a reason there for the side of the Toronto Ultra on that one. But other than that, it is a bit of a toss-up. There is a couple of maps in there that could go one way or the other. But honestly, I'm really looking forward to the series. Hopefully, we do get in pretty sharpish. But it should be a really interesting one. It's one that could definitely go down to the wire.
All right, being perfectly honest with it, obviously we're waiting for this game to get underway. This is one of those games where the statistics don't always kind of match up to the reality of it. Yeah. Like, we kind of break down before the game kind of our processes. We look at all the games that they have played statistically over the entire season. We look at their maps, how they've been playing it, so on and so forth. The problem for both of these two teams is that recent results are more relevant for them. So we kind of have to take that into account here. Ultra have not been the team that we screamed about at Major 3. Because, you know, their S&D is a little bit on the ropes. OpTic Texas obviously have illy come back in, but they have been far from the kind of the Major 1 winners that people were hoping to see, which is why we have to talk about rebuilding, right? OpTic Texas haven't looked dominant. They haven't looked like the top team in the game. This is all about them getting back into that form and feeling comfortable. On Ultra, it's figuring out what on earth has gone wrong in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if we were to touch on OpTic immediately, at the beginning of the year when they won that first event, obviously outside of the Kickoff Classic, when they won that first major, everyone looked at them and thought, I think we had the discussion at the time, they may well just go on and win nearly every single event this year. That's what we were thinking, and we haven't seen that form. You know, a lot of people will point towards maybe consistency when it does come down to Vanguard is maybe a little bit harder to find, but at the same time, the results have been disappointing. They haven't just been shy of a couple of wins here and there. They haven't really looked that great since that point. I agree with you though on Ultra. We were expecting a lot more out of them. It's similar kind of stories. Ultra went on to win Kickoff Classic. OpTic went on to win the very first major of the year. But since then, it has been mostly disappointment. But for Ultra, they did have that peak back up. And we were all saying in the green room, we were all saying, this is it. This is now Ultra going to be competing the rest of the year. But they've come back to online. And they just haven't been at that sort of level that we expected from them after their own home major. Was it the buff from the crowd? Was it just on land they maybe look a little bit better? I do wonder. But it is an interesting one. It should be a good series, and hallelujah. I believe we're good. I believe we're good to start. I don't want to... I'm touching all the wood in my room. It's only the desk that I have, but because all points it's going to be coming up pricey, I'm excited to get into the series.
Me too. It is looking like a game, and a game we must have. Thank goodness we're going to kick it off on Bacage with these two teams, and we'll have to find out exactly how it does go down. It is late here in the UK. It is also about 1,000 degrees, but none of that matters. Bounty match for these two. Winners bracket beckons for the major. And we have gameplay starting off with Shotzzy.
Sunglasses can come off my face now, Brycey, because I don't have to see your glaring white face. Here we are, into Bacage. And for the side of OpTic, I'm curious how they're going to do here. As I said, lost 3 of the last 4. How invincible they looked at a stage here on Bacage, but it's a good shot from start from Shotzzy, I should say. 4 HP in the dream up top. That's 4 in a row for him now. Great start for OpTic. They'll break open the first hill. Look for that second rotation. Ultra are a team who pick up a lot of their points on that second hill, so OpTic are going to lock down the rotation as quick as they can.
Well, you can already see a little bit of positioning going on for P1 and a little bit of a lack of soak. I wonder if OpTic Texas have made that kind of adjustment. One of the biggest criticisms, and they don't really seem to want to get onto the point. But 15 off the first so far, and Bans managed to hit inside with a team nade.
I'm curious how these two teams are going to adapt, you know, waiting this amount of time. They would have been warmed up quite some time ago. Have they been playing scrims? Have they just been chilling? It's one of those things, yes, okay, it affects the teams who are currently in those games, but in this scenario, it doesn't seem to have affected OpTic Texas. They've come out the greats absolutely screaming. Scump pushing forward into Grandma's, just trying to relieve some of that pressure that will be coming from Ultra, but there has a player who has escaped by. That is going to be Bance, and the rest of Ultra have done great through the front door. Momentarily, it's Dashy, left all on his own, finds 2 but falls. Ultra finds somewhat of a break here with 35 seconds to go.
Heavy's going to kick things off here for the side of OpTic. And now they're just looking a little bit of positioning going on around P2. Nobody really committing for the time quite yet. Ultra will eventually jump on, and they need to. Only 3 points scored so far. Fortunately, OpTic are too far ahead that it matters that much. Only 28 points for themselves. Scrap time will go to Ultra. The rotation might go to OpTic, though.
Yeah, nothing to write home about when it does come down to the scoreline. Ultra will not be too perplexed by that. Get the rotation in though, was damage limitation. OpTic do not pick up much from what was a very, very solid rotation. Bant's now up top, 4 spree for him. Oh, he would have liked to continue it, but Shotzzy is there. Can be a Reaper on this map at times. Can be trying to get across and moving on forward. Well played from him. The spawns have now been flipped as well. It's only momentarily Scump who's left in a position to do much about it. Here come the rest of the team though through mid-map. Shotzzy finds one through the front door, but it's a bit of a fist fight inside him. Grandma's Bants with the second absurd kill from him, and Ultra lock it in.
Trying to do Scump, trying to get through the side. He goes into Talden, has a gunfight, but walks away clean. Shotzzy going on the back as well. They are looking to push onto this one. They are winning just about enough trades. Scump still alive, will eventually go down to Bans here. And OpTic do not have the numbers to get into position right now. Maybe one last roll of the dice, maybe some scrap time, but it's looking like a barn setup.
OpTic, the second best team on the game. When it does come down to P4, can they find a good setup here? And Cammy will try and ruin that as best as he can. Bants alongside of him. Not quite able to find the second. Playing next to the side door. OpTic got... I mean, the rotation was in there, but Ultra have just found them. I think it's the push that comes in towards the back from Bants and Cammy. Forces OpTic to spawn out back towards P3. And there you go. It's a broken setup immediately. And then once again, a broken setup as OpTic have found a way through. Only Cammy remaining. It's been very, very close so far. Both two teams have been broken quite easily. OpTic, I would say, more so than not. Leads slightly with the side of Ultra here, but still a lot to fight for over towards P4.
Must have been a call from the Bans there. Instant pre-fire onto Ellie, but it's not going to be enough. The teammates need to get back in for these trades. OpTic doing a great job of holding down Barn. They really are letting Ultra get their fingers into this one at all. And now as we look to start to go towards River, hopefully OpTic will just lock down the rest of this time and then think about the rotation. There is some pressure coming from Ultra, but not enough to deter them.
Yeah, this is the first same time that OpTic have managed to get a hold of, though, to be honest with you. They did have this rotation, but Ultra have always been there. They will come away as the beneficiary from P4. It was about a 15-20 point swing, so that's a good enough job on any hill when it does come down to Package. Bants will find 3 on the transition, though. Well played from him. Ultra ready and waiting here down towards the boat. Shotzzy's going to escape on through, though, because of course he is. Finds one kill, dips out, gets the player off the hill, so Ultra currently getting nothing on the board here.
Oh, we'll be OpTic in the time at the moment. Just slowly but surely trying to get it as well. Cammy and Bants having a little bit of a fight there. It's not going to go their way. Ultra have been blown backwards. And Scump is going to win that gunfight with the auto into mid-river. Takes L control, and Ultra are now firmly on the back foot.
And the catalyst there, Brycey, for me, was when Shotzzy moves through mid-map. Gets over towards Car, finds the 1 kill on the player in the hill. Ultra have to go for it. They have to jump on the point. They've won the rotation, and from there, they have not won a gunfight. Illy had a slow start to the game, but 9 and 10 out of him on a 4 spree. They've heated things up. The jig is up at the moment, though. Ultra thought they may have had the leap on OpTic there, but they spin around. They know exactly what's going on. That's 5 in a row for Illy, and some really good time for the side of OpTic Texas over towards P4 and P5. A dominant lead in the end as we head into the second rotation of this.
Yeah, he's trying to play this smart as well. One last kill for the glide. It's not going to work out for them. Ultra getting a little bit of time on a P1. The soak is coming through, but Shotzzy is determined to end that situation right now. Finds the first, dips out at the same time. More movement coming around from him, and eventually he's going to drop. But it is going to be OpTic that put the pressure on towards River. They are looking to flip this.
Trying their best to do so. Last time around, they were the team that were there first, and can they be there once more? Looking that way. 28 seconds remaining here, and time on the board here for Scump. He gets some bad timing on the Kleenex. Gunfights start to go the way of Ultra, though. They need this rotation, to be honest with you, Brycey. You really do not want to be this far behind when it does come down to Package. Looking that way, though. The rotation that OpTic did have. Not going to have it anymore, though. Big gunfight going over towards P2. Bants will win that. As the scrap time is fought over once more. Rotation is there for Ultra, and they need to get some good time here, Brycey. They usually do well on this hill. The best team in the game are locking down this setup. Can they get the job down here and close this gap?
Well, they've taken a little bit of a backtrack. Usually the teams like to push out and try to put the pressure onto that team that has to come and retake it. And it may be bad because they are buckling. They have lost every single gunfight. OpTic with a clean sweep, completely rip them out, take the spawns away. And that can be the issue with turtling.
And that's far too easy. Everybody's set up, waiting for the push to come on through, but OpTic are just shooting them in the back. They come from a realized spawn that they wouldn't have expected the side of Ultra. And now OpTic Texas, they've broken that far too easily. The money hill for a lot of teams and a big one for Ultra is broken. Scump now trying to push forward, thinking about this rotation over towards P3 in 20 or so seconds. Cammy will find a couple of kills over towards the backside, though, and find 15 seconds of time that is desperately, desperately needed for the side of Ultra.
Well, a little bit of
100-point mark
prize.
Yeah, that's literally it. OpTic Texas, for all that you don't win the rotation, you stop Ultra getting much there. This rotation over towards P3 looks like it's your way, but there is a certain Kleenex here to try and spoil the party.
Well, we'll have to find out how it goes because OpTic are currently leading. Let's go for a listen in to see how they are.
Yeah, take your time. I can help you. I can help you. Back window. Hit me up. Back window, last guy. Back window, last guy. Push on Lamar.
I got it done.
Nice job. I got needed. Yeah, I hear that. You're trying getting Lamar. Stay down. I'm gonna fight. Kleenex absolute. I'm fighting your side. Yeah, I'm flanking your side. I got Kitch. I got Kitch. Kitch. Cammy dead. Another guy's going back window. Back window, guys.
I hear that. Play my left
side. Stairs. I hear you. Let's get top. I have dead. I have Lamar. They shot.
What's Castle? Castle came absolute.
I'm back.
Yo, what's back window?
Castle dead.
Back window. What's back window?
Yeah, back window Kleenex weak. Back window Kleenex. He jumped in. I'm playing for Sun.
Back window.
Close kid. Nice kid.
He's in the shot. Back window right now. Back window.
Nice 2-2. Be sure, guys. Be sure.
Back window inside. Back window inside.
Back window inside. Really hurt. I hit it all. Inside. I can help you.
One more.
Kleenex. 2 mid street. Yeah, right now. I'll play left side. Yo, 2 mid street. 2 mid street. 1 front. I'm dead in front.
Let me front.
Trying to watch your front. Ivor front.
Inside flat.
Are you?
He's fronting weak.
I'm trying to pick up back. I'm trying.
Small. Absolute.
He's still there. Back. Yeah. Yep. Store down. I need front.
That's it. Yeah, Cammy's left. Cammy's left.
Yeah, he's on the stack. Dead. One more. P2. Last guy. I don't see him. I'm waiting for you.
Just running in the back.
Then, just running back.
In the back.
In the back. Small and back door as well.
I'm gonna go from right, guys. Can you beam over me? Yeah, hear that.
There's nothing else, water? I don't see anything in the back. Yo, get the shot. Yo, back door bands. Back door weak. I'm here with you. I'm back door. Front on me. And big door. Rotate. Just rotate right here, guys. Yo, there's 3-0. Yep, 3-0. Try making mixy.
Well, OpTic firing the comms and firing on Prakash. They have already got over 200 points. Usually, at this point in the game, if OpTic had 200 points, the game would be about to end just on the clock alone. But they have done so much work here. A big hold onto Røkkr could shut this game down.
Yeah, just a lot of good trades coming in from the side of OpTic. They always seem to be on the winning side. That last kill was always the green man on the left-hand side. Just something I want to speak of as well. Illy had a really, really slow start, sitting at 27-20 now, though. The interactions may not be as high as somebody like Shotzzy. I think he'd be hard-pressed to do so. But nonetheless, those kills have been flowing for Render, and now can they continue? They need to try and do so here. Toronto Ultra need some good time so desperately.
Well, they're losing the kills. There's nobody there to protect the player on Hill. Kleenex trying to do enough work, but he is massively outnumbered. And eventually, he's surely going to go down. He just cannot take a gunfight from every single angle. As slowly but surely, OpTic creep closer and closer to taking this W.
Yeah, it's looking really, really strong for the side of OpTic. Vance trying to break through. And this kind of deficit on a map like Prakash is just so hard to come back from. All OpTic really need to do is just contest away as best as they can. 20 points away now. Going to be heading into that third rotation, Brycey. It's not often that we do get here, but once again, Illy on a spree. Every single time we're on board with them, it's 4, 5, 6 in a row. It's going to end at 5 once more, but the side of Ultra needs to be pretty much perfect for the rest of their map yet.
Well, they're going to try and get some time on P1 here, Ultra, but OpTic can play this pretty leisurely. A long hit all the way around to P2. They can try and get a little bit of time on P1. They can play the slaying game. The options are numerous, and the chance for Ultra is slimming by the second. But at the moment, they're doing an all right job of holding it. They've got some more kills coming down here. Bant on a 5 streak will eventually be cut down. But he needs his teammates to bring it up here. Inside not having the best fun on this map at the moment. Only 14 kills to his name. And they need him to step it up if there's any hope of him coming back.
Yeah, and it's kind of apparent though, isn't it? At the same time, you don't want to put it on a single player, but when those kills, those rotations, those hills that you're locking down, you need your ARs to be locking down these lanes and finding the kills. He hasn't been able to do so. OpTic very close to the win now.
Oh, they're trying to continue this push here, and they're going to be 1 second away as the tick roams around, and he's looking for the play towards the back, but Kleenex managed to get him here, but Ultra are spawning out. It's all OpTic at the time. They just need to just jump on this point. I don't even know if it can be stopped. Cammy gets him just before, but the fights are going through. Nobody can stop that player getting onto barrels there in the end. And OpTic feeling fine on Prakash today. That game actually ended at 250, something I didn't really expect to see done.
Yeah, that was an absolute flyer for the side of OpTic. I mean, look, it was a bit of a shaky start for Ultra, and it kind of just spiraled for me when we headed over towards P5. Shotzzy finds that initial kill, clean breaks every single time for Texas. I think there was only really a couple of moments of note for Ultra there. But the breaking from the side of Texas is what does the job. 41 and 30 from Shotzzy, and because you can't let that happen, if he's putting those kind of numbers, he's finding important kills left, right, and center. And the scoreline at the top of your screen very much represents that. 250 to 169. A comfortable map number 1 for OpTic.
Yeah, they basically took control of that map and never really let go. And for Ultra, it was always just trying to recover, always trying to get back into that game. And I think players like Bansi was trying to do as much as he could, playing the dirty route, still getting the kills. I think he went something like 37 and 21. He was only 100 kills, 100 damage behind Shotzzy. Problem is, they just weren't winning enough of them. And OpTic looking like a little bit different gravy. And I'll tell you something, I think that's probably the most amount of time to them get P1 in quite a while.
Yeah, they were getting a lot of time at P1, and they were getting a lot of time at every single hill, to be honest with you, Brycey. When those rotations were coming in, Ultra had potential to break, and that's why we've seen them get as many points as they did. And it was just felt like every time that OpTic broke, they did it so cleanly. Like, it wasn't just a trade fest where that final kill came down to them. There was occasions where it did obviously come down to those final kills, and OpTic were usually winning theirs. But for the majority of the time, when OpTic were finding those breaks, it was happening with no answer from the side of Ultra, and that just makes it so much easier for them to then set up. I mean, look there, for instance, 3 kills immediately. There you go. You've got the spawns, you've got the hill, and that's just every single point that is going towards OpTic is far too easy for them to get a hold of. The side of Ultra, you know, a couple of trades here and there. In those moments, you've got a very different game, but as it goes, they couldn't do so. OpTic, as mentioned, that's comfortable map number 1. It'll give them a lot of confidence heading to the rest of the series.
It certainly will, and they're looking to continue marching forward. That's what everybody wanted to see from OpTic. And taking down Ultra on Bacage is certainly a statement. The Berlin S&D coming up next, though, Tan.
Yeah.
It's another test for them.
Yeah, it is a massive test for them, of course. I mean, it's hard to say, of course, with how OpTic recently, with iLLeY just coming back in, are they getting up to speed now? But 3 and 4 over their last 4 games, of course, on Berlin. And it is currently an 8-game win streak for the side of Ultra. So they would have looked at this Ultra as a banker of a map in this series. Bacage was always going to be a bit of a toss-up. You know, Ultra haven't looked too bad on it as of recent, but OpTic not looking great either. So it's, you know, it's one of those that can go either way. Berlin Search and Destroy, Ultra will be looking at this and saying, right, we definitely should be coming in to win this map. Let's see how we go with the rest of the series. Even look at the Tuscan Hardpoint, that's a potential. Gavutu Control is a difficult one. But this is definitely the one that Ultra are looking at. We need to get this win.
Yeah, like I said, for both teams, it's kind of an important game for different reasons. I wonder how they're going to go into this S&D. Obviously, one of the stories for me, obviously, I've got to talk about Ultra here. Their S&D at Major 3 was ridiculous. It was so good, and it was one of the things we've always said, that Ultra had that great S&D locked in. Hasn't been the case in the qualifiers moving forward. Somehow the hardpoint curse has disappeared, but everything's kind of falling into a little bit of disarray, and they're trying to fix it. And I hope this team that's been through so much controversy, bearing in mind before Major 3 people wanted a team change, they did Major 3, everyone thought everything was fine, they had fixed it, they were finally on form. Coming to the qualifiers for Major 4, everything seems to have fallen by the wayside just a little bit. It's not been the easiest of schedules, and on a FaZe, London on the resurgence, they lost to Boston as well, of course. OpTic's a real test for them mentally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you are right on the strength of schedule that they have had. It's been very, very difficult. I think, you know, you look at the London game that went all the way down to round 11, and that's how, you know, hot London have looked outside of that last series. Obviously, them losing that one, but, you know, circumstances. Going up against FaZe, who haven't necessarily looked too hot, but still a team they've struggled up against all year. Well, for 2 years, let's be frank. It's not an easy lineup for the side of Ultra to try and get some wins in. So I wonder, you know, they'll be looking at it. You would wonder, are they just thinking to themselves, look, we performed so great on LAN last time, can't wait to get there? Of course, that is going to be the case for all these players. They will always feel that things go better on LAN, but the side of Ultra, maybe the online portion just hasn't suited them, but well, they don't have to worry about that for much longer, though, do they, Brycey? It's the final day.
Well, that's very true. That is very, very true. So here's the thing. It's kind of weird for me to say that this is the end of the unlock well, because there's so much of the season left to go, right? Like, I'm kind of feeling a little bit nostalgic about it. Obviously, we're having some fun today. I'm sure the players are as well. Looking forward to getting to the kind of the end dessert of the season, right? We've got Major IV to come. We head to New York in just a few days, and then we have the road to champs. Basically, everybody's gearing up for it. I love the fact that at this point in the season, we still don't know who our 8 teams are. We don't know who's going to champs, who's made it, who's had the results that matter. This is one of the games that could decide it, of course. We Ultra were looking pretty good after Major 3, and they're not looking good going into Major 4.
Yeah, it's just with all the results that have come around as well. Looking at these standings, they have, as mentioned at the top of the show here, been dragged in. I don't think anyone would have expected Guerrillas to maybe do as well as they have done, to be frank. And Thieves, Mutineers still in and around where they were, and Subliners have done all they possibly can. They just haven't had the other teams hold up the other end of the bargain, so to speak. But yeah, Ultra, you would have thought, after specifically how well they did at their own major, they'd be able to crack on here, but haven't had the chance to do so. But that doesn't look like a team too worried to me, Brycey. I think they know heading into LAN, that's where their bread is buttered, so to speak. Let's see if they can get the job done there, but they still have the tall order of coming up against OpTic Texas here. Toronto Ultra's record, though, when it does come down to this map, is very, very good. Side of OpTic, though, not too bad, but losing 3 of the last 4, the form hasn't necessarily been there. But OpTic are the #1 offensive team on billing, so Toronto are going to have to be solid on those defensive side of things. Ultra's 8-game win streak is under threat, but not quite yet. We are having a moment before we do head into the search and destroy. Build it up lovely there, Brycey, and the servers done me again.
Well, sometimes it happens, but it's all good. It's all good. We will get through this as a community. We appreciate the patience for everyone watching at home, of course, except some guy called Pat, apparently. But basically, as we go into this next game, I want to kind of get your feelings, because we have some time to talk, let's be honest. I want to get your feelings on how you think OpTic will probably doing moving forward. Is the rebuild working? Where exactly do you see them coming at Major 4? And it's a big question, I know.
It's a really difficult one, because I think with iLLeY coming back in, and it's nothing on Prolute, but obviously this team won a championship together. With iLLeY coming back in, you have seen improvements there. I mean, that was a good game from him, a very, very slow start. But I think, as we've kind of alluded to, all of this online stage, it's been about the rebuild process. It's been about them getting back into that groove of things. It's been about, I mean, uncertainty for them as well. It's like, iLLeY's back in, iLLeY isn't in, iLLeY's back in. Okay, he's in. Is he good? Yes, he is. Now can we crack on and try and find some sort of rhythm, some sort of form again? Because it does take time for these things to sort themselves out. It doesn't matter if you're OpTic or Paris or anybody. You know, it comes down to, if you've been playing together a while and you can get into that rhythm of what you should be doing, getting iLLeY back up to speed. These are all things that OpTic and their fans will have to think of when it does come down to New York. I personally am not putting them in the picture to win. I don't. That ton. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, they'll forget about it tomorrow. I don't have them in that conversation myself personally. I think there's a lot of teams at the moment that are in that conversation. OpTic are still on that rebuild, but I think that they will probably understand that as well. They'll be heading into the LAN. They had the talent to win it, absolutely, but do they have the reps with this team yet? Once again, are they back up to speed? Is iLLeY where he wants to be? A game and win against the Toronto Ultra, if they can do this convincingly, I think it does put them potentially into that picture. But right now, from what we've seen online from them over this stage, I think it would be hard to argue that they are a top 3 team at the moment.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I kind of want to go to the positives, though, about this team. And I'll take this from kind of a top-down view on that Barrage, right? Adjustments have been made. It's very, very clear to me just by watching that for the first. It kind of became a meme, right? The OpTic were like playing hardpoint on Barrage, like the floor was lava. They wouldn't get in the point. We would always end the game on the clock rather than anything else. Just the fact that I saw them getting onto P1 more and more, and rather than worrying about slaying out and going for the P2, those tactics work, but it's in moderation. You have to kind of get a little bit of soak time on P1. Also, the fact that iLLeY had a bad start, fully regained, and started shredding Ultra. And then the last thing, the comms that came from them, it sounded great. Like UAVs were flying around the map. They knew where Ultra were. They were in a good position to keep doing it. They were figuring out the plays they needed to make. And it really pushed them over the edge, right? These are the tiny things you can kind of take away from gameplay and say, hey, this does look better than last time. The adjustments have been made. They've been working on it, watching VODs, talking to their coaching staff, and having those discussions internally, because practice makes perfect. And at this point, that is what they are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's not forget, though, they were a very, very good Røkkr team at the beginning of the game. They've looked really solid when it did come down to this map, and the fundamentals will always still be there. And I just think, honestly, it was nice to see that slaying ability, which we know that they have. We know everybody on this team can shoot with the best of them, and it was coming down to those breaks. They seemed coordinated. As you said, the communication was there, and who did you hear the most? It was iLLeY. Every single time, he's making this team tick. It's just whether he can get them on the right ticking rhythm, if you like, by the time they do get over towards New York. But it's good signs on Røkkr, and maybe we'll get some better signs here on Berlin. Search and Destroy, which is going to be coming up now. As mentioned, this is a good one for the side of Ultra. What is the bounty match for this week? It's one of the bounty matches. There's plenty of them, let's be honest. Can they get the job done here and give themselves some confidence heading into the major? I think it will be a big boost for them and a big boost for their fans if they can find a comfortable win here. Then maybe they get into my little pool of potential winners. But we're into the game, Brycey. Berlin Search and Destroy coming up.
Well, let's jump into this game. Berlin has started. I know. Get your cheers in the chat because we are going to see some gameplay. At the moment, Ultra playing this a little bit slow. Apart from that first player, Priestahh has managed to find a pick, but he's here alone. Are they trying to bait out A?
I'm wondering if they're trying to bait out this flank here, but there has been some activity over towards that side, but Cleanex is finding picks left, right, and center. Shotzzy will fall, and all of a sudden, it is iLLeY and Scump left in between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, the next game eventually gets picked here, bringing back to a 2 versus 3. However, a little bit of information there for Ultra. They're now going to know roughly where at least one player is. What can they hold? It's like playing what I like to call the hook position. You kind of waiting for a flag to come through, and the timing may not be there for iLLeY. I don't know if he's been seen. I don't know what's going on. Neither of them have seen each other. Bomb is down for Ultra.
Ships in the night here for Insight and iLLeY. Either way you play it, Insight's in a better position for his team. iLLeY will get taken down. Yeah, the island position working out for Insight. Scump can take him off that island momentarily, and Cammy and Bans have got some defensive work to do here on this bomb down at A. Bans still positioned perfectly. Ultra will find a nice attack on the back of, well, you know, we talk about individual plays when it does come down to Ultra. We talk about Insight on that island. Cleanex was the guy in the aggressive form towards the beginning of that round. He's moving forward, trying to find some picks, and as soon as that first pick comes on through, OpTic are then coming. They're saying, right, okay, well, we got somebody pushing over towards this A side. What's the decision to be made? Ultra wait for them to make that decision. Cleanex makes the decision for them by finding that second kill, and OpTic suddenly have to kick it to gear, and from there, it's an easy round for Ultra.
Well, they are on a great streak on this map, and they are trying to continue it. A little bit of push coming in from OpTic. The door's going to be open. They're going to know that somebody is at least around those outer steps. Secret open as well for them, and Scump going to get into fire. Really gets the first blood on the Cammy. Good position now for OpTic. They have a lot of control here just because Scump's in fire. Cleanex gets one back on the iLLeY. And Scump is hunting. Scump is looking. Scump is seeing. Scump is killing. And Bats goes down. And they bring this back to a 2 versus 3. OpTic do not have bomb, but they do have the numbers.
Getting Scump into fire there was just, I was going to say a masterstroke, but it's just one of those positions that's so strong. Now can the trade come on through? Yes, it can. Insight will fall. It's now a 2 versus 1 for OpTic. Cleanex managed to find a couple of kills in that previous round. We can find one here to make it a 1 versus 1. He's got a chance, and he's creeping up on Dashy. Top 3 holding the cross.
Doesn't see him yet, but he is slowly but surely making his way. Cleanex will see Dashy.
Got him.
Brings it back to a 1 versus 1. Scump, so far, doing the work in this round. Can he find the last and the most important?
I think he planted that for Ticket's side. And then there's play on the other side of the map here, so he's maybe running a little bit of a risk there. Not quite, no, sorry, it is play for the whole, for the fire side, and that's where Scump is ready and waiting. There you go, here comes the kill, and there it is. Well played from Scump, just hold his line. I thought the bomb was planted on the side, and that he was maybe playing the bluff of like, oh, look, I planted it for Ticket. But no, he had indeed planted it for fire side. It's the 4th kill coming on through for Scump. An important one for OpTic as they tied up.
Yeah, pretty clinical. And I mean, it was Scump getting that map control. It's a risky strategy, getting out of secret and trying to make a push through, but Scump held it, managed to get the kills he needed to. And yeah, just the catalyst of that round. OpTic taking everything they could going through. And yeah, Scump on a 3 streak and well deserved.
pulled them out of the fire a little bit, and here they go. They are pushing deeply into A this time. Crimsix might try and make the same play.
Both two teams do have some positives when it does come down to these neutral attacking setups. When I say a neutral attacking setup, well, okay, it might well be broken here by the side of OpTic Texas, who are not being neutral or defensive on their defensive rounds. Cleanex ready and waiting for the pick, though. We'll find the first insight, we'll find the second. The aggression does not pay off for OpTic on the defensive side of things. iLLeY and Dashy on their way over. Dashy already dead, iLLeY very, very weak. This should be around 2 Ultra unless iLLeY can literally pull a rabbit out of his hat here.
Yeah, the problem was always going to be there. As soon as that second nade hit, he's going to be found. He knows where he is. The players will just take up positions, looking over every single position he could come from. And yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, a 1v4 is never really that possible. It's always the exception rather than the rule. But when you've been found and the bomb is down and you have to try and get through some choke points, it's just never going to work.
Yeah, extra hard, I would say, in that situation. But, I was about to talk about the neutral setups. Ultra kind of went with one there. They were pushed up ticket. Of course, the answer to a neutral setup and why it works so well is sometimes when the defensive side gets a little bit aggressive, you're there for the picks. And case in point, for the side of Ultra there, Cleanex finds one down the outside. The trade tried to come on through. Ultra find the second, and then it's pretty much curtains from then on in. But it's going to be a B hit here from OpTic, the #1 offensive team, going aggressive, and Shotzzy will get this one down. They're set up perfectly, the dogs, so Ultra have got work to do here.
Oh, Scump has actually put himself in a great position. Keep it on that mini-map. He's hit the flank, he went through secret, he's got on the outside. I don't think they know he's here. You can already see Ultra trying to look for him just in case. I don't know if he's been seen. That has been called out as well. Cammy did see him, but 26 seconds left here for Ultra. They have to move.
Yeah, they do have to start moving very, very quickly. 20 seconds now. Dashy ready and waiting for anybody on the cross. Cammy's going to be the first one through. Well, I was about to say the door, but it'll be the window. Bats towards the back. Cammy towards the front. Shotzzy will fall. Is this doable for Dashy? If he could have found the second, then maybe, but the flank was in. A lovely, lovely retake from Ultra. And I think for me there in that situation, as soon as they find Scump, he was kind of the ace in the hole for OpTic there. If he can get around behind, even just stay alive, he's in a perfect position, but Ultra must have spotted him.
Yeah, I think so. They were definitely looking for him. You could see the arrows on the minimap furiously communicating that they may have just seen a hint of him somewhere, maybe crossing Platt. That player from P5 might have spoke him out, but that's so typical of Ultra as well, by the way. The slowness, the glacial slowness of which they crossed across that map, looking for players, checking corners. It feels frustratingly slow when you see that clock ticking down, but they hit it as a group and they put the numbers where they needed to, and it's what makes them so dangerous on S&D.
Shotzzy could have done with winning his gunfight inside the point. MP40 in hand at that range up against Cammy, you would have probably put your house on Shotzzy walking away with the kill there. Doesn't happen. Ultra now making their move, looking like another neutral setup. They've sent Cleanex out once again to try and find something. Is Shotzzy going to be the victim on the list here? Shotzzy's taking some bullets from mid-map as well. Cleanex will clean it up. Scumpy is there as well. What is that snap? Cammy will find one more himself, and iLLeY is left alone.
Oh, he's been stunned as well. They know exactly where iLLeY is, and Cammy says, all right, I'll have a little chat myself. It's a 1 versus 4, my friend! And oh, iLLeY almost got a dirty little snap on the Cammy, but it's not going to be enough. Ultra take another round in this S&D.
Yeah, looking very good from the side of Ultra, showing why they're on an ace spree. And it's kind of the same play. Once more, it's leaving that one player to go and do the business. The rest of us will chill, see what we can hit. See if you can finally pick, see if OpTic get over aggressive. But Cleanex is just finding routes behind them time and time again. As we talked about, when it does come to both these two teams, the numbers specifically, 64% of neutral setups for the side of Ultra come out as a win. 71% of the time, OpTic are finding those neutral setup wins. But OpTic have been rushing over towards B quite a lot in this one. It hasn't been too fruitful for them. They're going to do it once more.
Well, Bans has been hit and is going down towards B again. It's going to be Scump. He plays secret, he plays ticket. Unfortunately, Ultra have found him twice. And they have the numbers again. Same scenario. Cammy has just hit a bullet from about 500,000 miles away. How on earth he got iLLeY there? I'll have to see that in a replay. But now, incoming Bans. He's waiting for some teammates for this one. They want to clean out the back as well. 26 seconds to play with. He's checking the corners. He's going to look for his shots. He's got it. Still a 2 versus 2. This is great for OpTic.
18 seconds to go. They've got to find Shotzzy in and around it. Cammy, does he get the jump on him? He does not. Shotzzy, another kill on the bomb site. Checks it once more. Insight will find one. I don't think Dashy will be peeking this in the next few seconds. He will not. OpTic Texas will get around back. They claw it back, if anything. Shotzzy going big inside the point. Dashy will put the pin in that one. Nicely done from OpTic. And I think that's the thing. When you allow a player like Shotzzy in and around that site and you don't have an SMG to answer him, it's always a hard gunfight. Cammy won it the last time around in unexpected circumstances, and Bance there. Slow peek with an auto is always going to be difficult up against a player like Shotzzy with an MP40 in his hand there.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Shotzzy just made the difference. He hadn't found any kills yet so far in this S&D, and he finds 2 brilliant ones to bring that round towards them. Ultra now going for the setup, and that's information for inside. Dashy almost just takes him down. Not quite, and it looks like OpTic might be going for a bit of mid-map control. Look at where they are stacking here. Ultra haven't made a play towards any side either. Cammy's going to find Shotzzy, but Shotzy's still alive.
83 HP, gets out as well. Not many bullets went in from Cammy. Keep an eye on Paulehx once again, though. He is finding so much success at getting through on the A side. The gunfight's going to go his way as well. Scump will be the first to fall. Expect Ultra now to kick into gear, but Shotzzy is also behind.
Looking for him, and that's a huge kill from Shotzzy. It forces Ultra to worry about the flank through P5 just a little bit more. Ellie trying to get that nade out, and he wanted to get it onto bomb, but he can't. But Paulehx going to be on flank again. Finds one, tries to get out. It's not going to work. 2 versus 2 now. Ultra have bomb down.
Push from Secrets coming in from Shotzzy. I think Dashy will maybe wait for him to make a play, but he's trying to make the play with them both on the flank. Ultra well set up here, though. Shotzzy will have to gun Cammy. He will not be able to do so now. Dashy left. 1 versus 2 for Ultra to go 5 to 2 up. He's already been spotted.
Ant runs away, but Dashy says, all right, I know you're not going to tell me again for this. I'm going to go straight for it. Maybe gets onto the side and oh my goodness, thank goodness Bance was there. That may be one of the most dirtiest turns on I've seen. Oh, I might have to see that one again, Ton. That was kind of crazy.
I mean, thank the Lord for Benjamin Bance. You saved your blushes. Was it Cammy in the site?
Yeah. I don't understand. Cammy had him dead to rights here, by the way. Look, don't know whether Cammy was just missing, but Dashy turns around and spits on him with 4 health.
Whew. It's a good job we're after hours. This is supposed to be a kid's show, right? I don't know. That was disgusting from Dashy. It doesn't result in anything, but I mean, nonetheless, you hate to see it happen if you're Cammy, but I don't think you'll care that much. 5-2 up for the side of Ultra. Can OpTic find something here once again? It's a fast B, but can they be set up for the retake this time? They cannot. Banter will be the first to find Scump. This is going to be difficult now.
I feel like I've seen Scump give away more first bloods in S&D than I have in 10 decades of competing. But it's all good. They have Shotzzy in and around that B-bomb again. They still have some numbers to defend this, and they do have that time furiously going down.
Next kill's huge.
They're looking for him. Paulehx knows there's got to be somebody back here, and he finds one. Do they know that the second player is back here? Shotzzy's still going to be inside. Ultra have got no time for this.
13 seconds. They got to go. You got to push the side. There's 4 of them in there. Oh my goodness me. They're going to jump on it very, very quickly, but Dashy lines them up. 1, 2. Give him the 3rd. Oh, phenomenal from Dashy. The shots are accurate. But Ultra just left themselves no time there. Dashy's got to hit the shots there, but ultimately, it's a pretty easy 1 versus 3 as far as they go. 7 seconds, they've got to jump on it. Yeah.
They had no choice. They looked for Dashy forever. Just the best hide-and-seek play you'll ever see. It's an easy 3 for him in the end. Pulls out the pistol to finish it. But yeah, time. Time was the issue for Ultra there. They were looking for the players. They went a little bit too slow. They burned everything they can, and eventually Dashy said, all right, just let me hold down this button and see Ultra evaporate.
And I think for the side of Ultra, if they do have to go on another defensive round, they may well just try and keep OpTic off it. But my goodness me, somebody get a read on Paulehx. How many times have we seen him in this position? He's causing absolute chaos for the side of Ultra. And now you can see Ultra kick into gear. There's the information for them. Shotzzy with the first to fall. Scump will find a return. Shot's going to be in, no, but look at the flank that's coming in from Illy. This could be instrumental for the side of OpTic.
Oh, now they have some good positioning. It can be Illy who'll be the dagger here as well. Bance trying to stay alive, getting in towards Ticket. They're going to try and just close him down. Cammy needs to back him up at some point. Bance is just in a horrible position, and he does manage to win a gunfight, but he will go down, leaving Cammy in this 1 versus 2. He's going to see Scump here on the stairs as well, down to a 1 versus 1. Not a lot of time left, though.
Sees him. Knows what he needs to do. Dashy. Is he expecting the challenge? Dashy is. So was Cammy. Another one wants to stick or twist. 60 HP for Cammy.
He stunned him. He stunned him. He threw the preemptive stun, and Dashy's going to go for it as well, though. And Dashy wins the 1v1. They were dancing around each other. Cammy decides to commit, but Dashy comes out on top. Huge in the
Dashy's
end.
clutching up. Clutches up again, Bryce. Match point is still there for Ultra. The stun comes down. That's a 4 streak for Dashy. Evaporates Cammy, by the way. The Rat-tat-tat-tat gets the job done. Ultra are leaking rounds now. And I wonder if they're answering the call over towards B. Is it going to be that hit once again from OpTic? The fact that Dashy has the bomb makes me believe that it surely isn't going to be. And you can see Ultra, they've had to answer that. There's 3 members over towards B now.
I think towards A here. OpTic can play this. They are waiting desperately for it as well. Cleanix managed to get Shotzzy. That first blood for Ultra coming in again. They had a good S&D, but it was going against them. They need to convert this now because 5-5 is a scary prospect against OpTic.
Especially with the momentum that OpTic have had. They've been finding rounds quite successfully over the last 3 or 4. Cleanix will fall, makes it a 3 versus 3. But what's the play for OpTic here? 45 seconds remaining. About to get very, very aggressive. Illy and Dashy both just connecting at the same time. And now all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 3 for Ultra. And OpTic haven't really made their move yet. They are slowly running out of time though.
Oh, and he gets it. It goes down to Insight for a 1 versus 3. If Ultra ever need their clutch master general, it's now. He's done it 1,000 times. Can he do it 1,000 more? But no, down he goes. It's 5-5. Ultra dominant the entire way through the S&D, but now on the cusp of throwing all that in the bin as OpTic resurge into this game.
It's been the OpTic attacks. They found, I think, 3 in the last, well, I believe 4 that they've had. Holding down the defenses, the clutch plays from Dashy, and all of a sudden, what felt like, it never felt like Ultra left 4th gear in this search and destroy. But OpTic have came up through those gears and found the extra one that they needed. As we head into round 11, 5 streak for Dashy. Is he going to make it a 6? Not quite. 72 HP. He's quite healthy still. Shotzzy still making the push up towards B. Has been so successful. They go again, and Ultra do not have an answer.
They've let him do it. Shotzzy's got it down. The doors will be destroyed, and Shotzzy takes a little bit of a bullet here. Ultra will be trying to commit, but they have Overwatch. OpTic, all the players left up, and Ultra still on the other side of the map.
Stuck in the mud at the moment. They need to get rid of Shotzzy. They're not going to be able to do so. Panther with the first to fall. Cleanix will be the second to be fought.
It's a total collapse. An absolute collapse from Ultra. OpTic are locked in, and Insight managed to find one, but there's no way they give him the time. He's left in a 1 versus 3, and down he goes. Ultra have just blown the lead on S&D, and OpTic go 2-0 up in the series. Oh my goodness.
That is one you cannot let happen if you are Ultra. 1v3s from Dashy, 1v1s from Dashy. The amount of times they were able to get over towards B. The free plant can happen quite often. It's not something that we would typically see happen so many times though. It's like Ultra, as soon as that bomb was going down, it was working for OpTic, and they seen it was working for them and just kept doing it, and Ultra did not have an answer for it. Didn't have anybody maybe pushing around the flank towards trains. They were very happy to set up passively, wait for OpTic to be proactive, and then they would have to be reactive, but they couldn't react quick enough. It felt so many times that they were stuck in the mud. They need to retake quickly. You need to get flanking back towards Doc. Very, very sharpish. You need to be finding kills so you can make it easier. But Shotzzy inside the side, he was the one that was then clutching up if needed. Dashy was then there towards the back, even if they did find Shotzzy. So many setups over towards B, working out so well for OpTic. But I think Ultra will be wanting to go to the drawing board on that one, Brycey, and sort of figuring out a way of how to counteract that, because they didn't seem to have that answer there.
No, and it's a difficult conversation to have because it puts Ultra in a horrible, horrible position. And I just want to paint this picture one more time. Ultra could really do with these 10 points. If they don't win this game, they're in the loser's bracket. They could go out with no more points from that. There are a bunch of teams chasing this, and they could all overtake OpTic at the major. And with the game we have remaining, it all counts. It all matters. It is horrible, the prospects for Ultra, and they will need a clutch up at the major if they don't get this. But I honestly don't know what is going to happen. I do know, though, that OpTic are up 2-0. They're looking better. Ultra will need a reverse sweep from somewhere. But all that rests on the control, and we'll see that right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have a beautiful game, OpTic Texas versus Toronto Ultra. Currently, OpTic are up 2-0, and one of these regions is going to be our Scuff play of the game. You're going to see Dashy here getting 3. They line up for him, and this time it's good for OpTic turn.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Shotzzy to stay alive. And well, Ultra just didn't clear up the backside efficiently enough. It's the play of the game, but Dashy himself would tell you, easy peasy, line them up. And for Ultra, they kind of had no other option there. They couldn't find him. They know he's going to be towards the back. You preempt something and hope for the best, but Dashy, patient and accurate. And that's all he needed to be. And that was a big round. That was the start, really, of the comeback for OpTic, wasn't it? It felt like Ultra were walking away with it. Dashy finds that 1 versus 3. And that B tactic keeps on working for them, and they keep it going. And Ultra did not have an answer to it. Very well played from OpTic, now 2-0 up in the series and heading over to a map they have not played in quite some time, but there's a good reason for that, Brycey. They're pretty good at it.
They certainly are. Statistics kind of heavily in OpTic's favor for this one, and not just the statistics, kind of the momentum of this game. You got to feel for Ultra at the moment. They haven't been the best this stage, and going down 2-0 against OpTic, it almost feels like this game is done and dusted. Is there a reverse sweep? They got to win earlier in their qualifier runs with 1, but doing it again? Oh, I don't know.
I just don't see this route. I would have said they absolutely have potential to win this series. I think, you know, they take that search and destroy. You've then got a Tiscan Hard Point that they've looked really good on. And then you head into a map number 5 and you never know which way it could go, especially with the form that, you know, they have shown in S&D in the past. We know they are a solid S&D team overall. But then looking at it, the Kavutu control, for me, we would have always give this over towards the side of OpTic. I believe that Ultra needed a map before heading into this one. But, you know, they were the ones who technically picked this. They could have been playing Tuscan instead, which we were arguing that wouldn't have been a bad shout. But Tuscan Hardpoint map number 4, Bakar Search and Destroy in map number 5, which is also a good map for OpTic. Whichever way you spin it, it does not sound good for the side of Toronto Ultra.
It certainly does not. Of course, we've been talking about this before the game. We'll give you a little bit of a reminder now. Our production doing a great job on keeping us abreast on everything that should happen, depending on how this game goes. If Texas close this out 3-0, that means they will lock in 8th seed, and LAG will be 9th for the major. It also means that mathematically, I believe, London and Seattle will clinch a playoff spot for champs. I have to go back and double check the maths on that one because I thought they already had, but all good anyway. Obviously, there are some permutations left depending on how Texas win this. If it goes the distance, I think LAG might be 8th and Texas in losers bracket. I think LAG wins the head-to-head on strength of schedule, which is one of the tiebreaker things we have to go down and kind of keep an eye out for. But yeah, there are a couple of permutations to come through here, but we'll have to find out how that plays out because we are about to go straight into the control.
God bless the League Ops. They can do that job, Brycey. I ain't trying to. I'm not messing with it. I've done it before in the past, and it's burnt me. Speaking of burnt, you haven't commented on my nose yet. It's very burnt at the moment, and well, Toronto Ultra.
Sunglasses done.
Yeah, it could be any color. At this stage, though, OpTic Texas will be feeling very, very nice in this series. They're heading into a map they have not played since May, but it's one they will have confidence on. They've got Ellie back in the lineup. Control for them has been solid. Kavutu, not many maps better for them on this than this either. 6-1 is their record. Ultra hit and miss as of recent. It's been more miss. Let's see if they can get the job done here and maybe make a series, but I don't feel too hopeful for them.
No, but sometimes the best games are the ones where the underdog pulls something out of the fire. And that's exactly what Ultra have to do. Unfortunately, the fire is where they are. Only Cammy left alive. He's going to try and stay alive towards boat because he does not want his teammates put into that spawn trap that we see so often on Kavutu. Control and just diving around top boat. Eventually gets the kills going down. Scump goes for the chat towards the front and he's going to try and make it. And Scump does eventually get that kill. Ultra have to regain.
Managed to get some boat control here though. Insight now pushed up towards the tank. This should be a good chance to lock in here if you're the side of Ultra. Lives completely even. OpTic do want to have a look here. They don't want to give this one up too easily, and then we talk about it so many times, but it does come down to, well, any game mode when it does come down to Kavutu, plenty of ring control. Yeah, well, OpTic did have that, but they've lost every other gunfight apart from it, so A looking like it is going to go over towards the side of Toronto Ultra, and well, OpTic don't have any map presence here at all. That brig control is now in over towards Ultra. Cammy ready and waiting. Can he lock it down? There's Scump, the first one to fall. Shotzzy can answer back, in OpTic a little bit more control than they had a few seconds ago.
Oh, they've been very, very good at holding down this B side OpTic. Every time we see him on it, Scump towards the back here, looking for the players he knows coming, but it will be Dashy who cuts him down in the end. Ultra will have to find a way through the green wall. At the moment, they're not being able to do it. You can already see, though, OpTic doing a great job of pushing up the map after they got a couple of kills, and Clemx managed to find one. There are 2 players from Ultra who are now taking control of radio.
Trying their best to get that control. But look where OpTic are. Shotzzy all the way in the spawn. He's going to be causing havoc. These players can all flank. P1 control is kind of ultimate, though, isn't it? You can look over towards the site. You can stay alive. You can wrap back around mid as well. It's a really good position to be in, but Ultra really sending it over towards the back here. And Illy and Co aware of Cammy towards the back. They are, but the shots have not landed. It's almost like a complete flip here. You can see where Ultra are. They can get rid of Dashy here. They're in such a good spot. They are going to get rid of Dashy, and now here we go.
Oh, that's a huge gunfight from Illy. He gets one inside, trying to hold down P1 as well. They do not have the numbers. Bans getting Illy down with a grenade. OpTic trying to get through. Bans getting a second kill. And Inside knows exactly where that last player is. They dive on the site. Somehow Bans is just doing all of the work they need from him. That's a 4th one from Bans. How on earth is he pulling this off just towards the back, holding Ultra in this at the same time? That's a 5th for Bans. And it's ticking forward. It's a 6th. No, it's not a 6th for Bans. Doesn't get it in the end. It will eventually go down. And there's 3 lives left for OpTic. And 3 might be enough.
Damage is already done. They are going to force Ultra away, and that makes things a little bit scarier. Bans will find Scump, though. 2 versus 8 sounds a little bit more daunting. Dashy will find one at the Kleenex, and Bans will then fall. This would be miraculous. The time is on their side. They just need to stay alive.
They cannot lose a player. Ultra have to get in position. It's a 4 versus 2. They need to find these players, and Bans finds one. The last player alive, it's Dashy. Can he pull off the miracle? He finds the first, but not the second. It's a stretch too far. It's just not going to be the Cinderella story for OpTic on that first round of control. But Ultra got to be sweating.
Yeah, things got a little bit scary for a second, but outside of the permutations and how exactly it did happen, attacking rounds are being harder and harder to come by as the season has gone on. The statistics in terms of attacking rounds won has dropped every single stage when it does come down to Kavuu control. Toronto Ultra say, well, yeah, that doesn't matter. No. Honestly, it was just a slaying game, a push in the route to be. Bans did fantastically, and it was constant spawn kills coming on through for them. Now they need to hold on to their defenses, and they're good to go for their reverse sweep to potentially start Pricey.
It certainly is, but let's find out how Ultra are feeling with a listener in to kick this round off.
Listen, I'm gonna deep pinch and kill him off spawn.
Yeah, he's hopped up on it.
Nice, good shit. One more play, I think.
Yeah, top probably. Check over here.
Illy's gone cliff, Illy's gone cliff. Illy's gone cliff already. Low cliff, low cliff.
Yeah, low cliff.
That's your point, Scump is on me.
Nice. Down, bro. There steps. And Scump as well. On their steps.
Wait, he's top cliff killing me. Top cliff. Top boat. Top right boat.
Scump still.
With Scump. Ladder me as well, Illy. So two. Oh shit, one's mid on me.
It might have gone
S1. Shotzzy, go on, bring it, look like.
Hey, one mid.
Mid-time,
Nice.
Top boat, I'm hiding.
I'm there.
I'll charge the green for you.
One already pushed.
One already green, John. One shot top boat. One shot right side top boat.
What's
No, he's oil. He's backed up oil.
Gotta get to the right.
Oil. Nice. Top boat. Nice. Do that. Top left boat.
Look at Dashy.
Top left boat. Yeah. Shotzzy. I'm spreading straight to that. Look at top front now. Top left boat still. You guys play for top left dead. Nice. Top left boat. I've got cliff. Oil.
Yeah, one more. That's one.
Nice. Dashy still. Top boat still. There stairs. We can grenade.
Name cliff, you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Might have to.
On their side, I'm pretty sure. Top low. Top boat, really weak. Right side. He's going to the water ladder. Right side. Dashy top. That's the streaks, by the way. We need to be careful.
Well, the majority of the Ultra comms error. Where is Dashy? Where is Dashy? He's still alive. He's still top boat. He's still doing the work he needs to. 13.8 seconds left on the clock here for OpTic. And A slowly but surely ticking in.
13 seconds remaining here, though. Ultra are not going to fancy their chances of getting a hold of this once again, and that really would have been dangerous for side of OpTic. But Insight winning that gunfight somehow on the outside. We'll slow down this push over through green. OpTic obviously going to try that route. You can see Ultra already set up over towards P1. Total control for them. 15 lives remaining either side. These next couple of kills are important. Inside, he's going to get pinched though. Scump will find it, and a little bit of a flank on the cards here now for the side of OpTic Texas.
Yeah, Ultra need to be careful. OpTic are looking to execute here. The trade tail going down in towards P1. Crimsix finding up top. Bands holding towards the back radio. Talking a little bit quiet here.
The kills.
He's trying to get through, but Ultra are failing. They are not holding the cuts they need to. Cammy taking down Scump is huge, but it's going to be the player. It's going to be Bands. He's going to be in a position. He's going to just shut down OpTic enough. They would have been able to get on the site without him there. And OpTic still trying to claw their way forwards.
Next couple of gunfights are big. Shotzzy has found a route through, but well played from Ultra. They find every single one. Apart from the one that iLLeY can answer back with, but with 18 seconds to go, it's looking like a defensive hold here from the side of Ultra. OpTic would pretty much need a miracle.
Well, they do specialize in it. They find one, and now going for the push. They are desperately trying to get into this one as Cammy with a huge gunfight, and also managed to take down iLLeY with a grenade, and that'll be all they wrote. It will be Ultra 2-0 up in this control. They hold against OpTic.
Nicely done. It can get very, very scary when you lose those players over towards that P1. It's all about map control, and from that point, you can move in so many different directions. If they are starting to wrap around your spawn, you've got a good angle from there. You can hold down mid from that point as well. You can see if they're pushing via, but there's so many different options for you, for the defensive team or the attacking team, when it does come down to that P1 control. Ultra never really let it go. And the one moment they did, they then won the gunfights to regain it, and map control was theirs once more. Really solid defense from the side of Ultra, who look completely new here on the side of Kavutu. We questioned it, why they were coming into play, and we're seeing evidence of that now.
Now, for Ultra, just getting ticks on the board here and trying to continue moving forward. Not fully expected to win another round, but obviously a 3-0 will be wonderful for them. And Cammy almost gets a little bit of COD timing against iLLeY. Nade already being primed to try and take him down. And that is going to do exactly that. iLLeY cooks his own nade and gets his own kill.
I think I'm going to need a regain here. Capturing over here towards the side of Ultra. I think here to combat this as best as they can. Ultra seemingly just flowing in at the moment, have slowed things down. Cammy staying alive up top as well is always going to help things though, as OpTic now trying for the retake. P1 controls what Dashy's going to fight for. Just to try and stabilize the map, I would say. Just don't allow anything to push over towards B. You're losing the gunfight today as well. Never ideal, but Dashy staying alive could be important.
Well, obviously, Ultra do want to stop this time, but OpTic have got players there every single step of the way. It actually looks like OpTic might give this up. Look at where they're spawning. They're not really making a kind of a big push towards it. They just want to keep their lives in the pocket.
To be honest, that's fine, because Ultra were quite far pushed up. They allowed the players coming in off respawn to be the ones who get that hit over towards A, get that control, get the point locked in. OpTic happy just to get a bit of map control and just slow things down. They know they can defend over towards B a little bit easier, but didn't really get that case in point in the previous round, as now Ultra will surely lock it in. Stack it just a little bit quicker. Can be 23 and 14. Standout between both two teams so far. Minute added to that clock though, a minute and 20. It's not a great deal of time here for Ultra, but look at this stack towards green.
Well, time might be the problem for Ultra. They're not going to win this one on lives. And they took so much effort to break OpTic last time around. There's the nade, looking for the player towards the back. Shotzzy desperately trying to stay alive into this one, and iLLeY might have a little bit of flank on the Cleanix. Gonna find him already, get the shots going through. Eventually cleans it up at the same time, looking for that second player as well. iLLeY doing everything he can onto the map here. Two Ultra players going round the outside, but they don't have reinforcements. They need to stay alive for it, but Dashy has already cut one to shreds.
Good defensive work so far from OpTic. Gonna get rid of Bans towards their spawn though, causing havoc once more. Shotzzy though, P1 control once again. How much I talk about it. The control is there. Second kill is not though. Cammy seems to be gunning at the moment. Scump will find the trade. Bans still in the spawn, but the problem is when you have that player there, if he's not finding the kills, the rest of you aren't finding kills, it's pretty useless.
Yeah, well, Bans last time went on about a 6 spree and barely actually managed to get towards the site in the end, so don't think it's going to work as Scun just guns two of those, and oh my goodness, Shotzzy gets the last one here, but it's not going to be enough. iLLeY's got the cut. Ultra a mile away, and there's the defense for OpTic.
One that was needed. Now the objective is, gotta win this attack. You're back over towards your defense, you would like to hope. But let's see. Do I die for them in this control now? The problem is, I honestly just find that they didn't really threaten that much in the previous round. And see if they can do a little bit better here. They hadn't really threatened in the search and destroy up until about round number 4. And they walked away with the win there. So it does come down to the side of OpTic Texas. Anything is possible, Brycey.
I couldn't agree more with that statement. And now here comes the push. Look at this, OpTic. They desperately want this win. They want this straight in as well. So they've committed, and Ultra have not. Ultra do not have bodies over towards B, and OpTic are in. It's already ticking through, and Shotzzy's got the first blood. Bant is going all the way deep B to try and get this one. He sees the first player, and he just holds his gunfire, and Bant makes the play. He has stopped all of them by himself.
Like a scene out of Baywatch. Hair flowing in the wind as Benjamin Bance runs down and just wipes 2 of them out. Fantastically done. Mind you, I'm not sure what episodes of Baywatch I've been watching, but nonetheless, fantastic work from Bance in the smarts to hold the gunfire, and now OpTic in a very, very sticky spot.
Imagine the stress from Bats there, just worrying somebody was going to be like P1 or coming in behind him beach, knowing they could shut him down any second. But OpTic, they made the bold call. They went for B. They got through. It could have been a lock there and then, but now they have to do the rest of the hard work. 1 tick on a B, no ticks on the way. Can they find everything they need?
I was about to say the one positive they can take away is that tick over towards B. It will make the job a little bit easier if they get the chance to complete it. Scump up top now. A little bit of control over towards A. Trying his best to lock down this mid-map for the rest of his team. But look at Cammy running amok in the spawn of OpTic. Eventually will be dealt with though. So 12 seconds remaining here. And OpTic will get a little bit of purchase over towards B. Plenty of bodies inside the point. I don't know if Ultra will fight this too hard yet. They have the life advantage. OpTic don't have a great deal of time. Is it worth risking map position here for the side of Ultra just to stop them getting it?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be. Ultra are actually committing a little bit to try and get these kills off the spawn. Obviously going to be in towards Greed. They have to be careful of overcommitting. They cannot let anybody get through, and they're going for it. They're going through it. They're actually getting through the last one alive. He goes down as well. Ultra want this done and dusted. They do not want to give OpTic any chance to come back into it. Insight's going to be on the bottom boat, and that is going to be everything done. Ultra have found the control. It is not flawless for OpTic. It is not the 3-0. They are not locked into that winner's bracket yet.
Well, we questioned it. We said the Kavutu control. Why is it in there if you're Ultra? It was a case of pick your poison. They must have had the antidote there, Brycey, because my goodness me, OpTic Texas, another loss, and it comes down to Kavutu control. They have not played it in quite some time. And I wonder if that's the play call from Ultra. They've been playing it recently. They maybe have found that little bit of form that they needed to. They had lost it twice in a row, but it was 2 round number 5s. But they find that attacking round and makes things easier in OpTic Texas. Don't have an answer this time around for Ultra. And all of a sudden, things turn on its head because we're heading to a Tuscan hard point that may well be suiting Ultra when it comes down to the statistics when these two teams do match up. But yeah, it's all about that attacking round out of Ultra. The play from Bance towards Green. That's really what gets the job done. After that, you hold your defenses, you win the map.
And like I said, Ultra just managing to find something we didn't think they were going to. I know a lot of people were feeling this was going to be over. Also, by the way, can't really get over the comment about Benjamin Bance on the beach. A bit of Baywatch. Can't stop thinking about him in the Baywatch show now. He could have been in it. He's a great looking guy.
Do you think he had like a blonde wig, a full suit and everything?
I don't think he needs it. I think Bance just automatically fits into Baywatch, and that's how I'll remember him now forever.
I was kind of a vision of like him and Pamela Anderson hybrid, but
well, I mean, you could say that, but there's a new Baywatch. He could be The Rock, right? He could be. We're getting way distracted by this one. There's still an awful lot of Call of Duty to come in this series. Hardpoint is up next. And here's the difficult part for me, mainly because it kind of requires a lot of reading and thinking. Permutations are still alive. That 3-0 is clearly out of pocket. It no longer exists. We'll update you exactly what a 3-1 would potentially mean for OpTic. I think they still clinch winner's bracket with a 3-1. With a 3-2, they don't. Obviously, if they lose this game, they definitely don't. And we'll have to see all the rest of the permutations going through. So
I say I'm going to stop you. If they tell me in my ear what happens, then that's when I'm figuring it out.
I like the permutation. So Toronto win, right? no matter the record, no matter what they do, right? If they 3-2 this, they get this all the way back through. They get 8th if Thieves win and 9th if Thieves loses. I don't know. That's the way it is. There's lots of things to come for. That's what a kind of match is for. And I'll warn you now. You think the permutations get a little bit complicated going into Major 4? Just wait till we start talking about at Major 4. What happens for champs? We've got a million things to tie break with. We've got teams all on the same points. What happens? Who's going to champs? We will be breaking down a ton of things, Tom.
I know. I often wonder what the whole like situation document is looking like. It's like, if this team finishes here, where do these have to finish? There's going to be too many situations to come out. It'll have to be on the fly, I would like to think. We're moving forward, start eliminating some people, and then we can try to gather our steps just a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be impressive if we can work it out. Nonetheless, though, relevant to the permutations, OpTic would like to try and get this done in 4, but looking towards Tuscan, Ultra winning 4 of the last 5, OpTic losing 5 of the last 7. Doesn't bode well. It really does not bode well for the side of OpTic Texas, but bear in mind, team changes around everything, you know, still playing Tuscan. Situation with Illy, where are we at with that? That's something to take in consideration when it does come down to these statistics, because, I mean, Berlin Search and Destroy was kind of the same. OpTic lost 3 of the last 4. They went on to win it. Ultra's 8-game win streak ended by pretty much Dashy and some of those phenomenal players that were coming on through for them. So the stats sometimes matter very, very little when it does come down to it. I'm curious to see if Ultra are going to come in with the fire. And map number 2 that they probably would have felt that they should have won. Map number 1, taken on the chin, no problem. But then to come in to win the control, they could have very, very easily been in prime spot here, Brycey, heading into their hard point. Feeling good about it. A 3-1 could have been on the cards, but now they need the reverse sweep. Because Search and Destroy potentially on the cards after this map, but a bit of a resurgence here from the side of Ultra.
It is, and some good moves as well. The vibes are flowing. Inside is laughing. Paulehx is happy. They're getting ready for this next one. If they do win one more map Ultra, they will commit OpTic to the lower bracket at the Major. Also kind of breakdown for them. Just waiting for the fist bumps. It's always the fist bumps that give me the clue when a game is about to load in.
Yeah, I mean, the fist bumps have been flown so far. Touch wood.
Oh, I don't know why you would have said that. That is a terrible mistake while we're waiting.
Jinxed it. Just heard the words of remaking lobby in my ear, and you can all blame me for that one. I mean, it was Brycey who was stopping the previous game from starting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just blame me. Just blame me now. I wanted to be here for 6 hours before our game. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, this would be great. All right, let's talk a little bit more about these teams and obviously how they've been performing. Going on the side of OpTic, I think the biggest thing in this series for me has to be that S&D turn, right? Like, if they hadn't made that comeback so far, we would already be talking about them being in the lower bracket and what's happened for the rest of this one. But right now, the kind of the composure to figure out what Ultra were doing to get that fast B bomb down was a huge and significant kind of adjustment for them. Like, they saw it was working and they saw Ultra weren't really playing around that site, so they just kept committing. They kept putting players in there, and it meant Ultra didn't really have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, they ran with it completely. When something works, if something ain't broke, why fix it, kind of thing, isn't it? It seemed to work time and time again. Ultra did not have the answer, and honestly, I think it was the passiveness of Ultra, of how they kind of play in those situations, that kind of worked out for OpTic. They just needed to stay alive towards the back. That's all you need to do. If Shotzzy stays alive inside the site, bonus. Very well played though from the side of OpTic on that Search and Destroy, but not so much on the control. I wonder though, heading into a Tuscan hopefully shortly, they need the bounce back here.
I think realistically the pressure is still probably on Ultra. Like, yes, OpTic starting and losing is a bad thing, but for Ultra it's deeper than that, right?
There are obviously going into like losers unless the LA Thieves thing, but also, like I said, those 10 points. We've talked about the bubble so much this split, and we started last split as well because of how difficult it is going to be for teams to make champs if they fail to get wins. Ultra have already failed to make the wins, right? We've all been talking about New York, we've been talking about Florida, we've been talking about LA Thieves, LAG. Ultra, for the good portion of these online qualifiers, were deemed more or less safe. We figured they would get more points than they actually have. Well, the chickens have come home to roost. They haven't got the points. They haven't got themselves safe. Boston have done it. London have done it. Those are the two teams in serious trouble coming into it. They found their points. Ultra haven't found them, right? Here's what basically has to happen. Obviously, everybody's talking about New York could potentially make their way out and they get a first. They might be good. Mutineers get a couple of points. Thieves get some points at the Major. Guerrillas get some points at the Røkkr. Like, these teams could do it. They can genuinely do it. They can jump Ultra and get themselves safe. Ultra only have to go down 3 spots. And at a Major, it's not the hardest thing to do. If they go to that Major in lower bracket, they lose their first game, their champs run is all in everybody else's hands.
Carry a spot for the side of Toronto Ultra. A win here, you're very, very right, Brycey. It would be massive for the squad. Feels like that extra little buffer might just be enough. Might. But heading into a Tuscan hardpoint, I know we're saying might and probably won't. Who knows? OpTic Texas with an 8-5 record. By the way, that was 6 off the trot to kick off the game. But since then, they have not necessarily been the best. As mentioned, recent form has not necessarily been with them. For Toronto Ultra, much better on this map. Feeling confident that they could send this to a map number 5 press.
Well, the pressure's on them. They've got to pull off this reverse sweep. They've done 1 so far in qualifiers. Can they find a second? We start off though with OpTic Texas. We're on board with Dashy. He finds the first one onto inside. He finds the second one on advance. Shotzzy says, hey, I'll try and get this one going through, but already they are putting the screws to Toronto.
OpTic, one of the worst teams on the game, if not the worst team on the game, when it does come down to P1 on Tuscan. So far, so good. 13 points. P1, no problem this time around. Very, very good at holding down P2 when they do get inside as well, though. So if they can flip these spawns, they'd be looking even better. Some solid time for the side of OpTic to kick things off.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. Look at how aggressive Shotzzy is being all the way through and eventually gets found by Cammy. And OpTic have a huge wealth of time on that P1. Ultra will have to settle for the rotation. Can they find a way back into this? Not with the way that they've been playing so far. The slaying towards OpTic.
Just about. Nothing too much to worry about for the side of Ultra so far, though. Need to make sure that they don't get pinched. You can see Shotzzy over towards maps, waiting for the rest of his team to maybe find some activity over towards the back. First kill's going to come in from inside him. Staying alive is pretty much paramount for the side of Ultra to try and lock this down. Can't find the second, but Cleanex finds Shotzzy on the flank. And Dashy cannons are back, but it is spawns in for OpTic. Still control of the hill for Ultra.
And they know where they're coming from. Scump's going to try and make this play towards the back there, but Crimsix is going to be there. He gets 2 as well, completely slowing down OpTic. Looking for the third, but iLLeY will eventually win that gunfight. Coming through again, and he wins a second one. iLLeY with a 2-piece, not the third though. Ban shuts him down, but gets cut down by Dashy as players swarm in for these trades.
Rotations are going to start coming in just a second. 20 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Good kills from Cleanex. He will eventually get wiped out. Still forcing OpTic to spawn towards the back is going to give Ultra the advantage as we head over towards P3. Dashy could be the first one through the door, though, over towards mid-map. Can he be the spearhead here for OpTic as they try and find their push now? It's a 7-second game at the moment, but Ultra in control of P3.
Well, look at it. They're all pushing out towards it. They find it inside, but there are players here from Ultra trying to put that bottle back in. Eventually, Dashy gets through into fire. A little bit of time here for Ultra, but the pressure is mounting. There are green OpTic players swarming towards this point. They get it off and they get in.
Look at this from Cammy. Found himself in a good spot. Bans there to help out from Broken. And Ultra just about hold on due to Cammy staying alive in and around alley. OpTic don't clear it out. It's very difficult to really do anything if there's a player still there, just kind of flanking. Ultra still somehow holding off.
Oh, they managed to get that player straight off to the side here, but they've got to get through the bottleneck still. And Cleanex will try and jump onto it eventually. It will be Ultra who win the slaying out ton, and now we're off to the races and we go to church.
OpTic are going to be the first ones there, and we'll find some mid-map control. That's a lot of time for Ultra, though. OpTic in no position to fight for that scrap time, something we see quite often. Ultra were quite far behind after P1, but they've been very, very solid since. Wrap around through P2 is now starting to come as well. What's the angle here for OpTic to try and defend?
At the moment, Bance is going to try and get into that church here, but it's going to be all OpTic in the kill feed. Complete lockdown from them.
And Insight actually just pushes around straight over towards Tank. As soon as he sees his teammates fall, they get the spawn towards the back.
Oh, they're going to still try and put this pressure on. 35 seconds left to go, but Scump still holding towards the back here, and eventually it's not going to be Ultra with enough bodies really to get this done, but Cammy goes straight in, and Dashy gets two, though, and puts a little bit paid to the Ultra dream of cleaning this one out, and he gets a third one, just cleaning up the Ultra. And Bance finds two for the scrap time, and Shotzzy's going to continue to push this because they have the rotation.
How on earth is he? How is he still alive? My goodness. Shotzzy eventually falling, but it very much feels like the team who is getting this rotation is picking up most of the points. And well, okay, yeah, that is usually the case, but rotations so far have been what's deciding who's walking away with the most points. Is that going to be the case here as OpTic find a way through Insight, and Bance can answer back though. Still inside, but Ultra here, and reinforcements are on the way.
Well, Bance tries to make a big jump out the back there, and Clearx eventually cleans it up for him. Can we get another one into the side, and will be Ultra eventually get into this one? And Clearx gets one more down, and it's Ultra completely in control. They have been flooding through well over and over again here. And with 34 seconds left to go, they do have control at this point. Oh my goodness, Clearx runs into three.
Yeah, Clearx not going to be able to do much there. Talented young man, but that would have been something else. Ultra, though, really nice break coming up through with 20 seconds remaining. OpTic are going to have one more look at it here. Still three members of both teams over towards this P5 site. Insight and Clearx finding the kills here. That's going to give Ultra the advantage heading over towards P1. Vance on his own, though. OpTic get the spawn here, and they will have that P1 locked in. So Ultra will need to find a break, but they have a lead.
Well, this is where it gets a bit difficult. Ultra do the work on P5, but if they don't do the work on P1, that lead all evaporates. And now Shotzzy going to try and hold it down, but Cammy and Clearx combining. Illy desperately trying to hold this one as players come from both sides. Somehow finds a two-piece under the hill, but they have been taken off at it. Insight on a 6 now. We'll be looking for that glide bomb. And Ultra have control.
Bear in mind that OpTic picked up, what, about 30 points of their 100. The first rotation over towards P1. It's looking unlikely they're going to be able to do it this time. The spawns were being held, but Shotzzy has, of course, found a route through, flips the spawns for OpTic. And they catch Ultra off guard here for the final 25 seconds, but the important thing is Insight. There's it. The glide bomb is secured. And all of a sudden, Ultra have that in their back pocket to try and help them break this over towards P2.
Well, Clearx tries to do something towards P2, but unfortunately too many Green Wall members already sitting there waiting. Cammy knows where Shotzzy's going to be, and Shotzzy wins the gunfight anyway. It doesn't really matter for them. Ultra could commit to using the glide bomb to break this if they want to. They have it in the pocket. They're looking for the kills, and now the squeeze onto OpTic, who need this time.
Insight having a game. Always a difficult prospect for the other team to face when Insight is putting up these big numbers. We know he's going to do it in the search and destroy, but when he starts doing it in respawns, it becomes very, very scary for the opposition. But this time around, OpTic will hold. 40 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Ultra will have maybe just another look. I can't imagine that Glamour will be coming in this time around. Insight gets Illy off the hill. Well-placed grenade. OpTic not getting time, not getting kills either. And Ultra will find a break, but not many points themselves.
But it's been all about trying to keep OpTic off for this one as Clearx finds another one. Dips and dives and dodges, but Illy's there. Insight finds it. And now for Ultra, it's all about trying to lock this down again. Keep OpTic from coming back into this game by having P3. OpTic get the scrap, but they have to move and break this pretty swiftly.
Ultra starting to extend once more. Always nice to have that glide bomb there with you as well. Push is going to start coming in from the outside, but Cammy goes in to peek it. Surely he is going to be traded, staying alive as long as he has done. Has that allowed the rest of the team to be there? No, not quite. Tile spawn for the side of Ultra. Insight accurate from there, but that looks like a good flip from OpTic here. 39 seconds remaining over towards P3. It's OpTic in control.
They're looking for this now, trying to get in towards it as well. They're going to know Bance is towards the back, surely. They're going to find him, but Bance finds the kill along with Cammy, and they are back into this point ton and trying to absorb the pressure they know is coming. Bance already knows the Scump is diving about for it, but somehow they've lost it, and Bance has to fight Illy towards the back. And again, every single direction is being fought at tooth and nail. But OpTic, with the scrap time, slowly but surely bleed this lead down.
And scrap time is just about the right word, to be honest with you. It was a very, very scrappy hill. Now that team able to get that ultimate control that you really do need over towards P3 now. Very, very difficult as of a couple of months ago to lock it down. But they get the job done towards the end. OpTic Texas have not necessarily turned this game around, I should say. But that gap has been reduced. Ultra inside the point. Can Ultra hold on, or can OpTic find a break?
Oh, Bad's going to get cut down towards the top here. They're still getting this time, though. And reinforcements from Ultra flooding in. OpTic have to find this. They have to do something. They find 2 kills. And it's going to be Dashy as well. They clear it out, and surely... No, it's going to be Insight! And Insight doesn't get it. OpTic are in. Now, do Ultra try and contest it just a little bit, or do they go for the P5 commit?
Commit over towards P5, yep. But Scump ready and waiting. There's Bant's going to be ready for it. Yes, he is. Finds the gunfire onto Scumpy, and that's going to be rotation locked in for the side of Ultra. They're 30 away. Glide Bomb's still available, and honestly, I don't think we'll see Insight even use it yet. Shotzzy will find one, but I think Insight's going to be keeping it for P1 if we do indeed get there.
Oh my goodness. Ultra have lost their players. They've lost their position. And now OpTic are in. Bant has to win this gunfight to try and give them an opportunity to come back through, and he finds 2 as well. Benjamin Bantz holds it open for Ultra, and Bantz found a 3rd. I thought OpTic were in. I thought they had it locked, but now they're reeling. Now they're suffering. Ultra are just trying to put them into the loser's bracket right now. And they may have done it. I don't think anyone's really close enough. It's going to be Shotzzy who tries, but it's not going to be good enough. And Ultra win the hard point, and OpTic go to losers.
A reverse sweep on the cards. Toronto Ultra never looked likely after those first 2 maps to be getting themselves in a position to win this series. But they're in prime position now. 2-2. What a series this has been. It kind of shaped itself up after the first 2 maps to flutter away into the night, but here we are. It's early in the morning for us, Pricey, but I've never been more awake for a Bakaj search and destroy for map number 5. Toronto Ultra. When OpTic were winning the rotations, they always made it scrappy, but when Ultra had that rotation, 9 times out of 10, they locked in some solid time. And some big players out of players like Bantz make the difference for the side of Ultra and Tuscan. And we have a Bakaj search and destroy to finish things off.
I tell you something, I was downing Ultra, got away through that game, and even going towards that P5, I thought once OpTic broke it, they would have it, and then the P1 would come in, and we'd see just kind of destruction all the way through for it. But hey, we've gone back and forth. We know a few things. The score is 2-2. OpTic are in lower bracket. What remains goes all the way to a map number 5. And that'll be settled after this break. We'll see you right after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is time to get into a map number 5, OpTic Texas and Toronto Ultra. It's 2 a.m. in the morning in the UK, and we're in the middle of a heat wave, but nothing is as hot as this game has been. Ultra looking for the reverse sweep. OpTic already committed to lower bracket at Major 4. The big prize on the win here, maybe for OpTic, a little bit of pride. For Toronto, 10 points they desperately need, Ton.
Yeah, they absolutely do need them as well, Brycey. But yes, couldn't it be any better time to close out what will be our final game online for the CDL season, 2 a.m. I feel like it was destiny that we found ourselves here with OpTic taking on Ultra around that. Really, we should be seeing ourselves in a map number 5, I would say. I was about to say a map 5. It wouldn't have been expected. I think, especially with how the maps have gone, I think the only ones that have kind of worked the way we thought they would are the hard points. Other than that, the search and destroy and the controls flip. So whose stock do we really invest in here when we come into map number 5 now? It's difficult to really say, but I think if you were to go against the team who have started this reverse sweep, have 2 maps in a row now, and looked in control for almost a moment in map number 2 and the other search and destroy, Toronto Ultra is probably who you would go with. But OpTic Texas, when it does come down to Bakaj search and destroy, 1st in defensive win percentage, 9th in offensive is not the best. Bakaj search and destroy, Ultra not that well versed on it. OpTic, can they take advantage of that?
Well, only time will tell us, and only this gameplay will show us the way. It kicks off on Bakaj on defense with aBeZy. Here comes the nades. Probably a little bit of information.
Only the 4th time that this has been played for the side of Toronto Ultra. So OpTic going for this, a neutral setup. It's not necessarily one that they have a lot of success with. 28% of the time they're winning this. If they are setting up for this pick, are Ultra going to be wary of this?
There's a lot of time burnt here from OpTic, and they'll be looking to commit, and Inside gets the first blood. OpTic all hovering around Barn, and Inside finds a second. Apparently they're channeling him, and Bans finds a 3rd. It's now only going to be iLLeY left alive, and he finds nothing.
Wow. That's the kind of round that you want to see if you're a Toronto Ultra fan to kick off map number 5. As said, I mean, Ultra have played this 3 times over the season. The last time that they played this map was the 25th of March. They haven't played it since the bomb site moved.
Wow, that's an interesting statistic. Very interesting.
I mean, I think so. It was definitely after the 25th of March, right?
I don't know. I don't remember the patch dates for every patch we've ever had.
Some commentator, you.
I'll cast her in the chat, but we'll have to have a look at this game because Inside gets another first blood. One thing you don't want to see is Insight heating up on S&D.
I mean, how many times has the conversation been had? This man in search and destroy is an enigma. The push now coming in from Ultra. Looking like A is on the cards here, still wary. They know how quickly a round on Bakaj can turn. So Ultra will dot their I's and cross their T's whilst they make their way over towards A. iLLeY will be in a position to maybe slow this down somewhat, but need something to happen. Scump could be the one to do it.
He's looking for it, finds one. What are Ultra doing? At the moment, it looks like a rotate. iLLeY confirming nobody quite on A, and Clinics finds Scump. iLLeY again left a clutch, but this time it's a 1 versus 2 as he already gets the first. But he has been seen. Now weak with it. Bomb going down. Can iLLeY find another one? He does, and he's going to get it. Inside versus iLLeY. A 1 versus 1. A 1v3 if iLLeY can make this. Did he see Inside? Did he see him? I think he did. I think Inside saw him as well. He's hunting, but so is Inside. They're crossing, and now he's on the bomb. iLLeY desperately trying to figure out where he is. This is going to be a fight right here, right now, and inside. Illy with the 1 versus 3, and the time, and the defuse. That is an absolute dagger to Ultra, who thought they had that round the bag.
My God, Illy is an absolute horse. That is ridiculous. That last gunfight, every gunfight. I mean, okay, this one was pretty easy, but from here, it's still a difficult job. Cleanex only gets a bullet off in this gunfight. Oh, the snap in the first bullet from Illy. That is disgusting. And that's the kind of thing that can give you momentum. You were 2-0 up. The game was slipping out of your fingers. That's a 2-0 lead for Ultra, really. It should be. And now it's 1-1.
Oh, what a gain from OpTic. What a clutch. And at the moment, OpTic are playing it slow again, and Shotzzy almost takes the bullets to take him down, but not quite.
Again, this neutral setup from OpTic, it's not one that really is too successful for them. Again, explain neutral. They sit up, they wait for a pick, but it's looking like it is going to come through slowly for the side of OpTic. Decide without that pick, they have that map control. They do so. Ultra not in a position to answer immediately, but we'll look for the retakes slowly.
Ultra have no info, like literally none, and Illy are taking the last few going through, and Crimsix is going to find him. He knows where Scump's going to be. Illy and Dashy low combining. Can we get it back to a 2 versus 2? But time is ticking, and Ultra have to go. It's now a 1 versus 2 again. Shotzzy to clutch. They're looking for him. They're trying to figure this one where it's planted for, and he's away. It's time. It's time again for Ultra.
Never seems to be on their side. And Shotzzy can now just peek this. Kami, he doesn't have the angle on him though, and the bullet's already in. It looked signed, sealed, and delivered, that one. But Kami just about stretches it long enough that it's not a comfortable shot for Shotzzy to take. And Ultra will find the round. And again, we talk about that momentum swaying left and right. Felt like things could have maybe got a little bit out of control if Illy didn't clutch. Felt like things could have got really out of control for Ultra if Shotzzy had managed to get that there.
Crazy scenes in the S&D. High stakes, high octane. But this game is definitely coming down. After that first round, it's been a good regain from OpTic. And they won't have liked the fact that they went down there. But slow opens the barrage on round number 4. Peaks from both teams. Information to be gained. We'll know when things start to commit. When the nades start coming out from Ultra.
Look where Shotzi's line. It's very, very interesting. He's going to take a grenade hit, but they won't really know. It's, of course, just over that ledge. An interesting little spot. Scump's the prime one here, though, for the side of OpTic. Which way are Ultra going to go? They're leaving it with not much time. Cabby will the first to fall. Scump gets out.
Huge first blood there for OpTic, and there's the second, but it's come back by Cleanex. And inside, bring it back to a 2 versus 2 again. What are Ultra going to do?
Very much taking their time in every single attack, and it might actually bite them in the behind here. 25 seconds, got to do something. Dashy falling will make it easier, but do they have eyes on Scumpy? Yes, they do. 1 versus 1, and it's going to go the way of Ultra. So slow, and I think it's playing with OpTic. They're expecting pushes to come through, and Ultra are just steady away, waiting for them. These neutral setups are neutral for so long that OpTic aren't able to read it.
Well, it is coming down to such a tiny thing there. Scump knew where that last player was. Maybe he could have snapped. Maybe he could have done something magical. But I feel like some of these rounds shouldn't be coming as close as they are. And OpTic, I think, are trying to change the pace of this now. They are going for a fast A plant. They are moving with some speed.
Ultra going to be ready and waiting this time around. Kami will find the first. It will get traded. Shotzzy with the bullets in. But now that's given Ultra the opportunity to at least rotate around here. Inside has to get out. That first grenade hits. The rest will follow, but it's Cleanex who finds the kill on Illy. Bomb down now as well. OpTic are flopping.
Well, I'll tell you something, that was a timed double nade, actually, from Ultra. You didn't tell because Cleanex threw it from a different part of the map, but it was a coordination that got it done. 2 versus 3, though. OpTic still have an opportunity. It's gone. Never mind.
Here we go, Bryce. This is Ultra starting to walk away with it. They've been 2-0 down in this series. It looked dead and buried going on to a map that I think, well, 99.9% of the community would say probably going to go over towards OpTic. Don't think you would have found many people that would have thought Ultra would find the comeback via a Kavutu control. But
it's kind of mad,
remember map number 2, though. Ultra were completely in control of the search and destroy, and things turned very, very quickly.
They did, but at the moment, OpTic's only round has come from an illy 1 versus 3 clutch.
Very true.
And again, we go slow. OpTic have been finding first bloods, but it gets traded back very, very quickly from Ultra. Scump again may be the man to watch. When Ultra commit, there is a high chance they're going towards A. There's a high chance he can make a difference.
When Ultra are committing, though, it seems like they've got everybody around. We've seen a couple of 2 versus 4s, but fairness to OpTic, they have really been very quick trades that have come back. There's the first blood up. Cleanex will find one on the Dashy, and it's now ultimately up to OpTic to try and answer back, but Cleanex finds another. It's a 2 versus 4 for OpTic now. Illy finds one.
Oh, they've already gone down to 3. For another 1 versus 3. Surely it's not possible. It's not going to be. And somehow, Ultra just continue that slow, methodical playstyle. It must be a nightmare to play against because they just peak angles as a team. I don't think haven't found it. I thought it might be the Scump difference, but I don't know if he got spotted or they just saw the tiny pixel of movement, but they didn't commit to it. Cammy stuck in the corner. And they are finding the kills without having to get the plants here, Ultra.
By the way, that was Cleanex to find a glide bomb. Huge for the side of Ultra in the driving seat. OpTic again. Oh my god. Oh, it's disaster.
Cleanex is going to call it in. That's why he's backed off. He's backing off into a corner. He's calling in the glide bomb. This could all be over now. The reverse sweep. It's on the cast. Dashy finds one. Dashy not running for his life. Trying to get out. Desperately going to go for it. He escapes. 2 versus 3. OpTic Dreams are alive. 2 versus 2 by illy. From the clutches of disaster, OpTic have found a ray of hope.
Toronto have read it. Toronto have read it. Isn't that going to be there for the shots? No, but Dashy is. Cleanex goes to the challenge. Okay. Okay. That's probably the round I would have thought OpTic are not going to win with the way that Ultra started. Cleanex finds the 1. It gets traded with a team kill. And somehow, some way, illy and Dashy get it done.
Dashy, the bat signal is up. Oh, that should have never have happened. Dashy escaped and then went on to kill 2 more. And you can see him just getting around the corner in time. He already took down Bants. I thought it was done, but it is not to be. OpTic live.
OpTic have got to be patient yet. Too many times they've been caught out by Ultra, just playing slow and waiting on OpTic to maybe make a slight misstep to go for that first blood. And then the trades have always favored the side of Toronto Ultra. 5-2 up. That was a disastrous round. Complete disaster from Ultra. But they still have plenty more opportunities. Cleanex finds the grenade. I think obviously a couple more headed that way. illy will be taken down over towards B. OpTic have to reposition. And Ultra may well just take advantage from that.
I would be so annoyed playing against Ultra. Just sitting, hold your position, holding a pre-aim, like, right, I've got it if anyone challenges. Next thing you know, coordinated nades bounce off your head again. Looking for this one. They're looking for Dashy, and he was the catalyst last time. But it's numerical.
Still playing this. Still playing this so slow.
They are eventually going to get through, and he's been found. Cleanex finds Shotzzy. 2 versus 4. Time, though, is dipping away from them. And it's only Dashy left for the clutch. This will be a 1 versus 3 if he can make it. Bomb is now going down, surely. Can Dashy do it again?
Can he get there in time?
Down! That player is not out! It's a 1v1 in sight! He's going to fire the chance again! Now Dashy, over and over again, is clutching against Ultra!
How can this keep happening if you're Toronto Ultra? It will start getting a little bit stressful as these rounds tick on. But every single round that OpTic have won, they have had 0 right to do so. Ultra should arguably be 8-0 up here in the search and destroy, but OpTic say no.
I don't know what to make of this. Dashy is on a 6 streak now. He should have been killed by a glide bomb. Instead, he has become something transcendent. Something for them to cling to. He gets away.
It's like a magnet to those grenades. That stun came in and Ultra send in the artillery. Now for OpTic Texas, though, because of those grenades over, it has allowed Ultra to set themselves up. Dashy and Co will have to find a route through somehow, some way. Bance will have to back on down as grenades may well be on their way towards him as well. OpTic, slow and steady. It's looking like they're posturing for an air hit inside. Another grenade heads his way. There might be a couple more heading this way as well. OpTic now over on the way.
Oh, Cammy's fluffed it a little bit. He's not made anything go through, and Ultra throwing every bullet at it, but they've got nothing for all the hit markers they've had, and they've got 2 more. OpTic have found it. That bomb is still not down. Insight tries to fake a player down, but Ultra have done about 1,000 damage this round and found not a single kill to be had. And OpTic get another one.
Oh my goodness. They are really snatching this one away from the jaws of defeat. I cannot believe that OpTic are still in this search and destroy, never mind at 5-4. And it was just so much aggression over towards the A site. As soon as Insight does not land those bullets, as soon as those grenades head that way, he has to duck for cover. And Ultra are not there to answer the call of reinforcements. 7 spree for Dashy. Glide bomb in the back pocket. Has to survive. Is this the round that Ultra get quick?
I don't think so. Surely can't be a second S&D by Ultra thrown by the wayside.
What is the play here for Ultra?
Keep Dashy alive, wait for the glide. There it goes. And they've all switched. Look at this, he has no idea where anybody is. He finds nobody. Ultra switch out. Well, they burn a lot of time.
That is a commitment from the side of OpTic Texas. That glide bomb is in. No information gained. Information gained on LE. Has to get out. Look at all the grenades that followed. They have left this really at 35 seconds to go. Look at Shotzzy.
Find anything in through. Cleanex finds Shotzzy, the first blood. They've got players here in River. They've got players in River. He hasn't seen Bance. Bance is going to get the bomb down. Committing for it. Illy is in River. Looking for Insight. Trying to get the bullets down. It's still advantage to Ultra. Bance is trapped in the site. Insight finds the second one. And Dashy is trying to look for Bance and he finds him eventually. Can he do it again? No, down he goes. It's just Scump for the 1 versus 3. He finds the first. Will Ultra be clutched up again? Surely this cannot happen to him, but oh my goodness, Cleanex gets away. Scump with a little bit of a whiffy shot. And that might just enough. He finds it. And now he knows where it is. Cammy will not check this bomb. He will not find himself out there. He will eventually fly out when the time is right. And Scump has no choice. And they refuse to go down. It's the reverse sweep for Ultra. It's the 10 points. And it's the dagger for OpTic. They did so much work to start the series. A comeback on the S&D. Dashy went God mode, but God mode was not enough. Oh my goodness.
I mean, Dashy might be a 10 in that one, but my goodness me, Toronto Ultra just too far in the lead. Just far too far in the lead. In every single round that OpTic Texas found, felt like a minor miracle. Clutch players after clutch players is the only reason they were in that game. And eventually, though, that's not good enough. You can't win search and destroys having to do that every single round. It felt like they were at a deficit every single round. Props to them for the clutches that came on through, but Ultra realistically were in control 99% of that game. It was just, I think, one round that OpTic won cleanly. Outside of that, it was clutch after clutch after clutch, which is great to have, but they were always in the position where they had to clutch Pricey. And it's never a spot you want to be in, irrelevant if you can pull them off. OpTic fall, the reverse sweep for Ultra, though. And how much confidence will that give them into the major now?
I'll be honest with you, Ton. I'm still decompressing that S&D. Like,
honestly, I felt like I was living in the upside down watching half of that. Half those situations.
Where it went wrong. That glide bomb, right there, was the potential to throw it away. Insight does not manage to get Dashy. Dashy, it's the hottest feat of the year. Starts clutching up on rounds over and over again. And again, it comes down to Scump. I mean, Scump, let's be honest, we kind of felt like it might have been able to Scump to clutch it, but time was just against him. I'm actually messing over my words now because what we are watching in the CDL is quite frankly outrageous.
On top of that, I'm wearing sunglasses indoors, the Shannon sunglasses, my chest hair's out, that kind of game's going on, honestly, man. But we do not live normal lives. That was an obscene series. There's your tail of the tape. OpTic, comfortable map number 1. A hell of a comeback map number 2. And then back to back to back for Ultra. I think I can take these off now. I don't know what to tell you, man. What a series. What a series. And we've got one more to go, mate.
Yeah, it has been a long day and it's been glorious and it has been great. But it is over to the desk to break that one down and not have a breakdown like we are.
Yo, Bryce, man, this is a show for families. Why you got your chest out? What you doing? I'm playing. Hey, congrats to the Toronto Ultra for the big win. But the thing that I do have to say, though, and we have to say it outright, even though it was a big win against OpTic Texas, what was happening in that search and destroy at the end? It was kind of scary, but still kudos for Toronto for pulling that out against OpTic. But, yo, they're going to have to clean that up at the end.
It wasn't even just at the end, Val. It was in the first search and destroy as well. True. Toronto's in a favorable position. They're up 5-2, and OpTic ice up and end up taking it 6-5 fashion. But, I mean, I will say this for, like, the Toronto Ultra. Their control looked impeccable. That first offensive round, I mean, it was just textbook. They came out aggressive, and they pulled off the reverse sweep against the OpTic Texas. So it's a huge confidence match, like I said, for the Toronto Ultra. They're sitting okay at points, but they're still close enough to that bubble where teams are on their tail.
Right, Nameless, man. Okay, you went actually crazy during one of the clutches. That was insane. I hope we can break that down soon. But also, OpTic Texas is going to be in the losers bracket. There's so much to unfold right now.
Oh, man, it's just a tough game out of them coming into this one. You know, they had some clutch plays. But talking about the Toronto Ultra, I think that game for Tuscan was the cleanest hardpoint I've seen from them all season long. I mean, the score got a little close at the end, but the rotations out of them were absolutely on the money. That P3 hold on the first rotation, they kept flooding through Fountain, picking them off at Vines. Like, that is what I've been waiting to see out of Toronto Ultra. Collapsing together, finding the player on rotation, and then getting control of the hill on the break. That's what they did so well in that game 4. If they can continue to play like that, they can find some success because even in search and destroy, like, when they get clutched on, they're able to ice up and still win the map, which is what we just saw.
Right, and also let's go ahead and take a look at the points right now in the CDL because the race is absolutely crazy. I mean, look at it. Toronto Ultra still 160 right there. Comfortable, but not comfortable enough because Los Angeles Guerrillas are right behind them with 15 points. And we all know that when it comes to the major in New York coming up in Brooklyn, 160 ain't a lot to really be safe at all, Allie.
It's not that much to be safe, but it's more than being tied in the 140 situation. It's more than being LAG, who are sitting at 145, who just broke their way back into the bubble. So it's a better situation than some teams, but with the way Toronto Ultra has been kind of inconsistent, it's still a little worrisome.
Right, and we're going to talk to him about that. We actually have Cammy for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Let's get that man on the screen. What's up, Cammy? Congrats.
Congratulations, Cammy. It was quite the series. You guys pulled off the reverse sweep in the end. And I have to be kind of hard on you with this question. That search and destroy, I mean, obviously you guys in the Berlin were in a very favorable situation. Probably should have closed it out there. OpTic ices up and comes back. Same situation kind of happens in that game 5. Things get a little shaky. Did somebody reel you guys back in after Dashy got that glide bomb and kind of was like, we just need to close out and keep playing our game? Or did it just end up going in y'all's favor?
Nah, I feel like everyone was kind of trying to keep everyone relaxed. Like, we knew we were choking, but like at the end of the day, you just gotta move on from it. And yeah, we still just took our time, like kept on playing the same we were playing, worked our picks. It's just, I think, a few rounds went a bit unfortunate.
Absolutely.
Cammy, I gotta ask you, man, you guys look so good at the major, and this has been a tough stage. I mean, congratulations on the win, but I'm sure you guys have been working very hard. What do you attribute that to, like sort of the inconsistencies? Because it looked like you guys were gonna be in championship form after the run that we saw at the last major.
I'm not too sure, to be fair. We came back from the major, the first like week or two of scrims were going really well, and then I don't know, a few days started going a bit bad, then we started getting some losses on the board, and it was just like, I don't know, it kind of just went downhill from then onwards, and I'm not really sure what we're doing. I think we were just playing a bit too antsy in our matches, and it was also leading to practice, just like stupid mistakes, stuff like that, and it was translating over to games. And then, yeah, I feel like we're still working on a lot of things, trying to get the consistency, but hopefully going into Major 4 will be good.
Well, you cleaned it up today, so congratulations.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Cammy, I like how I've seen you guys have been able to do that losers run. I'm excited to see what you guys bring to LAN. But I gotta say, I want one of you to be a hype man when it comes to the squad. Y'all are known for being so cool, calm, and collected, but I feel like at some point, like if one of you just starts getting amped up, getting everybody going, I feel like when Toronto Ultra is put under pressure is when y'all really shine.
Ain't that insight?
Yeah, I mean, Jamie gives good gas. He's the guy that gets you pumped, I would say, the most. Ben as well. Me and Toby are a little bit more quiet, but them too, yeah.
There you go. My man's inside. There you go. Hey, Kevin, congrats on the big win. I'll catch up with you in Brooklyn, man. Hey, good luck at the last major. Go all out, all right?
Yeah, appreciate it, man. I'll see you there.
No problem. Take it easy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at Toronto Ultra's road to Major 4 so far to see how everything has gone this month in the online qualifiers. It has been a battle.
Well, hoping for the tiebreaker blessing. We'll figure out soon enough. League Ops is going to be working tirelessly on that one. But yeah, I mean, tough schedule. I mean, look at that. They played Atlanta FaZe, the Royal Ravens, the two tough teams, then Boston Breach as well, who's been looking hot. And they get the dub versus OpTic and LAG, so definitely not an easy schedule.
And closing out the online qualifiers for the dub is exactly what the doctor prescribed. But ladies and gentlemen, the doctor's also saying, hey, you got one more game. You guys need a little bit of that in your system as well. So check this out. We're going to give you a double dosing of NYSL versus Los Angeles Thieves. It's going to be a great matchup. I can't wait. We might see Miles with his chest hair out once again. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last game of the day and the last one of the season for the online qualifiers. Before we head to Major 4, you do not want to miss it. Let's see if NY can walk away with a win.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And aimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Hey, we interrupt this programming to bring you a very important message. Did you guys buy your tickets for Major IV yet? Buy your tickets at nyxl.com/major, and you can come see me July 14th through 17th at the King's Theater. I swear to God, you better do that. You better do it. You better buy your tickets, all right? You ain't getting in if you don't have tickets, so what are you doing? Don't make me mad. Don't do that. Don't make me mad.
Still looking for more. My people, they got a sore. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore. Just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little. My God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, grab your game fuels, pop them open. Hey, listen, we finally made it towards the end, and this is our last match of the online qualifiers throughout all of Vanguard this year. And, well, we saved the best for last, right? This bubble match has been this bubble race has been insane. I'm sorry about that. And it's going to be between the New York Subliners and the Los Angeles Thieves. And you know what? We got the map Samoas. Y'all ready to break it down?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Get it on the screen. You guys are like twins. Let's go. Tuscan, and Berlin for your first three.
I'm gonna tell you what, right now, this is heavily in favor of the New York Subliners. I mean, Thieves has lost 6 of the last 7 Tuscan hardpoints. They've lost 4 of the last 5 Tuscan search and destroys. And I mean, the only shining light is, hey, in the Berlin control, they are great at preventing early captures. That's about all they
But then what's tough is when you get to game 4 and 5, like New York on a 3-win streak on Berlin hardpoint and does S&D. So really, like, honestly, though, you know, looking at the stats, like, New York's supposed to win this.
Yeah.
Definitely
They're
win, right? But then in a match like this, though, you sometimes just have to throw the stats out of the window. Big-time players make big plays in big-time moments.
When you go against LA, you just can't bet against it, man. It's absolutely crazy. But Nameless, let's talk about it, man. LA Thieves, they went against Florida. You and I, we were able to watch that. We talked a lot about it in the back. And Florida were able to pull that away from Los Angeles. And it felt really weird to see LA lose like that when they were doing so well this stage.
That series simply comes down to the Gabutu control. If you're LA Thieves, you have to win that. You're outslaying them. You're on offense. You have a kill lead. You just need to get 1 tick of progression on that B point in order to secure defense going into the end. Heck, you could have even won that map if you played a little bit better towards that B site. So for them, I mean, that's one that's going to bite them in the butt. But yeah, you need better performance out of a player like Drazah. He was snapping throughout the majority of their games leading up to that one and just had a bad performance. But these are guys that are capable, man. They're a lot better on land, but they need to put themselves in a good spot so they can make that run. And it starts here. With the W here, it'll put them in winner's bracket.
You got that right. When it comes to game for your keys to victory, Ali, this is LA's last chance. What they got it?
It's their last chance, and they gotta find some sort of consistency. I mean, massive series to secure their champs placement. They're currently locked in a 3-way tie on the bubble. We have been pushing it. How much points matter this weekend? And LA Thieves, this is do or die, especially heading into the final major. And they have to bring it in Search and Destroy today. They are 2-2 record during Major IV Qualifiers and Search and Destroy. New York Subliners is 3-1. And what have we praised on the side of the LA Thieves is that they have been struggling in Search and Destroy the entire year. And against a team like New York Subliners, who are absolutely going to capitalize on that, they need to find the puzzle piece now.
Well, the whole year comes down to this. LA Thieves have their last game against NYSL, and if they lose, they got to go to the major at NY's home, and they're going to have that on their minds. But when it comes to NY, they've been on a crazy winning streak so far. Why? Because they're currently chasing the best story in esports right now. Second to last place, they didn't have enough points to go to the biggest event of the year. So, Allie, you know what they did? They turned up. They went a little winning spree, and now they have LA to close out a perfect stage right here before they head over to New York.
Well, hopefully a perfect stage as they head to New York, because again, everybody is winning above them, so now their fate is truthfully in their own hands. But I gotta give some flowers where it's due, man. Paulehx is disgusting.
Yeah, he is.
A 1.83 tied right now for first in Search and Destroy, a 1.41 in Control. That's gonna be first during this split. I mean, New York have been on an absolute tear, adding this man to the roster. I mean, obviously, they've proved it with results, right? They have been absolutely unstoppable. The issue is the last time on land wasn't the placing that they needed to get them points, and now they are in the same situation. They've had an incredible online qualifier, but even if they go 5-0 right now in this split, they have to make a run at their home major.
And you know what, Allie? NY's run all started with the Mountain Dew featured player Paulehx, and you were just raving about him. New York was just totally different. The team was in shambles. They weren't good at all. Paul came in, brought a little bit of that culture behind them, and next thing you know, NY are one of the top teams in the game, and they won the Pro-Am Classic. The question is, can they do the same at Major 4? We'll find out soon. But for the game field keys of victory, nameless NY, can they finish strong?
I think they can, man. This is a team that's been lighting it up. Locked down the map one Tuscan hardpoint. NYSL 7-1 in hardpoint during Major 4 qualifiers. LA Thieves have lost 6 of last 7 and then take that swing game through. We just talked about the control. It's going to be important.
All right, Miles, Chance, take it away.
Thank you very much, Desk. We ain't wasting any more time here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been one hell of a day, and we're not done yet. Here we go. The Mountain Dew marquee match is already off to the races, and it is a good look for the Subliners already, Chance.
Yep, they are looking to paint their masterpiece throughout this stage, and that is not a bad start, especially for this hill. We talk about it every single time. Technically, LA Thieves start on the good side, but doesn't mean Subliners can't have a great opening break. Crim delivering with the 2. You get mid-map control, trades are in, Paco on point, as good as it gets for the opening of the game.
So far, so good. New York Subliners cleaning house. Kismet, smooth reads. No more to be had here, but good work either way. And now you're going to see that time tick over, looking towards P2 now. This is a very broad setup for the New York Subliners. Now they've got a glaring hole in that lineup. And over to the Mountain Dew featured player, Paulehx. Tags are in. Good shots either way. Hydra is there to back him up. This should be a decent push now as you're going to cut off the reinforcements for the LA Thieves, bring them to their knees, and before you know it, you'll be squeezing that hard point for every second it is worth. But no way, son. The LA Thieves got them to bed. That hard point's theirs.
Down by 40, need a good break, and well, that's a good start and a nice little flank along the way. Unfortunately, they actually lose out on a bit of this hill time, so Subliners get picked apart, and they are right back inside, and LAT, all of that effort to break through the hill, just to flip the spawns and not actually get it. So you'd have to imagine at some point they should lock it down, but it is a struggle to try to make this happen. I mean, Subliners are fighting him tooth and nail. Finally, just a little bit of clearance for LAT, but boy, did it take a lot of effort.
That's Thieves line of the feed. That's a lot of sweet kills. And as you can see already, Drazah, he is muck twisted to start this matchup off. Still, though, not in the score feed. 56 leading the 22 and climbing now of the LA Thieves, looking towards the rotations over third. Not an easy one to get to. Let's see how we go, though. For now, New York Subliners, first in, best dressed. Decked out in the yellow. New Mountain Dew featured player Paulehx now on 6-4 overall. That's a 2 spree from him. He'll be at the back of the hard point. The anchor for the squad. There's a 2-2 split now for the Thieves on the approach. Let's see how they go.
Well, Hydra at least spots out a couple players going over through the roof side, but they have no idea number 7 Kenny is actually behind enemy lines, but it doesn't mean Paulehx or someone else won't be ready for it. Good reads on the pinch that's coming through. Even the MP40 shot down range. You had LA Thieves players everywhere on the map, and they still have no success. maybe the good news is finally they get the roof side spawn, shoot a couple players in the back, and I suppose the spawning into pinch eventually pays off for LA Thieves. But I mean, in all honesty, only for the final 25 seconds, and that's only if they can get it. Nades coming through, late Chowell's coming through just for a lineup for Octane. But even still, Hydra fighting for the time. Finally, with number 5, you deliver. But still, it is never easy. York are truly making LAT fight for every single point.
It's fighting for every single second. The kills are all good, though. You see in LA Thieves, of course, that was a nice 5 spree from Octane. And what a turn from Drazah. Good work on a pull. That was a big kill at that range with the MP40. So nice work out of him. Backside of the church now covered. Spawns here for LA Thieves. Into the backside of the church, they will be able to flood now. Pick your poison, lads. New York Subliners have got every single nook and cranny filled with a cheek. Which way are you going to go? Good work out of Paul and Crim. They're going to find those kills. Kismet starts to fight off as well. So time's still going the way of the Subliners. And a big one from Kismet. That's all 4 dead. Spawns flip. LA Thieves, a little bit of work still to do here on the point.
I mean, that's just a great way to chow that angle from Kismet, right? Like the clean little shoulder gets the intel for the moves, and fortunately the nades are going to be there to take him down, and funnily enough, it is the nade that drops him in the end. Crim, though, the backline for the team, able to pick up 2, and unfortunate for them, they don't know about the flank, but Hydra's still there to deliver, so a super well-played Churchill. Not easy to lock down, but Subliners take care of business. On the rotation, Paul can only take down 1, but that's just setting up big Kiz for the longest flank of all time. I don't know if number 8 spotted him, but Kismet, he reads that in the feed, so now the pinch is truly in on this hill.
Oh, here we go. It all comes down to Drazah. Last man up for his squad. How many kills can he get? Paulehx tries to find something. Drazah's going to keep the play going. Crim's in next. Will he be able to take down Drazah? Here he goes, and the fight does get it. Kismet gets into the battle a little bit late, and it's a massive bit of work out of Crim. The GOAT's on a 4, and the time ticking now for New York.
Oh, dude, make it number 5, thinking about the glide, but honestly, this is just phenomenal spawn awareness coming out of the Subliners, literally from start to finish on this hill, and Crim now making moves when the pressure comes in, the nades fly through, he dips to down low. And LA Thieves, it looks like they're gonna read it, but doesn't make the gunfight any easier. Another 2-piece for Crim. I believe like his 4th of the game, the glide, the slang, everything you'd want, except maybe that scrap time. Subliners able to deliver.
Subliners are spanking the Thieves so far here on Tuscan. Fun angle from Kismet there. Pulled his protractor out to make that one work. Glide bomb coming through. Let's see if this one managed to pass Q&A. As the quality assurance has not been great on these bad boys recently, but their Envoy will be taking a dip. New York Subliners absolutely running the show on Tuscan. Let's go for a listen in.
Their side you weak. Their side you weak. Sit.
I need him.
Sam got me. Push our side. Push our side tree. Our side tree, Kenny.
Yo, weak. Our side you.
He's taking it weak.
One's really weak. Our side you.
Take our time. Load up nades. I'm nading our side you. I'm nading our side you.
Outside mid. I'm
gonna go mid.
Outside mid weak.
I'm nading it. I need time.
I'm
going well. I'm going well.
Yeah. Oh, our side grass.
He's mid ammo. Drazah, one shot. Drazah. Absolutely no ammo. Top skinny, one shot. He's playing the off angle. Hit this hold. Hit this hold. There you. Dead.
I'm looking at the grass.
Mid. Get time. Let's Vic 13. Wherever I get him out. I'm going ramps. Okay, I'm going deep right. I'm letting over. Where's he at?
Yo, one just went grass to church. Kenny's in church.
Okay, I'm watching top church. Top church dead.
Nice.
Yo, do you have an nade?
I do not.
Nade bike. Whoever's there. I don't have it. Okay. I got nade out here. I'm good. Nade on bike is weak. Alright, let's go green. Come on. Yeah, I'm going out.
I mean, Miles, those are the type of comms that can sort of make the game be played in slow motion, so trying to take full effect. But keep in mind for the sort of broad standings, these two teams right now, they are playing for points that both of them are desperate for champs, but both of them already secured for winners bracket for this next stage. What this match means is, well, seeding for one thing. If LA Thieves win, they can get the 4th seed. If they lose, they get the 7th seed. York are top 2 no matter what, so if they win, they get 1st. If they lose, they get 2nd. So no big deal there. But where this actually has heavy implications, if LAT win, it's Toronto that gets in through the 8th seed. And if New York, it's actually LAG instead of Toronto that get in. So if you're an LAG fan, you're rooting for New York. If you're a Toronto fan, you are rooting for the Thieves.
That is as simple as that. Well, you gave that very detailed and glorious breakdown. Crimin on a mean spree, keeping the boys afloat. Over to P3 now we go. LA Thieves once again on the rotation. Imagine to get hit first. Paulehx now battling tooth and nail through the front. Can't get much done. Envoy and Hydra might be outflanking one another here. as the circle fight now begins. Round and round and round we may go. 4 members of the Subliners trying to make their way forward now. LA Thieves backed up towards the back line. Here comes Hydra. First man in. Kills are there. Brilliant work from Kenny and Octane. Crim now trying to pick up the pieces, and tags are there. Not a hope in hell. He doesn't get much more out of it. The Thieves will hold. 35 remain.
Well, the question right now for New York is how good are your nades? Obviously, they were on point last go around, and it looks like number 7 forced to get out of the hill for the moment. So I think the nades are causing a great deal of issues. Opens up all of those lanes, and Subliners right back inside of the hill. And honestly, I mean, that's a final 20 seconds of scrap that you would love to get. No nades killing number 2 on the minimap. Actually, as soon as you say it, Octane delivers. And it looks like number 3 gonna wait a few seconds to pick it up. So again, if your nade's on point, it can buy you a bit of time. But for LA Thieves, they gotta buy so much more.
Yeah, really. Thieves have got a lot of work still to do. Getting towards the business end of the hard point now with New York Subliners over the 200-point mark, and they are getting a good chunk of time out of this one. So far, so good. LA Thieves keeping it safe. Hydra now with the entry from upstairs. Envoy keeping everything safe down low. Can't get the third, though. Beautiful work either way. There's a 2-man hit now on both teams, fighting the way for the inside of church, and it's all good. Thieves holding it down still as Octane, the Guardian, the last bastion of defense there on the outside of the door for church. You're still maintaining control. Deal with Crim, and you're safe for a few more seconds. That's good work out of the LA Thieves.
That big gunfights to win as well, because Crim right now, that main Slayer, you shut him down and everything else just gets a little bit easier. And a pretty solid haul so far in church. Thieves gonna be right back in this game, going over towards P5. Subliners felt the pressure, forced to go on that rotation, and obviously, we talked about the long routes on this hill. First time it was Kismet, now it's Octane. And Crim gets the exact same spawn of like sort of the inverse of what happens, and Octane actually lets his teammate deal with it. And for the moment, Subliners have not yet turned. I think, though, with their teammates spawning out, Paul's making the read.
Here comes the pitch. This is great timing out for Octane. Gotta go, 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 go. His teammates in position maybe to get something here as well. No, a big win from Crim. As Paulehx on point now as well. Here comes Kismet now, and that's not enough to get it done. LA Thieves couldn't quite make the break happen. 20 now for the win for the New York Subliners. Kismet on the backside of the hill. His teammates picking up the time. Down low, it's wide open. Paul upstairs finds 2. Your Mountain Dew featured player ringing out the kill feed as Envoy dives into the point now, trying to keep his team in this one, fighting with everything they've got. They're not leaving anything here on Tuscan. They've got to go big, and they can't get it done. Are you going to be able to get in there in time? As 5 for the win now, as New York are looking to do the victory lap. Last man in. It is a clean wipe as New York take map number 1.
And Hydra, show me your moves at the end. Dancing around the hill, front side, back side, hitting the stairs down low. Man is everywhere on the map. If anything is sick right there, it was the gameplay of Miles. But I think as expected, you know, the Des broke it down pretty well. The Subliners have been on point in their hard points as of late. And well, the opposite can be said of LA Thieves. So certainly a close-ish one, but at the end of the day, New York sort of just outplayed them. And I mean, Crim main Slayer, but every single player getting the contributions. I mean, Paulehx only dropped 21 kills. Man had 17 assists. So right there, clean work straight across the board for the New York Subliners. And I'd say that's pretty much the exact game you want to have. Your main AR, he's getting the non-traded, getting all that hill time, and everybody else just sort of roaming around, getting all the cuts, making the great read on spawns. That is New York Subliners at their finest.
Yeah, Crim's 8 spree was absolutely rancid. See a nice set of kills here. This is Octane's like 3-4 piece he gets, and he gets a nice bit of a spree after that one. No streaks really. Crim's didn't want to pick up them. The New York Subliners really spanked the mate from start to finish. I think it really was them very, very much in control. And Crim running the pogo stick. He's changed it up. Takes off the M3 grip. Trying to mix things up when it comes to these closer hard points, making that main AR roll work out. Again, late adaptations here in the meta when it comes to what attachments players are using. We tend to get stuck in our ways, but everyone's willing to try something a little different. Crim really was frying. This was the 7th spree, gets himself the 8th just before going down. Kudos to those guys on New York Subliners, trying different stuff out towards the end there. The LA Thieves, what was a chance? Late rotations, not really able to make the clean breaks. Subliners did everything right.
And of course, even just to touch on like the attachment difference, even if like empirically it doesn't make a massive deal one way or the other, if it's something that can like have a minuscule effect on your gameplay and even just add to the confidence that you will now have, I mean, hey, if you're piecing, you're piecing. Like, go with whatever works, and obviously pans out there. And I mean, again, funnily enough, just because it's LAG that are rooting for New York to win, I do kind of like the almost synergy, or, you know, I don't know what the word is, when two things are placed next to each other. Juxtaposition of both Slasher popping off all day today on Sunday. And I mean, Crim, that's not a bad start for some of these old AR vets.
Yeah, beautiful work. Tuscan, we remain on it though for Search and Destroy, then the double dose of Berlin, Desert Siege, the cherry on top of this bad boy series. Again, the Mountain Dew marquee match. And with great pleasure, guys, we get to say that this is the final series you will be seeing online here in the Vanguard season. A little sad, a little bittersweet. It's been a long and crazy season. It's going to come to a close, but hey, we'll be a little relieved when it finishes, I think. But for now, New York Subliners, I believe Hydra playing from home, very much under the weather, but as you call the chance, the only thing really sick about him is the gameplay. Can't be disappointed whatsoever the way New York played that first one. Can, though, they get it done in the search. Oh, nice blue shirt.
I think lovely blue shirts I think we have for our final day online. But I would say for the LA Thieves, just to, again, if you want to talk about juxtaposition, their looks on their faces prior to the game and after that map one, because I know they are in a technical much better spot. Like, they get winners bracket, so they are definitively in a better spot than New York Subliners when it comes to qualifying for champs. But it cannot feel good to have one of the teams that is behind you in the standings that you are currently playing against piecing you up and maybe covering some of that ground, because we already know of all these bubble teams, a couple of them are not making it in, and especially if Subliners really have that hot hand. I mean, again, a perfect run potentially through this online stage if they're able to get this win going into their own like home major. I mean, these guys have absolutely been setting themselves up for success. They are looking to make just an absolutely spectacular stage 4 run. And this is just one of those teams that they need to catch that they are currently in the middle of beating. Obviously, we're only map 1 in. A lot of Call of Duty left to be played, but if I'm LA Thieves, I am truly feeling that heat.
I think we've talked about it briefly before, but again, the idea that Paulehx, he tweeted something about this not too long ago saying, I really wish I'd had the opportunity to work and grow with the team from the beginning of a season, because
100%.
He's been the difference maker now for several rosters of several organizations within the Call of Duty League. And you give a guy like that an opportunity to really get things going from the start. He is unquestionably a fantastic talent in game and clearly a very, very handy teammate. He has been the X factor, the difference maker, that little special something that makes teams all the better. And for the Subliners, it is late, but it is not done just yet. He's big, he's
he is chilling right now. My God. And
there's no pressure.
Miles, you're exactly right, but even without hindsight, even without the knowledge of like the year and like how good Paulehx has looked in this game, that it's like incredibly surprising. No one even picked him up after last year because he was just as good in Cold War. I mean, that honestly might be one of the bigger like sort of roster surprises, like introing the Vanguard season. And again, that's without hindsight. Knowing what he has done in this game just makes it like spankingly obvious that he should have been in the league the entire time. So 100%, it's like annoying for him that he has been put in this situation. But at the same time, I think Ali said it earlier, pressure makes diamonds. And right now for New York, I know their title is no pressure, and maybe that's how they're feeling. But at least from the outside looking in, it is all of the pressure in the world to be the team from the 11th seed and still in the 11th seed, setting themselves up for the opportunity to actually make that jump.
But again, we digress, because
Not
New York
there yet,
Subliners do make it to champs. That really is the Cinderella run. That's the most magical run I think a team could possibly have. So it's not over yet. They do have to go big. They've got to win this series as well, because the extra 10 is going to help out. It's not been a great day for the New York Subliners in terms of their standings. Of course, a lot of teams around them have been winning, finding those points. But a victory against the LA Thieves today would be remarkable. LA Thieves as well, though, in their journey to champs, because everyone's riding this one out. Again, we keep coming back to the points. LA Thieves outside of the bubble now. They're on the other side of the wall at 9th place now, tied up with Røkkr, of course. So that's not necessarily set in stone, I believe. But the New York Subliners, a big win here. Bumps you up just a tiny bit, but that is enough. You have to find that success, because again, current form, they're looking great. They're definitely one of the hot hands coming into the major, one of the FaZe, if you will, with a crowd support behind them. And you better be behind them, New York. I'm telling you, you better be behind them. Anything could happen. Truly, anything could happen.
It is one of those things, like, not that this is a guarantee by any means, but let's just go ahead and pretend Subliners win this series and get the extra points. If you're down 20 points from the 8th seed going into the major, that means you have to outplace them by like twofold, basically. Like all the teams, if they get top 12, it's not even good enough to get top 8. You would have to get top 6. If any of those teams don't place top 12 and then place like top 8, then you have to jump up to like placing top 4, and it scales up so quickly for how good the Subliners are going to need to do. So a perfect stage 4 is clearly not good enough. Still a long way to go. A lot of good Call of Duty left to be played, but I would say for the New York camp, and I imagine you think the same way, like even speaking on LAG, there's a few teams that are playing incredibly clean Call of Duty. You can see how much work they're putting in. You can see how almost like mistake-free they have been, and New York very much in that conversation.
Yeah, New York definitely. I mean, at this moment in time, I'd be sort of looking at my sort of kind of top 4 coming into the major right now. I'm looking at Ravens still very much a contender. LAG played their hearts out today. Atlanta FaZe, you can never count them out whatsoever. New York Subliners. You know what I mean? New York Subliners. This is going to be, it's going to be ridiculous. Like, this is a ridiculous major, because you have to see so many squads play brilliant. And once we see, and we do have a theoretical bracket on its way, 2 scenarios, obviously, depending on who wins this matchup. We will see what that bracket will look like at the end of the day, and that really is going to be the telling moment of what the hell is going to happen and who can start predicting the runs. What kind of team's going to hit that top 4 spot? The shit will hit the fan, CDL fans. That's what I'm trying to say, and you don't want to be on the other end of that at all. Save me.
Never fun. You always got to be downwind in these type of situations. And again, I know the theoretical bracket, there's going to be like a couple adjustments towards the middle. The main thing, again, if you're a Toronto fan, you're rooting for LAT. Not a good start. If you're the Los Angeles Guerrillas right now, you are rooting for Crim, rooting for New York to get the win. And that's like the battle for the 8th seed, just because of like the 3-way tiebreaker. So a lot of teams right now in the mix going to be watching very intensively and intensely at the same time. And of course, though, I would say for LAT, their S&D hasn't been particularly great. We're going into a Tuscan for the map 2 for the search and destroy. And if they don't start clutching up their searches, it's not like their hard point's been great. It might make their major run that much more difficult.
I think we may be having another lobby issue, pals. No massive surprise there. I'm not certain. I think we're going to throw to a break now, and hopefully at the end of this one, we'll be ready to rock and roll with that search and destroy. Staying on Tuscan here in this incredibly important matchup. New York Subliners, LA Thieves. We're playing for all the marbles, it feels like. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go too far. Welcome back, friends. New York Subliners, LA Thieves. You'd think something real bad just happened to the Thieves. Octane's looking real tired. Again, it's been a long day for everyone here in the league, not just the players, not just the fans at home, but quite frankly, all of us. It's been a nutty day. We do appreciate you sticking it around, and again, apologies for the difficult circumstances, well and truly out of our control, but hey, we are doing the best we can, and wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing, Thanks for sticking this one out. Appreciate it. But either way, LA Thieves, the Subliners, search and destroy on the horizon chance. Let's talk the map. We've already waxed quite a lot about how the big picture looks now. Let's dial in somewhat and stick with this Tuscan search and destroy.
Well, you know, for the side of LA Thieves, search and destroy as of late, not particularly great. You know, double 6-0, couple donuts in the mix, and plenty of rounds on Berlin that ended up getting thrown over to Tuscan. They have a pretty solid like round win percentage, but a 5-8 record overall. So like they're okay, but not super clean. And then as of late for New York, at least with this roster, 2-2 record. So it's not like either of these teams is overly dominant. And obviously for LA Thieves, who are currently down 1-0 in the series, got to be looking for the bounce back, and especially that, you know, clean S&D has been the theme for these guys for quite some time. You know, looking for that mistake-free Call of Duty that a couple different teams have brought to the table.
Yeah, certainly. Mistake-free and better late than never here in the Vanguard season. In fact, probably the best time to peak, if you will, for a couple of these squads, because they're going to need it. Here we go, though, into the Tuscan Search and Destroy. Map number 2 of our Mountain Dew marquee match. We're going to start this one off with the LA Thieves on offense. Nerd nades out. Oh, and they land. Okie dokie. It's a lot of tags. It's Hydra. Yeah, 8. That's done.
And I think that just tells LA Thieves that, you know, a guy could be underneath you mid. They could be pushed out the top side of the map as well. And if you didn't know, they could have been pushed out to the top side. That's where Kismet ran. No one really shot back. I mean, I know they tried, but not a fun way to start this game.
Do or do not. There is no try. Octane catches one of the cross drafts there to pick it up. Kismet's 2 sprees done. Hydra now. Oh my, Hydra. Hydra might be feasting. Hydra might be going big. He catches one out. Drazah the last man alive. And that is great coverage. Staying alive. Back into the fight we go. Nothing but head. Nothing but the face of Drazah for Hydra there.
I mean, just, you know, quality snakes on the gameplay, but that is... with 3 for 3 on Hydra was not trying to kill. He'll take the kill, but he was just going for a couple pop shots to go for like a reach out after, and just oops, I killed him too fast, guys. That's my bad. That is absurdly clean shots. That is what Hydra does. And obviously with Kismet opening the round just with the instant 4 versus 2 for New York, not particularly difficult to convert that one.
Can't ask for more. Drazah might get spotted out here by Paulehx, and a Mountain Dew feature player running the car, 98k, the sniper for the team here in the round. Envoy, feeling confident. That little plant pot won't save him. The shots will, though. Kismet good tags.
Quick trade, though, right, for Drazah. Hey, he knows the call. It's one shot. Knows where he is, so he does eventually get in the mix. In the meantime, Octane finds another kill, so instead of the 2-piece, it works out anyway, and already that 1v3 for Paul, and yeah, potential with the sniper, but you got to world star somebody.
Yeah, someone's going to get world starred. Now, though, he's playing it real slow. Thieves have got themselves corners. They're going to sit in that, happy to be there. Oh, my God, what a spin. Not enough to get the job done. We'll take it. As Envoy looks on with nervous anticipation, the LA Thieves get on the board.
Spin to win. Again, I think Paul is, at least in my opinion, known for just winning gunfights. Seemingly he has no right to kind of conversation, but either way, set up there from LA Thieves, 2 clean. Good opening first blood that obviously translate into Drazah going to hunt down the second kill. So effective stuff, 2 for 2 on defenses. And does that count as a cow lick?
I don't know. I honestly
don't know. You got the headset on, maybe not, but...
That's a good question, though. Equalizer there for the LA Thieves. See if they can carry the wind in their sails now forward. Looks like they're going to be hitting the A-bomb site now. 2 of them made it down to well. Crim, he's still having to deal with Octane, having to contend with the turret up top. Paul just offers a little bit of covering fire now for the rest of the boys to make their way forward. Envoy! Wow! Big kill out of Paul. That's a nice first blood.
Impressive wins, but they're looking for the quick trade, and you see Paul jump down, or Kenny actually dips back out. So a couple different players get tagged up, but no actual trades coming through, and Kenny with the bomb is not near his teammates.
Hydra.
And Hydra just sprints into it because he knows his teammates are here for the trade. Octane gets out, and Kenny with the bomb just in between 2 players on A. Very disconnected.
It's a manic round. 3 members of the Subliners up. Octane trying to thin the herd, but they are behind him, and they're on that minimap, and he's dead. New York Subliners take another good one.
And just again, sort of, at least from my POV, seeming like a strange like strat call when your teammates are trying to push through P5 and the guy with bomb is like attacking people over towards A, but a slight disconnect. If someone made the big play, well, LA Thieves could have made something work, but Hydra shuts it down over towards P5, and Kenny can't make anything happen in that little 1 versus 2 fight that he had. So 3 for 3 thus far on defense on Tuscan. Not the craziest sentence in the world.
Subliners now with the advantage. Crim yet to get on the board, but he put in the work in that hard point, so you can cut him some slack, all right, chat? Kenny, same situation, and he goes. Not enough to get Kismet, though. Nice spot to be in the MP40. Perfect gun for the situation, though. Here comes the kill hit team from the LA Thieves, looking to pick up exactly where their teammate left off. Going to recover the bomb now for the New York Subliners as well.
I think that's probably just good comms from the LA Thieves, right? I guess the players down and well, maybe through some stuns, or maybe just spotted all the players going into P5. So Kenny gets the call to hit it, throws away his life to make it happen, but the trades go in their favor. And down low, Paulehx not having a good time. Crimbo needs this trade, has to fly forward to get it, connects for the 1v1, getting hunted down, but the player behind him also too quick with it. A spicy one towards the end, but again, the comms seemed clean from LA Thieves and the SMD, so they're making sure someone is there for that final kill. Octane delivers. That'll be number 5.
Got handed to Crim, man. The old sleight of hand. Look left, look right. Keep an eye on the hands at all time. Classic strat, man. Crack the door, crack the window. Which way is he coming from? You'll never know. A worthy attempt, but the LA Thieves managed to soldier on through and catch themselves another round. Another equalizer, 2-2. Now, Kismet 6-3. On the other side of the board, Octane 5-2, the champions for their roster. Here we go into another.
That was a hard counter, by the way, for the nades over towards this A site. So that buys you a little bit of control, but shaky shots don't buy you anything other than death. So now Crimsix, just going to get child from 2 players, and LA Thieves running them over this A site, and Envoy gunning them down along the way.
And Paul now finds himself in a seemingly unwinnable position. This is a 1v4. He has already one player to his name. That's Octane. Bomb down. Tags are there. And it's merely warning shots. He's just saying, I'm here and I'm not going down without a fight. Good luck, Paul. You'll need it. 30 seconds.
And there's just, I mean, what's the avenue for attack? It's the clutch spots that you got to deal with. You try to go through a field. A guy's just going to be snaking that, like, the box area. So literally nothing you can do. A hopeless situation and a round where Envoy just kind of runs you over. Like, Kismet made the read, just did not have the gunny. And Envoy delivers for, 2, maybe 3 kills in that round. And that'll be an offense. That is a great one for Thieves to get.
Drazah, man. He flew out of well into that mid-map. As soon as the call came through, I got Paul in there. He might be tagged up. Absolutely send it. Don't give them a single inch. Suffocating gameplay from the LA Thieves so far. Kenny leading from the back at the moment. Yet to get on the board, but 0-4. He's got a plant to his name, but it's not quite too much just yet. Here we go, though. Old Faithful for the Crim. Deep back in spawn. Trying to catch anyone who's a little too eager to get behind the enemy team.
Yeah, Octane, by the way, at the start of the round, he shot open like the broken wall that's in top green. So he spotted all of this on the cross. So now Kenny's trying to go in for the flank, but he's on a donut. He can't find the kill, and I guess didn't get the one-shot call. So Envoy taking a route, doesn't follow his teammate up, gets caught. And now the players that wrap back to B, all of a sudden, other bomb site wide open. Subliners just played him like a fiddle.
Yeah, great work. This is it for the perfect round. Hydra, what a shot. Perfect play from the New York Subliners. A lot of information passed over there to the LA Thieves, but they couldn't do a whole lot with it. New York with a simple round. Snaps out of Hydra.
I think whoever it was that killed Envoy towards the middle of the map, just good reads from the Subliners, right? Because Envoy, instead of going for the trade on the guy Kenny had weak, he tries to wrap back, and I think Envoy basically reading that the bomb is going to be like potentially wide open over towards A, but someone from Top Church was just ready for the gunny, and there you go. You had LA Thieves got an offensive round. New York respond in kind in the 4-man hit. It's Hydra that's here first.
We're holding hands. We are running through. Hydra guns up. Stuns there. No kills. 2 players now drop from the Subliners. Paul gets involved in the back line. At least one goes to his name. So there you go. 3v2. As the LA Thieves are in a spot of trouble. You managed to get the Subliners in. Now you have to contend with them. Where the hell are they? They've still got their nades. They've still got their stuns. This could get bad. Oh my word. Drazah dodges that one. Kismet now on the reposition. Paulehx is managing to hit a big flank. He's got himself over towards A. He'll be back in a minute.
But for now, the LA Thieves, what's the plan?
Well, Kismet just has to stay alive, and if he could take down one, it would have been great because Paulehx was going for the full flank, but the double chow is there for Thieves, and this is just kind of a bully round. Sprint straight at him, and again, mistake-free Call of Duty. No one's trying to get caught planting the bomb. They take their time to get this set up. Setup's not good enough. Paulehx gets him and gets out. Now a 1 versus 2.
And he's going to have to double back, commit to another attack run. Envoy with a plant. Post-plant set up now for the LA Thieves. 2v1. They've got the numbers. I'm pretty sure somebody got spotted there.
I thought he was going to continue to try to clear out like the plat side of the map. He's trying to read any of like the rotations coming through, but a stationary setup, and yeah, timing just does not go his way. And LA Thieves, again, not the perfectly played in the 3 versus 1, letting Kenny die when he's actually trying to go for the plant, but they still convert. And the opening call is still completely on point. Just straight up ran Hydra over. Even Crim, I think maybe just a little bit late from Top Church to look for the read. So maybe Gunny's up for Thieves on the cross. And I mean, hey, they just throw themselves in an instant 4 versus 2. You always love to see the aggressive play calls.
Yeah. If in doubt, 4-man hit through. P5 towards B. Let's see what happens. Ball. No joy with the snipe. Can't put it away. He's going to commit to it now. Envoy's managed to sneak himself into a sweet spot now. Anyone who crosses that field will be met by hail of gunfire from the MP40.
And what, you know, chucking nades in a well, even from this spot, a bit of a precarious situation, but someone made the play call. Kenny gets the kill. Paulehx does get a trade, but it is still plenty of pressure past this A-bomb. And I think LA Thieves, they're happy to just try to meet this head first. Subliners, though, they feel a different type of way, going for the rotation over towards B. I think Octane will maybe be the front line for Thieves on the defensive end, but this is all 3 players. They have gotten through P5. The clearance is there.
Depending on the timing, Octane may be able to spot them out. He knows he's there a little late. Oh, he didn't finish Hydra. He didn't finish the kill. Oh, he does, just. Envoy through mid-map as well. All of a sudden, it is falling to pieces. This house of cards is on the table, and what do you know, though? Kismet is still swinging. There's one. Tries to bait out the next. Smooth moves and slick footwork, but not enough to get the job done. He stays alive, though. Dead silence still popped. Now the bomb being planted. Oh, defused. Oh, what am I saying? This is done. This is done. Too fast. No. Done. My bad. Map point.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as he didn't go for the jump top church. No. Well, I think Kismet, if he took the route to go for the hops top church, one, it might just get red and Thieves in the 2v1 just kill him. But as soon as he commits towards well, the round becomes free for LA Thieves. They do the smart thing. They just hop the bomb. So nothing too crazy there. No, another 3 versus 1. I think it was Envoy again in bottom church that gets a big kill. And obviously the one Octane hide on Hydra completely on point. So another efficient work, and for a team that has gone through B a few times, Subliners not really here for the response. It's kind of Paul just by himself to watch this cross through P5 and maybe Hydra for the late flank. And there you go. That's how he's just making noise. He is purely making noise for Hydra to go. It works out perfectly, but he can't get to, at least Kenny's able to get the trade.
Unable to capitalize. The trade is there, so LA Thieves have bought themselves just a tiny little bit of magic here in the round. Crim, though, mid-map covered. Drazah will not peek it. Now Crim's going to watch out. Again, noise being made by the LA Thieves, pulling the aggression of the defenders. And over to Octane now. A big kill. Thieves with a man advantage. Trying to get themselves over towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, they just jump on Crim there. He's not able to make any sort of play. And now the question is, you go for the bomb plant and risk getting killed off of it. He's waiting for the gunfight, actually, to avoid that exact situation. But if no one's going to chow, you'll take it. Get that down. Get out with your life. And, hey, bomb down 3 versus 2. This is perfect for LA.
What do you got, New York? Kismet. Every corner check. Spots one. Another on the heady. Might chow it. Why not? Octane, though, good shots. Kenny's there to back him up. Now all down to Paulehx. 1v3. Okay.
How many times have we said that, by the way?
How many times in this map alone? Wow. He's through. 20 seconds tagged up. Octane surely reach out this one. Should be an easy fight now. They've got the numbers. Here comes the close hit. Paul, he was making them sweat. But it was no problem. The LA Thieves used to the heat. That's the equalizer here in the series.
And there you go. As far as mistake-free Call of Duty goes for the search and destroy, LA Thieves pretty close to it. Very well played on Tuscan. Almost every single time they had the man advantage, they were able to convert and making a couple solid play calls and a few different rounds, both offense and defense. So good reads the whole way around. I think the only moment I didn't really care for is them letting Kenny die on bomb, but still a 2v1 after the fact, so no big deal there. Clean work, tied up series, and if you're a fan of either Toronto or LAG, you will continue to be stressed.
There we go. Well, 6-3, happy result. The LA Thieves now, as we look towards this series, and it is an ooh-la thus far. Berlin now, the next chapter of this final saga, this Mountain Dew marquee match, this final dig at Online Vanguard. Now the Berlin section begins, Chance. Where the hell do we go from here? Berlin Control, spicy as hell. You know, I know where we're going. We're going to a break. When we come right back, friends, time to play some Control. Stay in your seats, grab yourself a drink. Be sure to tip your waitress.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Here we go, ladies and germs. Almost ready to get to map number 3 as the marathon continues today. Miles and Chance still here, still kicking, and we're about to bring you a good one to the Berlin part of the series now. We are. And Chance, what do we think about the control?
I think the Berlin control is actually the most interesting map of the entire series, because there was a point when the map came out that LA Thieves nearly played it like 8 or 9 times in a row with like a random Gavutu in the mix, and it got to the point at the major where they started playing so well that every team was like, all right, we're banning Berlin control against Thieves, it's not a big deal. But obviously if you do that, you end up playing on Gavutu, or basically it becomes LA Thieves' choice. So New York is the first team in a long time, I think in literally over a month, to actually square up on Berlin control. It's not like either team has like a crazy record. 2-1 for New York, 6-4 for LA Thieves, but I just think because LA really started to look incredibly effective on the map, excited to see if they can sort of maintain that level of success.
Maintenance and consistency is the name of the game here in Vanguard, and very, very few teams have got it, mate. So we will see. All bets are off. We're going to roll the dice and find out what the hell happens now as we get into control in just a moment, friends. Thank you again for joining us. It's been a wonderful day of Call of Duty. It's been a long day, but it's going to be a good one. We're going to finish out strong here with the New York Subliners taking on the LA Thieves, and we're going to find out exactly what the bracket looks like with the major taking place next week. To all the fans who will be in attendance there, looking forward to seeing you in the flesh, looking forward to bringing the noise in Brooklyn. It is going to be one hell of a show. We'll find out there who makes it to champs and who does not. The last event for at least for 4 of our teams. We're all going to be going home real sad after that one. Chance, though, again, when it comes to the Berlin side of this matchup now, once we get past that control, win, lose, or draw, we're going to be going to another hard point. What the hell happens there, mate? Who has the edge?
Ooh, well, I mean, New York definitely has the edge. I don't even have to look at the stats, right? Just because LA Thieves, they got mentioned a few times on not exactly the worst losing spree in the world. They have like a couple wins sprinkled in the mix, but certainly on the downtrend. And New York, of course, are looking like one of the best, if not the best, hardpoint team in the game. I know the London Royal Ravens are obviously in the conversation. There's a few teams in the mix, but New York have just purely been stronger in hardpoint. So maybe that will be the indication. Maybe a must-win map right now for the LA Thieves on Berlin control, just so they can see that map 5 in the end. But it is also Vanguard. You never know. You can't predict anything.
You can't. And if you try, good luck. The pick'ems this year have been brutal. Brutal. Yes. Trolls aside, brutal. Almost ready to go with this one, guys. Again, for the control that's on its way, Berlin's a tough one, but we've seen it be an extremely fickle mistress. One day it's all good, the next second, bang, both your points have been captured, and you're in the next round. Offensive and defensive rounds, relatively even across the board, Chance. I mean, I think when it comes to the most balanced of the control maps we have in Vanguard.
Absolutely. I think it literally across the league, last time I checked, it was like 52-48. So as close as it could possibly be. It is very much a team dependent thing. And one of the reasons LA Thieves are so strong, it is now the A site over towards P1 is the one that gets late captured almost every single time. Or like, that's the one you go for to the late game. It is the B point, the one over towards P2 that gets captured every time. But LA Thieves actually pretty disgusting at defending that in ways that Temp, honestly, he looks out for, right? If you can defend that P2 hill, oh baby.
Oh baby, not an easy thing to do. The mail room, tough one to go with that. But yeah, we have achieved, before we get into this matchup, we've got some good looks across the board. It's been a nice week, actually a nice qualifier. What am I saying for snipes? I think we do have Aim Lab's best shots now upon us. We have seen some sweet ones. Donnie Temp, I believe it's still his birthday. I'm not sure what date it is anymore. We've had a costume change. It could be Monday. I'm not even sure at this moment in time, my friend, but nice shots from Temp. TJ also putting in the work here. Chance, it's been a good year for snipers here in Vanguard.
We had, followed the bullet for that one. Temp with another one connecting out of P5. I think Sid might have had the flashiest ones. I remember especially on Berlin, has a couple quick scopes. Not an easy shot to hit, but does connect there. And oof, I'm remembering all the ones he had on Berlin. Maybe this would be a quick little Sid montage, or we'll just see the ones on Siege. Why not? Clean shots either way.
Either way, though, you can jump over to Aim Lab and find out all of these players' stats and settings. Again, whatever controllers they're using, you name it. CallOfDutyLeague.com/EN-US player settings. Take a peek and find out your favorite player Try to emulate those settings and find that sweet spot that works for you. All players are different, all hands are different, all controllers, everything's different, friends, but give it a test. Some wonderful baselines to work off. And again, for these guys, it's what suits them. You find out what works for you. Before you know it, who knows? Maybe you'll be in the league or you'll just be in rank play. Absolutely dumping on fools. Looking across those players though, exciting stuff. aimLab, again, the official training partner of the Call of Duty League. Love the work, and hey, we'll see, man. Crazy snipes. Chance, we've enjoyed the snippety snipes all year long, and excited to see what the hell happens at the New York Major again, because there's nothing quite like a nice snipe to let a crowd get roaring, right?
It'll be a good time, and especially because I do think teams are going to have like more detailed and more like almost like safe sort of strategies in search and destroy. Certainly like your well-oiled machine kind of gameplay. Obviously, Miles, the round we had of like Ravens on the Bocage S&D, we see that setup, we're like, oh, that's beautiful. Why haven't we seen this before? Going to be a lot of things coming out of the woodworks, especially because at the Major, I think at this point in time, only 4 teams are locked in for champs. So that is 4 spots out in the open that everybody else, not including Paris Legion, are going to be fighting for. So it'll be fun just as every single day progresses to see the odds change, to see how the exact stories are going to be set up, because there will be matches at some point where the winner makes champs, the loser, their year is going to end.
Their years will end, and we will all be there, and so could you. If you are going to be at the Major, it's going to be a tough one for a lot of fans, but we'll see if New York truly can make that wild run come true. It's still very, very possible. Well, now though, friends, we do have our Game Fuel tactical play, and this one, we're rolling the clock back just a tiny little bit. Again, we are rolling through, trying to make sure everything's all good for the next matchup, but aBeZy, we're going to give it to his 3v1, turn this whole series around.
And I think the major part of this like 3v1, it really just comes down to the second gunfight aBeZy has. First one's going to be a freebie, but it's really the second guy that falls that causes problems. He's tagged up, half health, and then Cleanex just ends up sprinting into death as Cleanex and Insight straight up run away from each other. And then in the 1v1, it takes basically the full 35 seconds before it ticks down, but it is just the schnapper on Insight who tucked himself in that corner. So nobody puts baby in a corner but themselves, and aBeZy takes full advantage. Clean little 1v3. And honestly, even just touching a 1v1 against Insight is worth a tactical play, let alone the fact that he killed Tumo before that. So yeah, it's a top 5 play.
Great play indeed. Again, that was your Game Fuel tactical play. And the defuse. Don't forget, what an unreal play out of aBeZy. Of course, the OpTic fans will be loving seeing him back on the roster. Sadly, not able to walk away with a big dub there against Toronto Ultra, who do manage to net themselves 10 points and change the standings quite a bit. Almost ready to get into Berlin here, friends. Once again, it's been a special day. We couldn't finish the online portion of Vanguard without a very memorable or crazy day, and we have got that, whether we wanted it or not. The matches have still been a treat. We've had 2 reverse sweeps on the day, and now something very, very different, a tie-up here in the series. Going into the control, all even Stevens. And chance still, I mean, when it comes down to, what's going on here, mate, as both teams try to get each other into this, as the lobbies I think are now up and running, we'll see if we can't get this one going. It's the sort of momentum swing we saw in both the reverse sweeps. Of course, with the Ravens, when we had that big reverse sweep that started there, the LAG managed to pull off. Again, it was a clean 3-0 for them. That was really the beginning of it. And I suppose the same thing could be said for Toronto Ultra. That's not necessarily the case here. I mean, are we going to see a 3-1 finish here from whoever wins this next one? I mean, momentum's been the name of the game today.
Well, I mean, again, if you're just sort of, almost automatically leaning by way of the Subliners for the hard points, sort of this is the map that like sets the scene, right? If New York pull this one away, you are feeling incredibly confident for them to walk away with the series. And if LA Thieves win it, well, then we will truly have a battle on our hands. But these are the guys with, I mean, honestly, for both teams, it is 10 out of 10 on the pressure scale for how bad you need these points for the qualification towards the end. But obviously, just because the Subliners right now, 30 points down on the LA Thieves and another team, they really need the extra 10-point bump going into the Major. It could be the difference between needing to place top 4 and maybe needing to win the entire event. So it'll be wild how their actual home Major pans out. But I'd say lately, just you have to continue to talk about how impressive the Subliners truly have been.
Truly. Well, I mean, depending on how this series goes, we have 2 possible outcomes. New York Subliners win this one, they walk away with, first seed, 5-0. Absolutely perfect. Now, this is a 1 of 2 scenarios. This is what the bracket will look like if the New York Subliners win this matchup, that's first seed going in, they're going to play the Guerrillas in round 1. That changes things just a little bit. Now, we'll let you guys digest this. This is a theoretical. If the New York Subliners win this series and secure first seed. If LA Thieves win this one, New York gets second seed. London will be in that top spot. This is a big if, ladies and gentlemen. Eyes to the bottom right of the screen. A big if. Now, Chance, how does this change things now for the Subliners? They're looking to get to winners round 2 if they smack Guerrillas.
Well, in terms of the winners bracket matches, there's no easy ones, none that are fun, none that are like easy to prepare for in the slightest. So obviously you want the higher seed, but I'd say my biggest takeaway for if the Subliners win is just the fact that Ultra in this situation started losers. That is the biggest sort of swap that actually goes down. But I mean, otherwise, you want to be on the top side of the bracket with FaZe, you want to be on the bottom side with all of the other sharks in the water. So it's just the goal to get the winners bracket. Both of these teams do have that locked up, but they just need those points. And again, on this map, both teams solid as of late. Subliners have especially been on point, and their KDs in this series also been pretty monstrous. Crimsix, especially so with the 1.22. It's really just Octane holding it down on the other side, but that is mainly just because of the bullying that took place on Tuscan. It'll be Subliners on defense first, and it'll be a heavy stack on offense towards that.
Here we go. LA Thieves are in. First blood going to Kenny. Now, can Hydra find anything here to level up playing field? Crim's there to back him up. That's his dad, by the way. Hydra now finds at least a little bit of help before his teammates get taken care of. But Crim, that was 1 HP. I think Drazah sneezing him a distance there, and that was enough to get the kill at that moment in time. Just over a minute to play with. The A zone now is safe-ish for the New York Subliners. We'll see what Octane has to say about that. More on the bracket look in a moment, friends. Back to the game.
And not necessarily a fun look when you're the team on offense and you spread the map, but if you get the kills, you feel all right, but that doesn't mean you actually have pressure over towards B. Kismet gets caught, and you can see LA Thieves, they're ignoring B for now. A is infinitely more difficult to actually capture, so they can get that out of the way early. That's what they're sort of looking for, but see, Drazah is mostly left by himself, and he's picking up all the kills. His teammates just aren't nearby.
No, not at all. Tags out Drazah. 3 spree. Looking at the 4th as well. Love to see that. Just about 32 seconds remaining on this bad boy. We're going to fly forward. Paulehx is going to get that kill, slow him down. Drazah makes it a 5. Now you got 2 players on towards that A side of the map. B's getting captured as well.
Hello, Crim? Are you good? What just happened? I guess someone got the trays, but that is an awkward moment to be sure. Also, can someone get Drazah some help? He just goes on a nasty tear. He goes on like a 5 or 6 spree, and by the time his teammates get there, unfortunately, Drazah finally loses gunfight, and then no one is really there for the pickup. So all that pressure on A just to honestly be down on time. And if I'm Subliners, yeah, trying to make a play and try to fight for this. And, well, good plays by the LA Thieves. They keep it contained. Nobody gets caught. B secured at a minute to the clock.
Just about a minute. Subliners are looking up, stacking up, trying to lock down this A zone. Here's the hit. Beautiful start from Paul. Starts things off well. That's a big kill. Envoy on the flank taken care of. Kenny will trade out. But for now, you've managed to whittle down the numbers of the LA Thieves enough to make this play that little bit easier now. Now the question is, where the hell do those other 2 players go for the Subliners?
Well, funny enough, Subliners actually more or less let the stone flank go through, and well, that is where Kenny is looking to try to expose a couple trades back and forth, and I think now what Octane is going to be looking for spawn kills over towards P3. And well, you don't want to have that fight against Paul. Say goodbye, but maybe that'd be the opening for the front. It is a 12v8. Thieves can win this one of 2 ways.
Yeah, Paulehx, Mountain Dew feature player, having a great game so far. Nice shots out of Hydra. Inside the train safe, still on the outside though. That's where the 2 members of the LA Thieves now are still alive and kicking. Octane's gonna make it off spawn. Great coverage there. Suppresses Hydra, keeps him back. Forward we now go, trying to back the boys up, but they are starting to bleed out. Octane did not see the little silhouette of the French Phenom, and that is a big one. Didn't finish the kill. 6 lives to the 8 of the LA Thieves.
Wow. And you missed it by a pixel, and he turns it into an extra 2, and that life disparity that you had and the time on the clock makes it that much more difficult. I mean, just an unfortunate moment to not take care of Hydra. Now you're just gonna have to flood into the hill, and obviously they have all their bases covered. You are just sliding into death. For LA Thieves, nobody there. The defensive hold ends up being clean from the New York Subliners, and I'd say towards the end, Hydra, that may factor why.
Massive, massive moment. Tiny's little shoulder towards the bottom side of the secret door. That's all he needed to spot. Octane could have changed that, but alas, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Subliners win the round. Kenny, though, managing to turn things around. He hasn't been super dominant in the respawns. His search and row wasn't great either, but now he's picking things up a little bit. Same with Drazah. 10 and 5 so far. LA Thieves now on defense. Should be able to level things up.
All right, Subliners, by the way, trying to hit this, through the middle of the map? Octane says, hey, I'm top third. Maybe thank you very much, or maybe loses number 3, but still have LA Thieves, yeah, happy to just set this up. And by the way, this is what I was talking about. LA Thieves seemingly have been the best team of setting up spawn traps and then just spawn killing you relentlessly. They're better when it happens to the B side of the map, and that's actually why you see players like Octane running to that side. Unfortunately, for the moment, Subliners actually trying to cut through Train, but they're also getting cut down by Kenny along the way.
Oh, could not turn fast enough there, Paulehx. Managed to get the head on a little bit quicker, and just with that, the kills. Drazah, though, the last line of defense there towards the A side of the map, managed to pick up a few more. That's 14 and 6 overall. Now 45 seconds paused on the clock. In we go towards that B zone. Paul trying to clean this one out. There's Kismet there to back him up as well. And now they're getting the capture.
And this is the moment, though, for Subliners. If you start losing some of these gunfights, you will have the LA Thieves set up the spawn trap. Keep you pinned where number 3 just spawned in that, like, top left Train area, and you will not have a good time. So you need to make sure you get these trades. And for the moment, Paul delivers Kismet inside the hill. It looks like they're good to go, and B should be captured. No spawn traps just yet, and, well, now you have to turn your attention over towards A.
Well, A, you've got just over a minute 30 to work with. 16 lives for the Subliners now to try to throw at this one. Kenny's still trying to get in his groove. We saw him do this at the Toronto Major. Unbelievable performance for similar situations. Kismet, the good read, making a bit of noise. Envoy, not enough to deter him. Managed to get the kill. Paulehx back at it, 11 and 6. As he now soars. Trying to slow down the push. That's nice work. Again, the kill's now working out. New York Subliners, step by step, inch by inch, closer to A they go.
And Crim actually did find this opening. I think LA Thieves know vaguely that someone's behind them, but they don't know exactly where he is just yet. Well, now you do. You gotta trade him quickly, and they are successful. But in the meantime, you've at least slowed down Thieves enough that you get inside the hill. A tick already gonna be able to come through, because Paulehx on a 4 inside the hill.
He's last man up, though, trying to keep this one going. He's doing a really good bit of work. Here come the LA Thieves. Cleaned him out. Didn't let the second segment go through. Nice work, LA. Now the question is, can you push them out and start finding these kills? Less than a minute to play with now. 9 New York Subliners members remain.
And I think Subliners just sort of feeling that pain. They have very much turtled up in their spawn. They need to get this wave of kills before they can move. And Paulehx getting red the entire way.
The whole way.
And enough to get his head taken off, right? I think it was Envoy that statistically was having the hardest series just because of map 1. Well, on a 5 spree, 14 and 9 right now. And a Glide Bomb not hyper impactful on the map, but it's not like it hurts to have.
No, you'll take it. Especially you can hit that Train side. Hydra! Down and out. One more for the glide. As Envoy scuttles away. The sounds of bullets and glass just raining all around him. Less than 20 seconds now, and the LA Thieves will tie this one up. Will he be able to find that kill? It's Crim posted up by tower. Top side is going to be Paul over there by the warehouse, and the clock will fizzle out. And those last 2 members will not give this kill away. Heads up play from the Subliners. Oh, they will drop that one. The good work from the LA Thieves secure the round.
And you know, the theory crafting on this map is a little bit different. It's very much sort of like a team preference for the potential round 5 of whether you want offense or defense because of how 50-50 it is. I will say, though, LA Thieves especially, it seems like their defenses are really on point, and for the moment, technically, they are down a tick, but you can still always make that play towards A. If you ever find the opening and actually get the clearance and get someone set up to watch your flank properly, it's almost hard to get re-broken once you get that sort of site control, but neither team able to set that up just yet. LA Thieves, though, 4-man stack, they'll try again.
Yep. Once more, we fly through Train. Kenny with the first blood. Envoy still on spree. Checking corners, checking obvious locations. Nothing there just yet. Kenny's managed to hit the flank. You're going to see a late one now from Crim. This could be the spoiler for the spree. He's in. There it is. As Crim gets it, stops the spree, no glide.
And literally all that is LA Thieves just not able to properly watch the flank. A couple players come in through P5 and get taken care of. Drazah being patient to see if he can end up getting hand-delivered a 2-piece, but no deliveries just yet. Kenny actually has great coverage right there just to protect Drazah's back, and now he wins the intro gunfight. That's 4 down. That might be the moment to try to fly towards A, but Kenny gets caught, and it looks like LA Thieves are just going to send Drazah by himself once again. He can go on another little spree, but the play call definitely to slow capture B.
The slow cap B is going to work out. making noise over by A. Drazah, great play. 19 and 10 overall. Looking to make it a 5 spree. No, good shots out of Kismet. Right place, right time, ends the spree. Kenny now the only man on this side of the map and spotted out by Paul there. So good work. Kismet's now already made it in the spawn. The slow capture of B not quite done yet. Your second segment finished, so 1 more to go.
Having an MP40 in this situation, by the way, not super ideal. Don't get me wrong, I trust the shot of Kismet, but I think right now he's more of sort of the intel game. And Envoy, by the way, he's going to be annoying and go for some of these spawn kills. B is secured, minute 45 on the clock, and actually Envoy maybe going to be able to make the play. He's gotten inside. Now, there's players everywhere on the map, but if Envoy can even take a second player down, maybe he get a hand delivered to his team. Instead, everybody falls, and he will also fall in short order. Had 0 help in that situation, so Subliners still have most of the map control, except for Drazah.
Yeah, Drazah's managed to slip through. He finishes the capture, and he's already in. Now he's on A. Quick turnaround now. Hard spot to be in. Nice shots out of Hydra. 4 HP. Drazah, stay alive. Just find a corner. Tuck tail. Heal up. He's not doing any of the above. He's dead. 15 lives apiece now. Subliners once again. Decent map control. Octane has to back up.
Just good teamwork there by the Subliners. A lot of good team shots coming through, and nice little recovery on sort of the minuscule openings that the Thieves were trying to create. But in minute 10, post up, L trigger, maybe get a couple kills, and Octane gets 1. His teammates get none. And so you have Subliners basically get hand-wrapped and gifted the perfect setup. 2 players stacked up in trains. Kismet gets to roam around P2, and Subliners can make any sort of adjustment to whatever LA Thieves throw at him.
And he's going the long way around. Oh, Hydra. Plays it real well. Members of New York Subliners, look at those arrows. They know something's up. Now you got a bit of pressure on the spawns. Octane's going to spawn top side of the map. There's a 2-2 split for now. 2 teams working in tandem. Trying to find the approach here, and they've got 30 seconds to do so. 9 lives remaining. Kenny with the openers. Now you've got an opportunity to get on towards the A zone.
Well, he's still going to end up in the pinch, though, so you're going to have to read a couple things or fly out the window, but unfortunately, Drazah falls. And now again, I don't know how many times I've said this for the Thieves. It's 1 player near the point, forced to make a big play. Kenny tried. I mean, he picked up an extra 2 along the way, but never able to actually get that control. Subliners just doing too good of a job to keep all these players for the late pinches and late flanks, and another very solid round on defense. Both of these teams seemingly have been defense heavy.
Super defense heavy. Whew. Quiet patter of rain across Berlin is the only thing you can hear as sweat is wiped from the brows of the New York Subliners. 1 more round's all they need to seal out the map. LA Thieves on defense. Pattern recognition, friends. Defense has been the strong suit here on Berlin in this matchup. Let's see what you've got, LA Thieves.
And just looking at the stats for both teams, basically both of these guys are, 50-50 on offense, on defense. The Thieves are pretty strong at 54%, but again, close to 50-50. New York, though, do shine. Actually, the best team on, or second best team on defense in the game. So I think if anything, it'd be tough to either of these teams to string something together on offense. But this is the moment for New York. 3 bodies on point, now make it 2. Didn't deal with the flank at all, and there will be no success over towards A.
Yeah, a little bit of unfortunate timing there from the Subliners. Somewhat disconnected in the attack towards A. Now immediately over to B. Kenny's going to be the man there. In and out he goes, smashing doors down. Trying to just be a bit of a pain to deal with in that situation. Deftly handled there by Kismet. Now the slow capture of B. Single man stack. Drazah finds himself a 4 spree. Pressure now on. LA Thieves trying to clear out this side of the map. Can they take care of B? Good shots out of Drazah. 5 spree. Looking to catch number 6. Check a corner, any corner. Oh, Kiz just ducks the shot. Cleans him up. LA Thieves have been slaying him out here, but the B zone now is completely bereft of members.
Yeah, I mean, LA, they just apply the press. I mean, again, it was Drazah the round before. Now it's number 5 on the minimap, Octane. As soon as they get someone pushed out to the bottom right of the map, they know every single spawn for the Subliners is going to be in that top left train buildings, and they just fly at them, man. They play for the pressure. Again, look for the spawn traps if you can get it. I mean, New York have technically dodged the spawn trap fate, but they're also down by 6 lives already. I mean, they're just looking for that moment of perfection, but Thieves players, again, just keeping it super mixy, keeping that pressure on, and making it very difficult for New York to string something together.
Super hard. I was going to say, this is a difficult play to be made alone. Great heads up from Drazah to check the outside there. And Hydra has just put himself on the minimap. Surely now he will be smothered. There's a battle now raging in the spawn of the Subliners. They are in trouble, but Hydra has managed to survive this one. Sneaky, quiet as you like. Minute 10 on the clock. Octane, a clean plate. He's on a 6, looking to get streaks.
I mean, literally just running around with a pistol in the spawn, having a grand old time. And I mean, I'm looking at him in the comms, by the way, in the player cams. He is motor mouth too, so he has been on point with the communication throughout this year. And if you can add to the comms a glide, you'll take it. Clean shots right there to secure it. And obviously, no respawns remaining. An utterly dominant round on defense.
Okay.
Subliners on their last legs, and dude, a small window of opening, but he should get traded. Kenny's there to pounce. Like, there's really nothing either team seemingly can put together on offense. I know it's close to 50-50, but these guys have just been unreal on point. And no success on this A zone.
Kenny has been the man, defending that point seemingly alone. The final few kills go his way, and now we go to a final round. Round number 5. Here on Control, Berlin. I think both teams are completely even on ticks from my short, tired memory, but the final round now upon us. It may come down to kills. We will find out. Subliners have secured defense. Oh my word, here we go.
I think it was literally just an extra take on A from a few rounds before. So again, I said it a few times, close to 50-50. You do have 2 glide bombs though, yeah? One for Kenny, one from Octane. So 2 streaks to try to make something happen. Again, it's not like they're crazy impactful on Berlin, but you'll certainly take 2.
Here we go. Busting doors, Kenny. We are dancing around the A site, knowing full well that Kismet, he is the Reaper back there. Kenny, good shots, takes care of it. What a snap. Oh my word, your boy's tweaking. Hydra's still alive out and about here. Can Envoy take care of him? The guns are up, smooth moves, and it is an awkward fight by Hydra. Man alive, he is just the man in those spots. Kenny's out. Over towards B we go. Big win from Paul. Straight into the kill feed once again. This is a fast round for both teams. No one wasting any time. Kismet trying to slow these players down in the approach towards B. Merely gets a single. Hydra once again 28 and 30 trying to pull himself out of the negative KD deficit right now. And this is the way to go about it. Beautiful work over by B. Now on to the point you finally go is the LA Thieves. They don't have that many numbers. Kismet trying to go large.
Hey, you know, you talk about the spawn trap. The LA Thieves love to set up. This is exactly what Subliners are doing to them. Just have them stuck in the blender. 25 seconds left on the clock, and I mean, look, you're calling in the clock because you feel forced. Everybody's inside. The hill is inside to no success. I guess the intel helps, and that is a clean 4 down. So maybe the comms OP and breathe a sigh of relief. You have opened up the pressure. Maybe make some moves on the map. Kenny, you shoot the gun, you don't YY it.
That was the most egregious YY death I've seen in quite some time. Sorry, Kenny, we're going to call you out on that one, fam. Octane, though, trying to keep the spawn safe, not letting the New York Subliners overextend now, and that is his job. First glide comes through. Second now, out and about into the air. Intel passed out. This is now going to give a lot of space to work with now for the LA Thieves. Will they be able to make kills out of this? Will they be able to make space out of this? Over towards the point we go. Last man up, Paulehx. That is the problem. Still got a slight life lead for the New York Subliners. Less than a minute on the clock.
Kenny spotted one outer, so we can feed that to his teammates. That's number 5, Octane, that should be taking that fight. And, well, Paulehx, Octane loses it. They know he's indoors. They know he's to the left, and Kenny's there to take him down. So they do get 2. It's face smash gunfights. Kenny gets the 2-piece. That's the opener for the floodgates. Crim not even in the point, so you get the clearance. Crim is able to fall. This is it.
2-man stack. Kismet cut down. Drazah's going to be there to help out. Envoy now shuffling, making sure these players can't get into the point. That's a nice bit of moves. The fanciest footwork you've seen all day. The second tick is done. Last one's here. New York, go, go, nades, anything, not enough. LA Thieves. All it took was one good push. You get on it, and that is the way Berlin goes. What a turnaround. And hey, Kenny, he might have been looking at the minimap as well. He was YYing like a maniac there on the outside of that spawn. But hey, you'll give it to him.
The YY giveth and the YY taketh away. You know, he loses one on that side of the map to come to the hill on the other side of the map and go on a 3 or 4 or 5 spree, whatever it turned out to be. I mean, Kenny, pretty phenomenal performance. 34 kills overall. Obviously, everybody on the side of LA Thieves is contributing, but especially so that just seeing that 9 spree in the mix. And for the Glad Bombs, that apparently actually paid off. I don't know if it was the communication that said, hey, they're all indoors, look for the normal gunfights. But as soon as you call the first one in, they got the 4-man wipe. They got out of the blender. And obviously from that point on, never looked back. So, I mean, 1 out of 5 was for the offense, but you will take it if you're the LA Thieves. Again, we sort of called it a must-win theoretically for them, but hey, they got it. Now in a great spot for this series, and you're just adding to the stress of some of the other teams that are watching. Toronto jumping for joy, LAG biting their nails.
Here we go. Match point. The Los Angeles Thieves. So what an unbelievable day of Call of Duty it has been, and it is not over yet. Subliners, we go back. The final part of the Berlin chapter of this series. Damn, there were some gunfights on this map. We are digging as deep as we possibly can go for these two teams. And it is not over yet. Both Paul and Hydra putting in the work. Kismet has his moments. Krim was magnificent in the first map. Can the New York Subliners keep this magnificent run going, this truly historic spree across the CDL, and win the next Berlin? We will find out.
Dude, good trades at the end too. Yep, Octane able to pick up 2 from inside the hill. Envoy, you see, nice and quick to return to the point to make sure the stack is in. And I think maybe Octane, Kenny the most important player for the first half, Octane the most important player for the second half. And I think even if Octane doesn't win one of those gunfights, Envoy on the pinch would have been the perfect man for the job. So effective plays jumping out of that side window, and that 2-1 lead you will absolutely take. And I know, as we talked about the hard points, talking about how New York somewhat has a clear-cut advantage, but it's not like LA Thieves are poor at Berlin at all. Have a 10-6 record on the map, so this definitely could be a 3-1. It is simply how the tides have been turning in the game mode where Subliners have had that success. And well, now I suppose the pressure very much on these guys to deliver, because it is 10 points they are absolutely desperate for.
Real desperate indeed. Well, we stay on Berlin, last one here in the series, and momentum has been the name of the game. It's been the real deciding factor for a lot of teams. If we can see a victory here for the LA Thieves, we've got to go big, close this one out, defy the New York Subliners magic that they have had thus far in the stage. However, for New York, this is business as per usual, man. I mean, you know how these series go. They're all nail-biters. They're all tough. Push it to that game 5. See what happens. But chance, God only knows. God only knows what happens next.
Well, I think what happens next is the scuff play of the game. I think we're dishing that one out to Envoy potentially if we got the replay of that. But again, it's just pretty much, the solid timing on the flank. Like, it's all of his teammates that put him in the position to make this happen. It is Kenny, not just 1, but 2. We know Octane after the fact is not just 1, but 2, but it's pretty much just the good timing. If things had gone south, Envoy could have been the bailout. He's helping with all these gunfights. There's 2 players at this moment that get past, but Octane chops them all down. And if he hadn't, Envoy would have been in perfect position. And honestly, just a good play call after the fact to make sure get in the damn zone. Make sure you stack it after the fact. So pretty much efficient work for the LA Thieves. You get 1 shot, 1 opportunity, and they absolutely rose to the occasion. Got that offensive dub.
It's crazy that we've seen very similar looks in that exact moment, just not in the same mode. I mean, in hard points where someone goes, hey, I know we got 3 dead, I'm going to push out and try to find that kill. Temp did it for the Paris Legion. We saw Zero do it for the Ravens. Sometimes it's a good play.
9 out of 10. Sometimes. 9 out of 10, it's a good play.
When I saw that happen, I was like, either this works and they win the round, or it's just utter heartbreak. And that, baby, is how Vanguard works. Unreal stuff, friends. Well, that was the scuff play of the game. Again, I mean, dude, actually, no joke. I've got it right here. Oh, no, it's okay. Rough camera. Don't worry about it. Either way, the LA Thieves and New York Subliners gearing up to go into Berlin once more. Ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in. Put the kids to bed. Phones to silent. This is going to be a big one. Will this be the end of our Mountain Dew Marquee match? Will this be the end of our online portion of the Vanguard season? Let's find out.
And Octane, obviously a key player to watch. I know Crim squared up pretty well on map 1, but Octane did not slow down at all into the new respawn. And, well, Crim slowed down just a little bit. So need that main AR. Gunny to be hot to take him down, because it is the exact same map. Many of the same gunfights. Obviously, a decent bit of variation, especially when you go over towards P3. But it will be New York with the good side. They straight up just get to this hill first, and a couple players tag, so they'll be weak. Doesn't mean they won't chow. Subliners actually fly out to take these gunfights, and looks like they should be nice and secure.
Oh, Dame secure. Last man up, taking care of their Subliners once again win the fights. Maintain control. Nice shots out of Drazah there. The old crouch straight, a classic here in Vanguard, where quite literally every bullet counts. Can bite him in the arse though with the old headshot multiplier, but for now, Paulehx, he is wheeling and dealing, breaks on. LA Thieves with a hill.
Is in fact twisted, does not in fact have the hill anymore. LA Thieves with the successful break, a dangerous window to jump out of, let me tell you. So Envoy bites the bullet on that one, and for the final 10 seconds, yeah, Hydra was trying to make a play, but he gets red. But the actual setup on the rotation, Envoy again trying to shoot these players in the back. He did get called out, so players going to be hunting him down, but it is just mixing this around, still finds a kill, draws the attention of so many players, but the help in the end was not there. Subliners clean towards P2. I'll retake that lead.
Just about to take the lead back now. See how the members of the LA Thieves work forward as Octane tries to brush a little cardboard box or a wooden crate out of his way. Sadly gives his position up. Hydra's going to clean him up. Crim now taking care of Envoy. Kills now flowing as the York Subliners defense stands true. Crim with the up high spot. Great coverage. He's not going to spot. Oh, he does. Just about catches the backside of Kenny as he floods towards the point. Good shots out of Crim. Can he catch any more now on this push to try to retake the point? Yes, 2. Over to the 3rd. No, Envoy is there. Hydra, though, picks it up. Good shots out of Drazah. And like that, we go back to an open point. And man alive, is P2 mad.
And it looks like, what, Subliners should come out on top if they get these final trades for the final 10. So you'll absolutely take that. But those 2 players fall. Maybe try to quick hit over towards Stocks, but not quite quick enough to drop the spawns. And LA Thieves obviously know that he is here. Now, as long as Kismet's alive, any kills right now Subliners get, these players spawn out, and I mean, he's got the back heady. Should be good to go. You hit it quick, nobody there to watch it. So at least the spawn's secured. So the hill for the moment goes to LA Thieves, but it shouldn't last long.
Here we go. Close support now from the Subliners. The attack is on. You've nearly taken care of all of them. Drazah now on the reflank, coming through fire. Does get one before being brought down. Here comes Octane to a stone. Nice shots, Kismet. 4 spree. Subliners retain control of the spawns, retain control of the hill. Hydra finding kills all over the bloody place. It's a 3 for him. Subliners looking strong.
Yeah, and I think in that moment, LA Thieves really just felt the pressure, coming off that rotation. So they turtled up in their spawn to try to make the plays, but Subliners just simply outplayed them. That is a great chunk of time on P3 that you were able to collect. Now Hydra, I was gonna say, trying to pierce his way through like almost 4 different players. But LA Thieves winning these intro fights.
Oh my God.
They're winning some of these intro fights over towards new. Paul trying to open things up just a little bit, but hey, you get that early time. It's a little bit of a tight setup, but for Thieves, you'll take it.
Woo! What a series this is, ladies and germs. Not over yet, though, as we continue to push deeper into Berlin as the shots are all on. The LA Thieves, they're down, baby, but they're not out. Let's go for a listen in.
No, that's a spawner. No, shit. That's a spawner. No, low in there. I'm in the back.
I'm down, bro. They're gonna challenge me. I'm just down.
In the back, he's going Charlie enter. Charlie enter. You're good. Make it chill.
They have to run.
I got one. I push. I push. Yeah, top it. Front it up. I can tell. Inner time, little weak. And we got it. Time still. I got it. The guy in front of me, rest. I'm living. He's inner. Let's play to left, guys. Play to left. Ball. I got it. Ready? All scripts.
I think I saw maybe P5.
You keep your left bear on you. Wait, we're slow playing left. Okay, Zach, play barrels. I'm
missing Paul. We were missing Paul.
Push inner.
They're both there, right? That's it.
I'm on top. I'm laying down top here.
Your clutch is open. They could be under me. They could be under me.
I can pick up under you in a second.
Bait me, Sam.
Get my A-long weak. I have A-long.
Yo, two.
One have low. Open. A-long and maybe P4. Windows me.
A-long.
I played it right. There's one.
And there we go, LA Thieves. It was a little chaotic chance. You heard the comms there, just try to slow things down. And hey, man, slow it down a little bit, but you're about to take the lead.
They taking the lead, they taking the spawns, they taking the hill time, and now Octane taking names. He is on a 5 spree, and it feels like in the comms is, hey, by the way, number 6, he's almost like designated, yo, just keep track of everybody. Make sure no one sneaks through. Make sure we have track of all 4 players, and he's done an incredible job on top of the fact that he is slaying out of his mind in 8 spree. I mean, they were down by 50 going into P4. And then have been lights out on these past 2 hills, and they are free and clear on the rotation to this P1 money hill.
And this is shades of Major 3 LA Thieves in this very map and mode. We saw Kenny literally reborn in the fires of Berlin. They're starting to get things going. Back over to P1. Kenny's going to keep this position up for as long as he can. Kismet brings him down. Now you have New York Subliners finding the time. LA Thieves back on spawn. Wait for the numbers to build up. And then 2 players now on hold of each other. They're going to make that push, try to catch something out. That's 1 pair down, next pair through the front. And that is all Kismet. He may be able to get them both. That is a massive hold out the Subliners, and that's the lead theirs.
Hey, you know, honestly, for Subliners, that might be the moment of the game just to stop the bleeding. Things were starting to look rough. That is a tough hill to break through on P1, but it doesn't take them very long to make it happen. So you stop the bleeding. You still have a little bit of life, and now you get to rotate back over towards this P2 hill where Hydra has been laying in wait. Now, not a ton of team support just yet, but the hill is only just now popped, so maybe the moment for Hydra to try to make that move, or maybe Octane keeping track of players is doing his job. Yeah, look at it. Octane the entire time knew someone was missing. They take him down, turns it into 2. The awareness right now on point.
LaRue frying. 18-14 though, pulling it back. The lead will change hands momentarily. The Subliners are waiting for the perfect hit here, waiting for the numbers to swell up. Kenny with the eyes on the cross. That is going to annoy the Subliners more than anything. Slow down the hit. Envoy finds another on the outside of docks. He's running the show over there. Once again, LA Thieves hold.
I mean, just an utterly perfectly played 2, pretty much from start to finish. And you say start to finish because even with 25 seconds left, Subliners are like, we can't do anything here. We got to move on with our time. And that is just an opportunity. Maybe for Drazah to find the route. Number 4 is not even watching from the front. Subliners are hitting old scrap time for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Thieves now have 3 players over here for the break. And look at Octane. He's freaking out in the comms because he's like, they're not ready for this at all. You bully your way through the front. Crim, though, goes huge and is able to pick up the kills. And just a wild series. If Drazah's making the read that New York was in the middle of making a bad play, could have taken full advantage. But for Subliners, all's well that ends well. They're nice and stable over towards P3, looking to get this hold.
Mandu featured player full. Number 1 on the minimap. Number 1 in the hearts of the fans right now. And it's a 2 though from him. Pistols out. Can he get any more of this one? Yeah, he does. Oh my good God. That is all members of the LA Thieves down. Now back on spawn. They're coming in from the P1 side of the map. Envoy, the first man in. Nades now from Kismet. Trying to slow him down as best he can. Coverage there. Hydra from the window. A 4 spree now for him. You're keeping this pressure alive if you're the LA Thieves, but you're keeping the kills going if you're the Subliners. That is a great hold. Spawns a flip. It is a perfect scenario for New York.
Oh my God. What more do you want? In the awareness on point, Crim snapping on his own spawn. I mean, they fall for the final few seconds, but I mean, that was the moment right there. I mean, your voice cracks just because of how wild it could have been if Thieves walk through on P3 and get the break, but now how the tides turn. Subliners now in control of this game.
A perfect scenario. You've got the magic hand. What will you do with it? Well, the first thing, you're going to get 2 kills. That's great for now. A couple more trays coming through. You still have to deal with Drazah. Playing it slow, playing it sensible, playing it dead. Hydra, what a win that was. Towards Kenny now on the backside of the map. Trying to help the boys out. Spawns are flipped again. Good old Vanguard. Keeping everyone on their toes. Keeps you all guessing. Now the LA Thieves have an opportunity to get into the point. Shots are good from Kenny. Staying alive. Staying alive as he keeps the point in the hands of his boys. Man, this is a crazy hard point.
He's looking 2 directions, though, looking for the chow, and the pressure there from the Subliners enough to at least take Kenny down, but still decent time. Maybe the way of LA Thieves. This is the moment where Subliners almost need to keep him pinned back for the gunfight wins, and maybe the good news is you have him pinned back in your spawn. You shut down the spree that Octane was once again going on. And for the moment, Subliners have the left side spawns, and honestly a hill where they can win the game here. It won't be easy, but if you apply the pressure, they can make it happen. But Thieves, that's the start they were looking for.
Oh, baby. Thieves in the point. Kismet. 1 at a time. Keep the kills going. Thieves still retain control of P5. Paul can't get anything going now. Hydra nades up. What can you do? Get these players off the point as best you can. The New York Subliners force the game 5. The LA Thieves hold onto this bad boy with both hands and don't let go. This is the series.
I mean, they're back in, though. Kills getting traded back and forth. Pressure over towards the P2 side of the map. That's where Kenny is. Envoy on the other. No one making the play just yet to flip these spawns, and maybe that's where Envoy's trying to make the pounce. Still 1 more player there, though, to shoot him in the back. Subliners have taken care of their homework. Nothing out of control just yet, but obviously LA Thieves are able to take the lead. This game ends on P1.
This is it. Last hard point. It all comes down to this. Subliners are in. The pinch is on from New York. Octane, every corner checked. Here we go. It's up. It's open for business. Here comes the pinch now. LA Thieves, every possible angle of attack. Will they be able to get the kills? Trades on trades. It's a 2v2 on the point. It now comes down to another 2v2. No! There we go! New York, they managed to get the kills. 5 seconds on it. Stay alive, Crim. Hold it. And you got yourselves a game 5. Envoy taking care of. Drazah is going to be up next. Here come the kills. And that is it. No contest. No nothing. All we have is a game 5.
Man, what a battle on Berlin. I mean, two teams going blow for blow. Good rotations, good spawn flips the entire time, and just a back and forth battle. And I don't even want to call it a mistake on the side of LA Thieves. There was the moment on P3 where they could have blown the game out wide open, but York just able to clutch up and sort of force it down the line. I mean, Hydra put in decent work in the slang. It was almost kind of wild. Both teams had one standout player. Octane fried, Hydra fried. After that, I mean, everybody just, again, a blow-for-blow battle. I can't talk anymore. It has been such a long day, Miles.
Hey, man,
Let me tell you, man.
I'm just grateful we've got a break after this. We all get to empty our bladdles. Jesus! Ooh la la, ooh indeed. Here we go. The first chapter of this insane matchup was on Tuscan, the second on to Berlin, and now we go down to a dirty, dirty climax in Desert Siege, the final map. We had to go. We simply had to go all the way to the very end of what has been the longest day in Call of Duty history, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be something. My good God. Let's go to a break. We've got bladders that need emptying. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, LA Thieves, New York Subliners for all the marbles, and for whatever the hell happens in the CDL in the coming week, we'll find out. Don't go too far. This is the CDL.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And aimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
We really would have it no other way. A Game 5 to decide some incredibly important standings in the end of this season and to decide a lot of the seeding for the teams going into the major. Sweet Jesus, LA Thieves, New York Subliners, the distance we are going deep and late into the night all across the world. Call of Duty fans tuning in, we appreciate you. For those of you who have stuck with us throughout the entire day or two, I forget, it's been one hell of a ride. Chance, let's finish this online segment of the season with a bang.
Look, man, if you had told me that the final map of online play would end on Desert Siege, I would have gone, yeah, no, that 100% sounds right. I believe you. So that's where we're going to go for the map 5, and obviously incredibly intense for both of these teams, right? Both guys desperate for CDL points. New York a little bit more so. Both of these guys will start in the winner's bracket for the major. So yes, this seeding is going to be an impact. If LA Thieves win, they go as high as 4th. Well, they will be in 4th. If they lose, they'll be in 7th. So definitely has an impact, but at least things are good for winners. Not necessarily great because both teams very much on the bubble to actually qualify for champs. And obviously both LAG and Toronto sitting at the edge of their seats watching this final map because both of their fates for the winner's bracket is in the hands of these two teams.
Well, this is what the bracket will look like if LA Thieves manage to successfully overcome the Subliners in this Game 5. We had a little peek at what it would look like before, but this changes the first seed. So the Ravens are up against Ultra in that round 1 matchup. This is only if LA wins this one. Subliners play Røkkr. Now, I don't think anyone else knows this, so that's not going to influence things too much, but it does change the little look there of those round 1 matchups. Might be a little bit better for New York.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that exact thing. Like, obviously, the Ultra versus Guerrillas from winners to losers swap is obviously hyper impactful. But I think I'd rather be at the bottom side of the bracket for New York. Like, not having to deal with... I mean, look, don't get me wrong. If you're going to want to win the tournament, you got to be FaZe at some point. Obviously, in the grand finals or before, like, you'll take it. But I think for Subliners, funny enough, that doesn't look too bad, you know? But again, that is not the outcome they want to have because they still need the points even for the online matches. So this is just if LA Thieves win. Dude, that's tough, bro. You win and you have to play FaZe?
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
well
good
done.
Lord.
Well, no, bottom line, though, is like either way, both of these situations they find themselves in, no matter what happens, you have to dig deep and go top 4 of the tournament. If you want to make it to champs, oy vey and all that in the back, you are absolutely going to have to play your way through the best in the business to prove you deserve your spot at champs. Because let's face it, for some of these teams, they did their homework a little late and they've tried to hand it in minutes before it was due and it wasn't quite good enough. So they're scrambling. We're all scrambling now for points because of this, that, whatever. Who gets it? Game 5, let's go.
Hey, you know, one of the crazier things, neither of these teams is particularly strong when it comes to the Game 5. You saw those stats. When it comes specifically to Desert Siege, LA Thieves are solid, 4-5 overall. They can make things happen, and at least with this roster for New York, 4-2. So New York have been a little bit stronger, but they also just lost Hydra.
Yep. See you, mate. Kismet floating, flying. Envoy getting a little aggressive. Automaton in hand this time around. Catches Kiz. 2v4. Nice work out of Paul. He now finds himself the last man left alive, but the good news was he did take care of Envoy.
I mean, look, for the map 2 that we had, Thieves looking... Oh my God. Thieves look incredibly strong. They had good reads, made good play calls, nearly mistake-free Call of Duty in the map too. So Thieves sort of making up for the S&D. Also, how many times did we see Paul last alive in either a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4? I think that's literally the 4th time it has happened this series. So I don't know. The casting is almost the exact same, no matter the map.
True that. Round 2 on its way. This just got real tense. Hydra completely unfazed by low, obviously. Drew out a Drazah that round. Nice work from him. Snipes up now for Octane. We've been here before. Feels like a lifetime ago, and it really was. Back at kickoff. Forward we go. A sniper in hand as he's bringing this one to the front line. I mean, hey, this is not how the weapon was intended to be used, but why the hell not? Oh, Crim, you lucky dog. You'd be dead if that was half a second sooner. Thieves are going for it. They are going for it. Kismet might be able to catch out a couple.
Oh, he just dodged so many stuns, by the way. So LA Thieves actually do not know that he's here. So he's making the play, jumping over top. Octane can't see him because he's scoped in with a sniper, and finally the kill comes through.
Bomb just get planted though. Kismet staying alive, baby, finding them kills. Kenny now the last man up. Another sensational round from the Subliners, and Kenny finds himself in the middle of a very bad situation. New York Subliners. And a fuse comes through. We'll wait a moment. Plenty of time to get this one done. And those dead silence build up. Good work on the round.
I mean, it is kind of one interesting setup for LA Thieves. I suppose the one way that really gets broken down outside of just straight up losing gunfights is someone like Kismet running straight over top. And I think literally because the stuns do not connect, Octane just trusts it. So he stays scoped in, looking for Crimsix to make a guest appearance on a head glitch. So in the meantime, Kismet, just a little dance to dodge the stuns, finds the perfect opening pick, and everything just falls apart after that. So that is very much the little things right there falling into place for New York.
Man, this is crazy. We are going to look back at this series, depending on how it goes, and point a lot of fingers, see how two potential outcomes could have gone down. Two alternate timelines. Here we go, though. Kismet straight into the bomb. I'm going to get this plant down. There's a little bit of a tag, and here we see the arrows of the LA Thieves moving forward. They're going to try to get into this fight quick, but you got to watch out for Hydra. How diddly doodly. Hello, my name is Paco. First blood.
Hey, dude, the comedy. I think Octane trying to bounce the nade off the train, and he just breaks the wall and goes straight through. So the nades do not connect. And I guess Kismet eventually falls, but the trades do come through, and a 2 versus 3 on this retake. A little bit of time. And actually, that ends up working out perfectly. 2v2.
Kenny, amazing shot. Saves his teammate. Paul and Hydra. Here comes Hydra. Here he goes. Less than 20 seconds, keeping it safe. Oh my word! Drazah gets both of them. Oh my! What a round, LA Thieves.
And I think Parasite will be very happy about the way that played out, right? No one even needs to hop the bomb. Just keep the ARs posted up. They're going to have to check at some point. So you had both angles covered. The teamwork there, perfect. Couple shots coming in from Kenny right behind Drazah, but obviously Drazah ends up doing the brunt of the work with the 2, but just stay guns up, like force them in. They're the ones that have to check the bomb and feel that pressure. It's a nice little 2v3 clutch there coming in from LA.
What a day it's been.
A very long day. It's been 2 days.
Man. 3 days, who knows? Kenny, here we go. Thieves on through mid. Not a lot happening. Heavy stack for the Subliners towards A this time round. Of course, that round might have scarred them somewhat. Opening pick from Kismet. No flurs given as he flies through mid. Starts the fight.
Crim knows, by the way. I don't know exactly when he saw Envoy cross, but he knows he's in the trench. And he finds him. Envoy has to be so salty about that.
Oh, we're shaking. It's all kinds of movement. Crim gets his second. Can he get his third on the round? Octane 1v4. Woo! A hail of gunfire rips him to pieces. Subliners. Good round, man. Good round. Kismet's first blood. Seriously, just like, I'm going to walk straight through mid. And I'm going to get it. And he does.
And Subliners also with that strat sort of put a great deal of responsibility on Crim, because even though the previous round on offense, LA Thieves fully stacked A, or B rather, New York in response triple stacked the A side of the map, left Crim by himself where LA Thieves had attacked last time, but even by himself manages to make it work. And nice little 3 spree for him. That's just Crim's side of the map. That's all it is. Subliners, go anywhere else, leave that to Crim.
He's quite literally in the trenches, and let's face it, he has been for about 2 years now. Envoys. Checks won't find anything. The checks bounce. Hydra cashes it, though. First blood out like a light. Straight over towards B we go. Kenny sees a lot. He's not going to be able to stop too much. Can he find the pixel? Perfect moment. Whoa, tags the Kismet. Damage dealt, but not enough to stop the bomb.
I think the nade's a little bit too late, too. So Kismet gets out. Now you have, dominated Palace control, and they're flanking fast, maybe flanking too fast, and yet you get caught. Octane's there. Kenny wins the gunfight, and the reads again. Octane there, the snipes on point in an Aim Labs appearance. Octane putting in the work in this game 5.
I wonder if we got him. I mean, he put 2 good uns down there as, again, the frantic scramble from the Subliners trying to get that bomb. Kismet did a fast lap. There's at least one of them. See you later, Paul. Yeah, Kismet's fast lap. After planting, he did a full lap of that middle building to come around and be shot in the back, unfortunately. He looked too speedy for his own good. Gets a speeding ticket, if you will.
Have to pay that fine a little bit later on. And honestly, I think of fines, and I just think of Octane. Again, playing well, and once again, towards this B-bomb site we go for the LA Thieves, and Crim at least has a little bit of help this time from Kismet nearby to get some of these stuns, get some of these nades. You have to know this time that Kismet will be playing this spot, though. You have to know.
I mean, yeah, Octane's eyes up. So is Drazah. Oh, man, you get the trade through. Kismet still leaves his mark. Crim catches Kenny, no problem there. No one going to put the pressure on, but he's got no clue, Octane, where exactly he is. Knows he's out there somewhere. 3v2. Subliners on retake.
And if Octane doesn't have eyes on, he should, right? And I think Envoy's going to be playing it late, but the shots come through, Octane falls, you just instantly hop this bomb and force Envoy out, and I mean, this would be the play. He's going to have to chow from these steps, and Paulehx biding his time.
Wait a minute!
Everybody there for the coverage. Crim had the angle. And Subliners too efficient with it.
I actually thought, because of the hip fire there with that rat, I thought, dude, how many did he get in a pull? 1 or 2? Looked like maybe 2 at a push. I mean, I don't know. What am I saying?
If he somehow guns 2 and then Crimsix's controller breaks, sure, you know, they win that round.
What I'm trying to say, Trump, is Vanguard. Anything can happen.
No, not in that moment. I will put that one to rest. I will say, though, great work by Kismet. You saw the counter shot from LAT. Both Octane and Drazah were responsible to try to take him down, and Kismet at least drags one down with him. And then Kenny deciding to lay down to plant rather than crouch, so he's a little bit exposed. And, I mean, granted, gets down, does his job, but ended up giving away that man advantage.
Kenny in position to watch the B-bomb site. He's got Envoy to back him up close as well, and that's unfortunate timing. Nades through. Hydra through the trenches. Kenny, he's in trouble now. 3 members of the Subliners on this side of the map. They have got him pinned dead to rights. Here comes reinforcements. Ooh, a little bit of a whiff. The second. No! Kenny does manage to get one, as the Subliners now have to make the tactical retreat because, this whole time, Kismet today.
Well, he's completely by himself. Drazah, I mean, he has to get this instant trade, right? It doesn't even get the bomb down. Drazah does get out with his life. That is a bold call to try to plant in that moment. And Octane's face, I mean, rearranged, but he will heal up.
That boy's head is thick. Hydra and Crim now in the 2v3. Thieves are stacked up. They're all real close. A slight bit of movement as Hydra just waiting for the go button, waiting for Crim to let him know. Yep, this is it. Plays on. That's the first blood. Now spring to life. Try to catch the others. Checking every possible avenue. Where the hell are they? They've gone. Scorched earth.
They flip sides. They flip sides, and they can just see where the bomb is actually going to get dropped. And Octane and Drazah, yep, you got him pinched in, and they're doing the smart thing. Run away, bide your time. And that is round done. Well orchestrated by LA Thieves to make that play call to push up. Drazah on the map in the middle of making moves. Even just for the read, when you know there's players on the B side of the map, to just somehow know that Kismet is going for the plant, or at least to go and check that side of the map, that is big brain stuff coming out of Drazah. Wonderful work there out of the LA Thieves in the end.
Ooh. It all paid off. Love it when a plan comes together. A 1-round advantage now for the LA Thieves. New York Subliners now on defense. Too much action with a snipe in this game, aside from the Octane 2, but we'll see what happens now as Paul potentially has Drazah trailed in, and I don't think he would have seen it. And the rattling of gunfire across Desert Siege comes to a close. Nobody did.
Well, keep in mind, even if he didn't see it, the auto aim will drag through that train. So, you know, he's outer, and that is exactly why the nades are coming through. But in the meantime, at least the first blood has been struck. Envoy delivers. And Paul can't make it happen. Drazah with the angle, and the round has collapsed. LA Thieves, maybe on a little bit of an S&D tear. They will be up 5-3.
Oh, my. Match point. All this hard work, this long day, drama, the adversity now, you can finally put some of it to bed. One more round. The LA Thieves and the New York Subliners, it ain't over yet. We go again.
I've heard peeps of there being a 5-3 curse. Personally, not a believer, but that cult, it exists. It is out there. First shot rings out. They know a player's crossed over towards the outer tower, but it doesn't connect in. Kismet trying to pull his way through the site. In the meantime, Envoy doing the exact same thing on the flip side. 9 HP, apparently all he needs.
Oh my God.
And now we got it evened up at a 3v3. What a read.
Kismet almost got absolutely ripped there. Paul's got Kenny. Dead to rights. Peek and you die. Show a barrel and you're in even more trouble. If that's even possible. Drazah somehow catches Kismet. That's a 5 spree. The jump shot not quite there. Kenny is going to definitely keep his head down now. 2v3. Crims just popped Eddie.
Still though, bomb down, 42 seconds in LAT again. Their S&D today has been on point. Mistake free. Kenny's got the angles. Crimsix looking through walls, but he didn't check the one that Drazah is actually hiding behind. And I think also the angle Drazah could have over in that moment, as good as it gets. And what a tiny little bomb that Subliners desperately need to pick up and get down.
So small, yet so important now. 20 seconds on the clock. This is it. Last chance. Paul, find a pick if you can. Crims trying to get in the mix. Clock still ticking. Like the sands of Desert Siege, they are running out. And here we go, onto the site. Pistols there. Drazah finding the kills. Crim's gonna get the plant down. The kill, is it good though? The slide. Crim frantically staying alive. No more. The LA Thieves have done it. They close it out. In game 5, they end the run of the New York Subliners here in the road to the major. And holy dooly, have they changed the look of the league now going into this tournament.
And obviously you just see the, I don't even, look of despair on the faces of the Subliners. Again, that could have been the difference between being down from like 3 different teams by 20 points and, well, now if they're down by 30, I mean, already they need to string together an absurd run at the major. Now it just gets that much more difficult. And on the side of LA Thieves, I mean, that just takes at least a little bit of pressure off. Again, I think when we looked at the bracket, still got to play FaZe round 1. Certainly not ideal, but you can make it happen. And now they're at the 150, a little bit of space for the top 8. So again, this is just the setup for the major. His online play has been completed. But LA Thieves with that small little bump at the bitter end.
And such an important bump, it could be highlights. After what has been nearly a 9-hour day of Call of Duty, we can finally call it finished. My good God, has it changed the way things look in the league? At a chance, what a poetic opportunity for the LA Thieves. They're going to match up against Atlanta FaZe round 1 at the major. The very team who gave them such a hard time all the way back at OpTic Texas Major 1. That really was the beginning of the downfall, the beginning of that downward spiral. For them to turn things around then and there, imagine what the papers will say.
I mean, the papers have so much to talk about too, because keep in mind some of the more serious implications. Obviously the CDL points at the tippy top of the list, but even just for winners bracket, LAG just went through a grueler of a day. A 4-hour-long reverse sweep that they get completed just for New York to end up losing the series. And it's Toronto, because they ended up winning the game 5, that end up getting through to the winners bracket. So Toronto happy for the result. LAG still with that pressure on. And, you know, I've said pressure on so many times today because it's true. For basically half the teams in the league, I think it is, what, 4 teams we have secured for champs thus far, which means half the spots still wide out in the open. And I think, what, 7 teams are in the midst of competing for. And obviously for Subliners, the team with potentially the lowest odds just because they're in the 11th seed. But we know it's Vanguard. We know in a major like this, especially for the New York home series, anything can happen. But at least the setup for the major is there.
The setup for the major is there. I'm not 100% certain if London have clinched playoff now officially. We're going to wait on more words now from League Ops to really...
I think them in Seattle, I think I saw that from League Ops, but that might have been dependent on something. Oh, that might have been in Texas one. Okay, yeah, so maybe I take... But dude, look, even if it's not 100% locked in for those 2 teams, it's like 98, so whatever.
It's close enough. Well, we'll find out though, because this is the Zenny Major IV preview. We're going to find out exactly what's going down at the Major. We've said goodbye to the desk. We've sent the kids home. It's your dad's now taking care of things here in the CDL. We're going to find out exactly where everyone sits and stands, because this Major, again, we've talked about it enough. We'll take a quick look now at the points. This is the final standings going into next week's tournament. And it's, is it, I don't know, man, what a predictions, God only knows. What, I mean, what did you think was going to happen at home? Some of the pick'ems will be truly chalked. Mine absolutely eviscerated today. For the rest of the week, I think it was actually kind of good though. But we will take a look at the points. The final standings going into the Major. And I do believe, yeah, that scene's almost ready. That does see LAG in a much better place. Oh, sorry, LA Thieves in a better place. New York Subliners, though, no, my friends, they are not. Still sitting there at the 110 in 11th. So this is it. We close it off today. The next chance these teams will have to accumulate any points will only be available at the Major, depending on where they place, Chance.
And it'll just be an interesting time. You brought up pick'ems, by the way. I think I went 0 for 3, so I'm a little bit salty about that. But either way, LA Thieves have so much space between the teams below them. I mean, a whole 5 points for the LA Guerrillas, a whole 10 points for 2 different teams in both Minnesota and Florida. That is going to be quite a battle, but I mean, literally, if you just look at the right side, all the teams towards the bottom, LA Thieves in the winner's bracket, Minnesota, Florida, Subliners, all in the winner's bracket. So all of the teams towards the bottom, obviously commiserations to LAG, it did not pan out their direction, but they're all in a prime spot to make that run. And all what that does is on the flip side, put more pressure on the teams on the left side, because like Ultra not super safe, Boston a little bit safer, but not crazy when it comes to making champs. And you know, if any of these teams drop the ball and end up placing top 12, which, I mean, someone has to, that could be the end of your year.
Could be indeed. Well, that's the CDO points. Let's take a quick look at how the standings finish up after the qualifiers. These are the records going into the Major. And if you will, a sort of unofficial power rankings of who to look out for. And there are some tremendous surprises there. Right-hand side of the screen, both OpTic Texas and Seattle Surge sitting at 1 and 4. That is a bit of a shocker. Same could be said there of LAG and Toronto Ultra. Again, a little bit to look into here, but not too much. Ravens and Subliners 4-1 alongside Boston Breach. The LA Thieves managing to clutch things up there and go 3-2. And again, who the favorites are truly coming into this Major, it's really, really hard to call.
The teams at the top that are 4-1, realistically, I could see any one of the... Dude, anything could happen. Like, pairs could end up winning a series and just destroying somebody's year. You have your Major 3 champs that just went 1 and 4. I still think they're capable of, like, turning things around, come out to land and start to ball out. Like, literally, who the hell knows? Truly the most unpredictable game and maybe the most unpredictable Major in Call of Duty history. Like, even more, like, the kickoffs at like events are easier to predict than after gaining all of the information we've had throughout this entire year. So good luck, have fun. Anybody gets the perfect bracket, I mean, congratulations, go play the lottery.
Well, speaking of the bracket, here we go. Let's take a look at this one coming now into the Major. The final bracket, this is it. Locked in stone, friends. The New York Subliners are about to run the craziest tournament you have ever seen in Call of Duty history. Here we go. Subliners will be matching up against Røkkr in round 1. Thieves take on FaZe. Ravens will play Ultra, the classic European player showdown. Bants versus Zero. The Red Dead teams going up against each other. Breach and Mutineers. A wonderful color-coded sort of moment here, but again, when it comes to standings, Chance, Subliners Røkkr, what an important match that is.
And this is, I mean, it's also the battle of like online between LAN for both of these teams. Subliners haven't won a single series on LAN yet. In Minnesota, at least in Major 3, perfect online. Fumbled the bag when it came to the LAN performance. And obviously both of these teams need to turn up on LAN if they want to actually qualify for champs. I love the Ravens versus Ultra battle. Again, Zero versus Bants, always a good time. And Miles, you've heard me say it, as far as I'm concerned, for European players / teams, there can only be one. And then LA Thieves versus FaZe. I think, Kenny specifically, or LA Thieves versus Atlanta, like the Tears, it's not pretty. I can't remember what it is, but like it is atrociously bad. So maybe an opportunity for Thieves to sort of make up for that storyline and take down a FaZe that I don't want to call them weak. It has been their weakest point because they went 3-2. So maybe the best opportunity you have to take him down early on, but that is 2 very quality matches at the top side of the bracket.
We cannot wait. Well, guys, that's it. Just like that, Call of Duty Vanguard's online season is now complete. on behalf of myself, everyone here in the crew, Chance, the entire desk, everyone up in the cloud, we thank you so much for your patience today through what was an unforgettable and slightly difficult day of COD. We cannot wait to see you all at the upcoming major next week in New York City. For those of you watching here on YouTube, we hope you enjoy the show. For those of you in person, it's going to be one hell of a show. Ladies and gents, thank you so much. Good night.